Homos.
Hey, Sin Politics, baby, we're here. We're finally in the building. We had to get some things right. We had some personal, technical, all kinds of complications. But we're here. We're vibing. It is a exciting night. We're going to do a mock draft here with y'all. Final mock draft of the season. We have the draft coming up on Thursday. Stay tuned for a live stream with the draft. I might go ahead and do that. I got to see how schedule's going to work out, but that's definitely my plan. And then aside from that, just make sure you lock in. Sit in Politic everywhere. Sit in Politic everywhere. And then we obviously got two mainstays here with Sit in Politic, which is, we'll go ahead, Paul B. Balcom. Find him on Twitter, X. Paul B. Balcom, correct?
Right? Or no. Yeah.
Paul B.
Balcom. Yep.
Give it to him, brother. Go
Hold
ahead.
on. You know what?
You want to take it? Come on.
Let's.
It's on you
10,
now.
5, 4, 3, 1. Paul B. Balcom on X, and then Balcom Paul on IG. Hey, that's it. Hey.
So we're in the building. Definitely go check out Paul B. Balcom Heavy on Twitter. All the crazy, great takes you'll get again on there. I'm sure on draft day, Twitter's going to be going crazy for you.
Crazy.
Arguing with Dolphins Twitter. Arguing with all the Dolphins fake fans, and then also Deuce Andretti.
We're in here. We're wet. We're wetter than a bit.
Deuce Andretti, spell that wrong on Twitter to find him. It's dyslexia.
Spell it wrong everywhere.
And he told me so many times about his name, and he's like, dyslexia, and I still bet with this motherfucker on Saturday.
Did it on purpose.
And then he says it again after we lose money on Saturday. I follow this man's lead.
We almost won it.
He
didn't want to say we almost won it. He didn't want to say we almost won it.
It wasn't the most exciting night of my entire life. Yes,
it was.
No, it was pretty.
We were on edge.
Yeah, we were definitely on edge.
Ryan Garcia can't finish.
We fell right off the fucking edge.
Yeah, he's a pussy. He can't finish shit.
No, it was rough stuff. But we did bet on that Ryan Garcia fight. Me and Deuce.
He fooled everybody.
Me and Deuce, by the way, we were sitting here vibing. This is what we're saying. Do not look at betting apps when you are inebriated.
Do not do that.
Alcohol. Because you end up thinking, one, that you have all the best ideas and you can outthink the people that fucking the scientists that put the app together.
Yeah, bet sober.
Yeah, they were definitely.
Yeah. That's yes.
Don't be a half a bottle of Hennessy.
But yeah, no, we went ahead and Deuce was like, look, if you bet both ways, then you literally can't lose if you do it this way. Like, you'll make money no matter what.
And we did.
I swear to God, I believed it so much. I went and I told my family. I went inside the house and I'm like, look, hey, I mean, honestly, I went and I looked.
We almost won.
I looked my woman right in her eyes and I said, look, are you tired of working? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Are you ready to retire?
Are you ready
Pay the house off?
Listen, hey, you want to take money from the rich because they're so fucking stupid they don't want to keep it for themselves? And then we figured out what we knew was true. They do want to keep it for themselves. They're great at keeping it for themselves, and they need dumbasses like us
to give it to them.
Yep. Give it to them, and we do every time.
We give it to them every time.
And we kind of don't regret it.
We don't regret it. We don't regret it. We got a pre-bet out. We got a pre-bet.
Yeah, to just throw it away.
Yeah, we need a whole pre-bet show. We need something.
Look later.
Yeah, we need look later is a good one.
Yeah, bet and look later.
Don't watch. I also turned around and then they gave me some bonus money afterwards.
Just figure it out.
$25 bonus cash. I go and I tell Deuce, I'm like, I'm putting down the Clippers 100%. I feel great about it. They're gonna beat the Mavs. They do. I don't watch that game at all. Then I'm like, Pacers are coming on. I'm like, should I take half of it and put it back in? I'm trying to get all my money back. Do I do the slow thing? I'm like, fuck no. We got a lot of money to make back. So I put it on the Pacers especially after I see Giannis isn't playing. I'm like, well, we're all in, baby. Let's go.
Then
Dame literally shit down their throats for the whole first half.
Yeah, right.
Literally couldn't miss.
I don't think he scored second half, did he?
Took a dump.
I'm not sure if he scored. I think he did.
He didn't have to.
But he did. He didn't have to. Like he was on pace for like 60
I was trying to give you something.
No, he was on pace for like 60 points. I think he might have ended with like 38. So he had like 30 and then scored 8 in the second half.
Yeah, he's a baller, dog.
He went crazy. He did what we knew Dame could do. All right, so let me just go. I'm gonna hit these comments real quick. Jaded, I appreciate you. Shout out to you. Thank you for getting in here on time. Sorry for being a little bit behind time.
Sorry.
But you know how that goes. You know what I mean? It happens when we're trying to do this live stuff. I gotta make sure everything's 100% right. Paul, shout out to you, brother. Much love. And fourth quarter fishing, what's happening? Fishing something I gotta like. I already know I'm gonna appreciate more as I'm older. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was a kid, I hated doing that shit with my grandfather. I was like, this is the most boring shit in the fucking
I don't
world.
have the patience.
I don't have the patience.
I rip up way too fast. Okay, I just want to get it out there. Okay, and then if you're not catching fish, it gets a little boring. But my son loves it so much, so it's like man, it's something that you have to do. You know?
Yeah. I think,
and I'm going to love it.
I think that part of it is like the conversation. That's what I hear about people that really, really love it, is that they like going out there for the conversation and they like that kind of experience. So let's see here. So Flu Shiesty, what's happening? Paul is just a black man dressed as a white dude. Truth be told, I can't tell you how much that made Paul happy. Paul looks like Santa Claus right now. He's so fucking red. I love it. Yeah, no, we're vibing. Fishing is amazing with a beer. Yeah, that's what. Also, I don't think I've ever fished like truly out of my mind fucked up. I probably do need to do that. Which you're not saying that, Flu Shy. See, that's alcoholic behavior for me. He said with a beer. And I'm like, yeah, no, I've never done it when I was like fucking blind drunk. Can't do just one though. Can't do just one. All right, let's get into it. So today I want to kick it off because I want to have as much time for this as possible. The mock draft. This is going to be the final one of the year, but we are going to, at least I know I'm going to rock with the draft itself. I'll see if these guys can make it or whatever. But definitely that's something I want to do. So this is going to be the last time you're going to see how we think. Not necessarily that things are going to play out, but if we were in control, how they would play out. If
we're the GM.
And if the GMs make the right decision, how it would play out.
Damn right. So, because we know all. I've done my research.
I don't think there's going to be full agreement on this panel even. So that'll be interesting to see. But by the way, just so we're clear, how this is going to work is we're going to alternate picks as well. I'm going to start first. For me, it's going to go to Deuce here. Then it's going to go to Paul. And that pattern is going to continue throughout the entire mock draft. We'll also have the opportunity to do trades. In that instance, both people will have to agree with the trade. And if it's just kind of ridiculous, I'm going to just shut it down and we're just going to make the fucking pick because we're not going to spend too much time going back and forth and bickering about trades if we can't come to some kind of general consensus. And then if that trade happens, Paul mentioned this, and I think this is a great thing. We want to make sure that the person that made the trade gets to follow through on that pick since they felt strongly about making that move wherever anyways. And then also because we spent this time really taking into consideration where the teams might go with these picks. So just keeping it consistent in that so we can bring you guys the most consistent, honest product, really. So make sure you share this. Make sure you show some love. Anybody that is a football fan that you know, make sure you share this content with. We're constantly talking about sports. Football is, I'm not going to speak for everybody because I'm sure that you guys probably actually don't feel this way. But for me anyways, it's the most important sport in my life and meant everything for me as a kid growing up. So I definitely love talking about it. It brought a lot of enrichment to my life, and I like having these opportunities to talk about these players that are about to reach the apex of that in the NFL. That's extremely exciting. So,
but there is no off season for me. It is a season ends. We have recruiting. Okay, we have the draft season. We have combine season, pro days, draft. We have free agency period, which is I love it. Then we have the post draft free agency, which then you have the debt period, and that kind of sucks.
Yeah,
but it's only like a month.
No,
and players are trained to know that the facility we're going. We got storylines. We got guys. How the rookies looking? Are there holdouts?
The off seasons have actually
the most exciting time.
The off seasons have been even more exciting. I think over the last few years, like when we were growing up, you didn't expect a fucking fraction of what you saw from the trade deadline, for example, with the NBA compared to the NFL. Now, player mobility is a big thing. Yeah, a big thing in the NFL as well as the NBA. So let's go ahead and kick it off. So I am going to start, like I said. So I got the Chicago Bears pick. Let's go ahead and actually pull up the mock draft so you guys can see what everything's looking like. I did think about what to do with this pick quite a bit. Obviously, it's a huge opportunity for any franchise that has this pick. So I think kicking the tires on anything that you think really can change a franchise is important. So if I was in that position, I don't think that just put my head in the sand and picking Caleb Williams blindly would be the right move. So I would definitely consider the Drake Mays. I would consider Jaden Daniels. But I do think at the end of the day, Caleb Williams is the most interesting overall prospect in this draft. And as far as ceiling, I think that matters when you're talking about a team that famously passed on Patrick Mahomes. And I believe they're also famously criticized for passing on Deshaun Watson for Mitchell Trubisky.
Yes.
So I think this is a team that will be extremely excited to put this to bed and take the top quarterback, top player on the board here in Caleb Williams. So I want to hear your guys' opinion on that. And I don't think we need to spend too much time on it. I think that's how it's gonna go. I think that's how it's been expected 100%. To go. And but I do want to hear your guys' opinion if there's anything different that you think would happen. Paul, please.
No, I agree. I think that he's necessarily the best quarterback in the class. I mean, it's going to see. Is he the best prospect at it? 100% as far as talent wise. He makes some of the most unbelievable throws and plays that we've seen. Is all of it going to translate? I mean, we're going to find out. What we're learning more and more is that these guys are able to actually be this mobile in the NFL. But again, when you're escaping the pocket from the back and out, like you're running into a lot of athletes out there that are just as fast, if not faster.
Sure.
Again, you have grown men out there who have played this game a lot longer, who are going to have different type of angles, or different type of knowledge and IQ on the field to know the proper angles. So you're also letting the defense flow. So when I will say that I have been critical because of what again you see on TV, watching him play of what I thought maybe he would be. I can say that after watching his interview on the pivot, like I see a humble kid. I won't say humble. I'll take that back. Okay. He's a kid who grew up very well. Again, you look at what happens when you have great parenting, great coaching and facilities around you.
Sure.
Very respectful young man who knows that he's really good. And that's kind of how's this going to go. I'm interested to see the growth. I'm interested to see the way he plays, but we know that there's a lot of talent in him, and that team is really built. They built it better than they had for Justin Fields, which I feel bad because they actually built this team to be pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, the targets they brought in, and they have the 9th pick, and they're able to maybe get another target.
Well, and something that I think that's important. I'm glad you mentioned that because something that's important to consider here is we're having somebody picked at the first overall pick, but technically this pick is Carolina's.
Yes.
So this isn't the worst team in the draft. We just saw, like, for example, Justin Fields, he was drafted like 10th or so. But I agree with your criticism there, Paul, where I think a lot of the growing pains that we saw Chicago go through, I think that Justin Fields endured those years. So yes. I think Caleb Williams comes into this and benefits from those years and all those players that grew with Justin Fields. And he's going to benefit from a program that kind of already reset. This isn't a full reset for them, I don't feel like. I feel like their rebuild is already kind of midway. And that's kind of a rare thing when you're talking about the first overall pick. 100%. And I want to toss that over here to you, Deuce Andretti, how you feel about Caleb Williams as a prospect or the pick here, if you think there's any other possibilities.
I think as a grade for the team,
oh shit, you're gonna grade the pick.
Here we go.
Yeah,
he's gonna grade every. Actually, I like that. No, I like that. That's real disrespectful. Actually.
I love it. This is gonna go south.
Nobody, by the way, nobody does that. Nobody grades the other people.
I can't wait for the bias.
No, I love that.
In these
no. So here's my thing.
Look, Deuce Andretti,
see, they try to cut me off already.
Yeah,
See, they get emotional already.
No, I'm giving you credit for throwing a wrench into the formula.
You know, throw a little curveball in there.
I like it.
But nah, so yeah, I gave it an A. For a multitude of reasons, actually outside of the football.
Okay.
Because I think he's on a Kyler Murray trajectory.
Okay.
Where
good comparison, please. So
talent's there. He's bigger than Kyler, so he's gonna have more success right away, and his timeline will be faster because he's bigger.
That's
okay.
Kyler's got to figure out how to read passing lanes, being so short
right.
stuff. Williams will be able to see, a lot easier and stuff like that.
He's like 5'11".
But Williams is like 6'4". So I think that size difference will play a factor in it being faster trajectory. But I think that this pick, you kind of have to make this pick, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of have to. You have to make this pick. I mean, if you don't make it, it's life altering for your family. Let's say
you're gonna get fired.
Yeah, you're gonna be moving.
Well, and just to kind of contextualize what you're saying, it's like I think anything that goes wrong, which things will go wrong because you're dealing with a rookie quarterback, then I think people will immediately look for their own opinions to be validated. Oh, we should have went with Caleb. We should have went with Caleb the entire time.
Exactly.
This guy decided he wanted to outthink everybody in the draft and go with Drake May or whoever it might be. Yeah, so then you're just gonna have less of a leash. Whereas if you take Caleb Williams, I mean, it would be weird for people to say otherwise.
Well, yeah, because you think.
Well, I was gonna let him finish because I just want to hit on a what if pick. So just I want to see.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, finish that.
Oh no, okay. Well, no. So with him, I think he has the stardom that comes with it too. He has like a full package situation. If you kind of look at it from a positive note,
that's a good point.
If you dissect his game, you kind of see, he's got some holes inside the pocket, which.
He bails early.
You're gonna have to sit in there. You know what I mean? Like Bryce Young had to learn how to sit in there this year and to take the heat. You know what I mean? And that's what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna stand in there. So hopefully he can do that and he can adjust that. I think he'll take him like a year, maybe 2, to kind of just finally, because he's kind of hard-headed as a player. He's stubborn.
Let's hear this, and then I want to go ahead and throw it back to you for the second pick.
So I think like what could happen, or not what if, is that they look at the value that they could get with that pick. Like again, they're building a team to kind of win now. Sure. Right. They're it's kind of like the San Francisco style, but you have to pay the first round quarterback money. Okay. Right. In Caleb, we don't know if it's going to translate directly, and there's going to be a growth period that they already had with Fields. Right. What if they trade back a little bit and then take a Penix, who is a 24-year-old quarterback coming in, who, yes, had some injuries, but ran a 4.4, who showed that he has that pocket presence, that has that big playability, who can play in the system, who is a quarterback who's ready. And we've seen with these quarterbacks coming in, the quarterbacks who have a lot of experience, which Caleb does, but had that maturation on the field and that ability to just sit and play in the pocket. They kind of translate. Again, a Brock Purdy. Yeah. But I mean, and he ran an NFL system in Washington. So it's like that's a what if. I mean, I think that he could translate. Well, yeah, he could. Yeah, they had the 9th pick. So he could translate really well to the NFL in that offense. Again, Caleb Williams is the better prospect, and that's the pick you go with, because like you said, it's, at that point, if you don't do it and he is the best quarterback, then you're done. No, you're fighting against it's gone.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you can pass. I mean, you can see though, you can kind of pass up some QBs, and it just depends who you get. You know, if you got to get obviously a viable guy. If you come out of the draft without a viable guy and you skip on him, you're gonna be fucked. Yeah. But if you get a guy who's still put you in a position to win and in a playoff situation, then I think you'll be okay.
I think you're just fighting against, like I said, those people that are just looking to validate their own opinion, which the consensus is Caleb Williams. So you would just have to fight against that consensus Oh, by the way, and you'd have to fight against the propaganda that's going to take place on TV for the next 18 weeks. Yeah. Where every time Caleb Williams outplays Drake May, they're going to be like, was the Chicago Bears a racist organization? Talk about it.
Well, yeah,
100%. What the fuck are we even talking about? Why would they pass up on the clear black quarterback for number 1 and they went with Drake May or some shit like that?
Yeah, well, they went Drake May. That would be fucked up.
100%. Yeah, so I'm saying, like, at this position.
Oh, it's not bad. I mean,
this position, no, I'm saying that's just an example. I'm giving you a ridiculous example that would be on television, though. Don't get that twisted.
They could pick Bo Nix. I wouldn't give a fuck.
That would be fucking crazy.
That would be wild.
Bo Nix is the highest.
What an evaluation.
From who?
PFF.
Okay. All right. Well, then that's their opinion. That's fine. Second pick. All right. Yeah, I want to get you to the second pick so we got a lot of picks to get to. So, Washington Commanders on the clock. We got Deuce Andretti picking their pick. They got a lot of holes. So
holes, but it is your team.
Yeah, but I think
team needs.
Okay.
Team needs. I basically know the roster at this point. We're gonna go ahead and we're going to pick Drake May.
Nice. Yeah. Baby, I ain't you on me. Tonight I'm done. All right, we're cutting that shit off.
I'm gonna go ahead and give this an A+ pick.
Oh, he's gonna grade his own pick. This fucking narcissist. That's sick. That's actually worse somehow. That's crazy.
Best quarterback in the draft by far.
Okay.
Had a down year. Plays on a lesser talented team. Basically carries the whole offense, carries the whole team. And that's really what it comes down to. You turn on the tape, he does things just like Drake, what is his name? Caleb Williams does. I mean, he's just bigger. I feel like he's more comfortable playing within the pocket. Definitely reads the defense better, can see what's coming at him. Now, some say he holds on to the ball for too long. You can he's going to work that out. You know what I mean? And honestly, we're in a situation where he doesn't even necessarily have to play right away, so it's okay.
Okay. Who are you playing instead of Drake May?
Oh no, we signed some veteran quarterback.
Okay, yeah. So Paul, you can go ahead and hop in here, man. How do you feel about Drake
May? All things have been said is that Jaden Daniels is looking like that's going to be the pick, but I like Drake May. I've said before that was my favorite quarterback in the draft. That honestly, before the season, which I love my Jalen Milroe, roll tide, but I would have been okay with Alabama paying Drake May a couple million to come play, right? I think that yes, he played on a very average level team there in North Carolina. I think that Mac Brown's system is a little outdated. I think that you can see there were times where it looked like he was maybe a read ahead of the guys on his team. Mm-hmm. So I would have liked to see, like, if he was at an Alabama, if he would have been at like an LSU, how he would have played.
Yeah.
I do think that there are parts of his game that he's going to have to really mature on. There's some mechanic issues. Not issues. I won't say issues. There's some things that he needs to clean up. There's some things where, making the reads quicker he needs to do. But I think that overall he's a really good pick. Now he's not someone that he doesn't look like. I haven't seen him throw a 70-yard pass.
Yeah,
but he has a good arm. He has good velocity. He's athletic, 6'4".
If you were in this, you mentioned Jane Daniels. You think is going to be the Commander's pick. So if you were in this position, who would you take, Jane Daniels or Drake May?
Man, that'd be tough, man. Damn. I would probably take Jaden Daniels.
Okay. Well, why?
Big playability, and I think he actually proved that he can play the position. Yeah. I think that this year, like especially going into the Alabama game, I was even like, we'll see. And no, like he played extremely well. Now he did have 2 big time receivers. Mm-hmm. Okay, now but that didn't hurt Joe Burrow's stock. Mm-hmm. Okay, he is much bigger than he looks. I mean, he's 6'4", 6'3", 6'4". He's over 200 pounds. Okay. So I mean, and the way he plays, I mean, he showed he can play the entire season. He got injured, dude. Listen, he took one of the biggest shots I've seen all year by Dallas Turner, and got up and played the game and almost beat it. Like he played extremely well in that game.
Yeah.
So I think. Okay. Good.
Well, I was gonna pass. I want to hear.
Yeah, pass it off
because you have so he's brought up an interesting point, which a lot of the talk is Jaden Daniels at this pick. So why did you not go in that direction, and how do you feel about that potentially being the direction?
The thing is Jaden Daniels was in a situation where he had a more talented offense than any other team in his conference.
Okay.
By far. He did not maximize. I look back at Joe Burrow at LSU, mm-hmm. and I look at the situation with the 2 weapons he had, the running backs, linemen, receivers, and everything. That's the same kind of situation
defense is different.
Jaden Daniels had now. But when you still look at it, Joe Burrow was time and time again, he sometimes had to outscore some teams, and he did that.
Yeah.
Definitely. And Jaden Daniels had some moments there where he definitely could have changed the way some of those outcomes of those games were late.
Gotcha.
Not saying it's all on him, but to me, he just didn't show that he could really, for his play style, win a championship.
And you feel like Drake May did?
Yeah.
Okay. You feel like he did enough to surpass that? All right.
Yeah. I see Drake May when Drake May, he goes into every game, he's playing against guys that are teams that are more talented than his.
Okay.
Every game. I watched him come into Notre Dame severely undermanned. And I mean, he literally brought him back into the game. I was watching, I was like, yeah, this kid.
Yeah. At what point do you think that this pick in your mind was made up?
With Drake May, I think this pick was made up as soon as they bought the team.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I mean, the thing with Caleb Williams and why I think he's such a risk, and I kind of agree with you. I agree that that's going to be the pick. I think Drake May is going to be the pick, and I think a lot of the Jaden Daniels stuff is smokescreen, because I think that they want to prevent the Chicago Bears from reconsidering that first overall pick. So they don't want it to be like, oh, well, we're fucking happy with Drake May. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think if they came into the draft with that much confidence with the player that was already considered to be kind of in that position last draft.
Yeah. I think there's a possibility for Washington too, just because I wrote it down.
Yeah.
So I think they could trade back to 6. I think Penix has a 2nd round grade. So I think they could go back to 6 and draft a tackle. And then get
who would they take?
Second. Joe off from there.
But I will say that Penix all talks right now is that he's probably going first. But I just want to say real quick, Burrow 2,805 passing yards on more attempts. 25-73 for Daniels. He had 521 rushing. Burrow 125. 30 touchdowns for Burrow, 25 for Daniels, 5 rushing to 3, 4 interceptions for Burrow, 3 for Daniels. Their seasons compared.
Yeah, they're pretty close.
So it's like I do think that
that's why he got the Heisman too.
He got the Heisman because he
300 more yards though and 5 more touchdowns, I think.
Yeah. But again,
that's the difference in winning those games, brother.
But again, but he also had a better team, and again, the defense was a big difference. I think the LSU's defense this year was nowhere near.
No, but again,
it's good pick.
I like
context,
the pick.
I would say
that.
I would say that Jalen Daniels right now has 4 first-round pick receivers he was throwing to last year.
Oh,
that's a hefty number.
Fair enough.
But here, I want to get it back to Paul though, because I want to get this third pick moving. I think that was a great pick. We're in agreement. I think Drake May makes sense there.
So New England, I think trades out. I think they trade back.
And who do they trade with, in your opinion?
I don't know. I think it's interesting. Again, the Las Vegas has been talked about looking to trade up, and again, they like Jaden Daniels. So I think in this moment, if this was the case,
New York has 6. The Jets have the 10th.
Mm-hmm. I think that
Titans have the 7th.
I think that it's worth that they might look at trading with Las Vegas.
I mean, do you have anybody that you think would like to move up and make this pick?
Well, no, I'm saying, I mean, if anything, if you're trading the 3rd pick, I could see the Vikings moving up.
Yeah, the Vikings.
I could see New Orleans moving up. You know, I mean, they have. I mean, but I would say the Vikings. They got the best capital. They got the 11th and the 20th and the 23rd, so they could trade both those and move.
I think that's your pick.
Browns and Texans.
Browns and Texans. You think
you think Browns will trade up?
No, I'm saying the Vikings. The Vikings have the 11th and the 23rd overall pick. They got them from the Browns and the Texans.
Yeah. Oh, got you. Nice.
Yeah. So I mean, the Jets could move up. I mean, they need a quarterback. You know.
Well, do you want to go ahead and negotiate on the behalf of the Vikings? Because I believe that you're the Vikings.
The Vikings.
Would you like to move up and make this pick for a quarterback potentially?
It's the 3rd pick.
Yeah, Jane Daniels still on the board.
The Vikings. What kind of quarterback do they like? I don't know. I don't know if they like the dual threat. That's not who's the OC there? Who's the coach?
That's Kevin O'Connell.
So one thing that's out there that's floating around is that Antonio Pierce was a defense coordinator at Arizona State when Jaden Daniels is there. That they were tight then. That they have a good relationship, and Las Vegas has been looking to move up.
Okay. Yeah.
So that is who I think will move up if he's in the spot.
When do they pick?
They pick 13.
How much draft capital do they have?
I think I have the Raiders. And I mean, but I want to give you the opportunity because you have more capital. So I think they probably
the Vikings, only
if they won it, could probably outbid them.
They got a 2nd, 3rd, 4th. I mean, so basically they got 1 pick in the first 5 rounds.
Plus the Vikings, I believe their quarterback situation is like more up in the air because they just signed Sam Darnold.
Yeah, they would be way more willing to give up those first 2 picks to go up in the draft.
And that would be you. So is that what you want to do? So
or a 1st and a 2nd.
Okay, is this your way of negotiating, talking to me and just like
who has it?
Do they?
You're the Vikings, or you're the?
Are we able to do like if you go full screen where it had like the trade at the bottom?
Let's see.
Because I mean, I think they would be willing to give a 1st and a 2nd.
Oh, it's up here.
No,
actually, it's a first. Oh, they have a first. They don't have a 2nd. They got a 1st and a 4th.
So this is the.
I'm
Patriots.
No, New England, right?
Yep, New England Patriots. They're doing a deal with the Minnesota Vikings right now.
So let's just trade 1st-round picks. Like we don't need to do all fucking.
So you want to do the 23rd and the 11th pick? Let's move up to 3. Which actually, technically, I don't know whose 23rd pick you're trading, but it's fine.
It's the Browns.
Denzel. No, it's Houston that has that pick on here.
I mean, what I'm looking at right here.
Yeah, Minnesota has it. Dude, what the fuck?
It says Minnesota has it.
The 23rd, yeah. So, what do you want to do?
I mean, I would like to trade a 1st and a 4th, man.
Houston made it.
1st and a 4th.
1st and a 4th wouldn't do it. And you don't have any other capital in between that other 1st-round pick. So if you don't want to do that, then he doesn't accept, I'm assuming, a 4th. Then he could just do the deal with the Raiders.
Ooh, look at that. He's like, fuck that.
I mean, that's fine because it's going to be a 1st and a 2nd if you go to the Raiders.
but that's better than a first and a fourth. So what do you want to do?
No, I'm hanging up the phone.
Okay, hang up the phone. All right.
Yeah, but you're picking later anyway.
I'm not even listening anymore.
You're not even. You're pick. Where's that pick at? The Raiders pick.
Yeah. So the Raiders, I'd say.
You want to give me a first and a second?
You're picking 13th.
I want a first, second, and a sixth.
You're picking 13th. What are you picking at 13th?
What do you mean?
For the New England.
Anything they want.
All right, look at this real quick, Paul.
What are their team needs?
Let's do this. Oh my God, you want to give me?
Well, no, it's because the trade thing isn't lit up.
Damn, I never knew that was a thing.
Oh. You ever done any trades on here?
Really? I did a mock draft with all my picks. Let's go 1, 2, and give me the 6 right here. Oh, that's 6. Okay, trade it. The fuck does this need to be? Not enough. Can you scroll down to like future picks?
Trying to tell you. So took the first and the fourth.
Too much.
Okay, now I'll give you a fourth.
Boom.
Oh no. So you gotta take some of this. Trade. Right, there we go.
So we're gonna ignore.
We got it. We got it.
Yeah, so
we got it.
A first, second, and a sixth for the third pick overall.
First, second, and a sixth.
All right. So this would be the Las Vegas Raiders here. So this is my pick. And I think if we make this big of a jump up and give up whatever kind of draft capital that's going to take in the moment to do so, then you're going to take quarterback. So Jane Daniels, I think, is the third quarterback to come off the board. And I think you're really happy with that, by the way, if you're them. Being able to, if you're able to do that without having to give up any future first round picks, I think that would be incredible.
Doubt it.
And just keep all of the
moving to 13.
Keep all of the bro. You were trying to give up a fucking first and fourth like a dumbass.
Give it an F.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Give it an F.
So either way, I feel great about that.
That's a D. Actually.
Fourth quarter fish. Yeah, I shouted you out earlier, but I don't know if you were in here. But shout out to the pastime. I could see them taking Marvin Harrison Jr. and trading back into the first. 11 and 23 ain't enough for 3. Need a 25 first. Yeah, well, that's fair. And that probably will be the price you end up having to pay. But I mean, that's kind of typical for when you're going to get.
They just did it for a second and a sixth. That shit is cake.
Right here is literally trying to slap
could have gave you 2 fourths.
I'm just trying to make the deal done so we can move.
So, all right. So,
Zona.
The next pick here. Yeah. So, this is Arizona. This is my pick. And this was one that I was definitely considering. I think that they also might be a possible trade out candidate. I don't think they hate taking Marvin Harrison Jr. here personally.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's something they'd be really happy with, being able to. I think this will honestly be the first time they're going to give Kyler Murray a durable wide receiver that you could count on number 1 anyways. So, you know,
don't shit on D-Hop like that. Don't shit on D-Hop like
you're right. I apologize for that. No, that's fair. Fair. But yeah, I think that because of that reason, and you see what he did with D-Hop, honestly, when they were both playing, there's the best kind of Kyler Murray that we've seen.
Kyler Murray just couldn't stay on the fucking field.
Honestly, I'll go ahead and take Marvin Harrison Jr. here.
Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Yeah, so Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Cardinals. Just lock that in. Plus, being able to lock in that kind of, I think you have. There's probably 3 different wide receivers. That's why I think they consider dropping back. But this is the one that I feel safest with. And I think you have 3 elite level receivers though in this draft. And you could end up filling that need later on. So I think that's why it's something to consider. But
I will say that I love the pick. I do think that they are someone who could trade out with Minnesota.
My bad.
With Minnesota, or maybe even Atlanta's talking about maybe trading up, which I don't see why they would do that. Like I don't know. That sounds like a lot of smoke when we talk about smoke talk, right?
Yeah, sure.
But Arizona, if they took Marvin Harrison Jr. here, I mean, I think that would not be them I think that would kind of be them committing to Kyler in a way.
Sure, yeah.
Right. And then and giving him some real weapons again with his ability with those weapons. That's one hell of a team.
Yeah.
I will say Marvin Harrison Jr. is one of the best college receivers I've ever watched in my life.
Yeah, well, at one point you did say the best.
Yeah. I said that earlier today, so I will stick on it. Like I think he is the best. It's him. Like again, there's older people like people that I didn't watch personally, right? So like Julio, him, like damn, Jefferson was great, but I mean, it's Devontae Smith was really good, but I mean, this guy is unfucking believable.
Yeah, and one thing that I think is interesting about this pick and why if it's hard to say because when draft day comes, if you get somebody that comes with a crazy offer, then you could definitely be persuaded. But I think this is just a perfect opportunity where best player available actually lines up with team need. So it's tough to pass on that. Because a lot of times you're put in positions just to either make your team better by taking best player available, or you're in the unfortunate position of backfilling needs. I apologize for that.
You're good, brother.
This is just perfect kind of.
Dude, he looks like a bigger version of his dad.
There you go. Yeah.
His ability to tie up the sideline gives Kyler Murray a lot of ability to throw it high and away.
Yeah.
His ability to run crisp routes, his speed, and again, man, like he's a professional. So yeah,
sure.
I'm.
Now I'm passing it to you, Paul, I believe. No, it's Deuce, my bad. Deuce, I'm passing it to you, brother. So the Chargers are on the clock.
Okay, brother.
Yeah, they're on the clock. This is the 5th pick, and want to see where you're going to go with this.
They're trading with the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, okay.
James, you're
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he is.
He's So I mean, that's fine. That's fine. Fair enough. But this draft fucking machine's going to have to take the trade, brother.
Trade the 11th.
It won't let me do no bullshit.
The 11th and the 23rd for the Vikings.
Okay.
For the 5th.
Okay.
11, 23rd. You're going to need a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, let's
Top
see.
5.
It'll keep us honest here. So actually, it's saying the Chargers aren't giving them enough. It's saying the Vikings are giving too much. So what do your Chargers want to give up, brother?
Let's see what we got going.
We got second. I can give you it here so we can move quicker. We don't want you to negotiate with yourself too long. The 37th overall pick.
Give him the 60. Give him the actually give him both 4th round picks. 105, 110.
That goes perfect.
Good job. Right. Good trade.
Yeah, shit. All right. So
fair enough.
All right. So the Minnesota Vikings now they've traded up to the 5th pick. Who are they taking?
Bo Nix.
So the Minnesota Vikings are trading up, and they are going to pick Michael Penix Jr.
Ooh, Penix going top 5. I love it. It's a good pick.
Go ahead and tell us about it, because I got to go. I got to find him, brother. He's not at the top.
He wasn't the first.
No, like there's a list that they have for you to draft. He's not near the top.
You got to go down.
Yeah, I got to go find him. So you have no thoughts about how you feel about
it? I mean, Penix is great.
He's a great pick. Great leader, veteran, 25 years old. He's going to be on no bullshit. He's basically in his prime coming in.
Can I ask you an obvious question? Because I think this is what people would be wondering. JJ McCarthy, I'm sorry. He got you'd be passing him up technically, as far as like how.
Yeah, because he's trash.
Okay, all right. Go.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
Yeah.
All right, mate. I want to
just gonna put that out.
Want to point out the elephant in the room there. All right.
Yeah. No. Yeah. He's a day 2 guy. No matter what Jim Harbaugh spits out in the media. Anyway, you're not drafting him. You're trading out of that pick.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah. So Michael Penix, great leadership, can put the ball anywhere on the field. Definitely has a strong enough arm to play in basically any NFL system. Great anticipation on deep routes. Definitely needs to work on his short game a little bit. But for the most part, I mean, he's great pre-snap. Definitely needs to work on his escapability and his improvising, after pre-snap, But other than that, he's just a solid pick. He's going to come in. He's going to be a pro. He's going to lead men. He kind of has the same vibe CJ Stroud had. When you watch the film, even when he's under duress, man, he's a warrior. He's gonna fight. Definitely injury concerns with him, but I feel like at this point, the Vikings are just used to having injury-prone quarterbacks, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay. So, by the way, how do you feel about the Penix pick?
I like the Penix pick. That would be a nice spot. I know that O'Connell has been on the McAfee show talking about how he really values accuracy, first and foremost in decision making.
Yeah, nice.
And that kind of points to someone like Penix.
Yeah.
So I think the pick makes sense for them.
Without McCarthy.
Yeah, and again, it's not a knock at McCarthy. Again, like I've said this before. When I mean, it's just Penix is really accurate. So,
sure.
Also McCarthy, there is. I mean, I put a little bit of weight into this at the combine where he's throwing outs over top. Too high.
We got a comment for you, brother.
that when you're throwing too high, that's kind of an accuracy concern more than back and forth because again timing. But I do like the pick. I think that's a nice pick.
Well, and I actually agree with fourth quarter fishing here. This is which I mean, I don't know if I agree that he'll be there, but I do think this is a little high and a little aggressive for Michael Penix. But if you want to lock him in, then I guess it is what it is. I see your strategy as well.
The
but
Vikings are going to be very aggressive.
This is what he said. He said Penix would be there at 11.
Yes.
Bold strategy.
Agreed.
Which when he says bold strategy, he's saying you're a fucking idiot.
No,
that's what that means.
He's not going to be.
Nice dodgeball reference.
He's not going to be there at 11 because teams are going to value him just like they do. So it's like with quarterbacks, you don't sit and wait and hope they fall to you. You'll get them. And that's just how it works. I'm not saying he shouldn't be there at 11. I said he's a day 2 guy, but they're going to pick him early because. And you don't see
McCarthy though as a sort of like shield in a way because he's still on the board. So where you're saying like, okay, interesting.
No. So what I will say is that there's not really another team. So where I'll push back on the trade as far as like agreeing with fourth quarter, is that I agree that he would be there at 11. Now you're moving up to hope that the Giants aren't valuing him higher than the Knicks and McCarthy. Now I think that the Giants really like McCarthy.
Sure.
Now is that something that they're going to pick at 6 when they have a quarterback?
Question here though. So, but what about the possibility of New England trading back up at this point?
Yes, that's true. I mean that's
at any point in the. So I disagree
the
with
Saints
him being there at 11.
But that would be a very. But you got to know.
Saints.
But you got to know who you're doing business with.
The Jets
that would be a very aggressive move that New England really doesn't make. So again, it would be perfect.
No, and also it would be the perfect. This is new England, new era New England.
That's fair.
Type. And I mean, I'm sure Mayo wants to get a quarterback in there. Doesn't want to spend his first year
losing.
But he has a leash. So
yeah. So not because he's not.
Brissett isn't a losing quarterback. He's not a championship quarterback.
He's been there already. They let him go already. They know who he is.
But he's a fine bridge quarterback. So again, there's other quarterbacks that are going to be around. There's other quarterbacks that are going to be around.
If he's a bridge guy, you got to have a quarterback in the stable.
There's another quarterback in this draft that might intrigue them.
So guys, how possible do you think it is that we see the first 5 picks? Because I took Marvin Harrison Jr., but there was some talk of trade out of that position, and there is talk of trade out of that position. So how likely do you think that we see 5 quarterbacks? The only non-quarterback so far is Marvin
you have
Harrison.
A lot of teams in striking distance in the draft, right, that need a quarterback.
So that's why he doesn't make it to 11.
No, he's not making to 11. Gotcha. Even at 10, he's not. Is he getting past the Jets? Probably not. They're desperate. They got Aaron Rodgers, but shit, they know he's on his last leg.
That's interesting, but I don't know. I don't anticipate that they'll make that move because I don't think keep Aaron Rodgers happy honestly this year.
If they don't get the 3rd, they're definitely getting the 5th or the 4th. I'm telling you, Minnesota is making a move to get in that top 5.
Okay,
100%. They have the most capital. They're definitely trading away both those picks to get in that top 5.
So then, say that you're a team and there's Penix and there's McCarthy still available, who you have a 2nd round grade on Penix, you said. Right. So I'm assuming you have around the same for JJ.
Right.
So are you moving up for that, or are you sitting back and whoever falls to you, you're actually? I'm saying
depends which team though.
Okay, all right.
Some teams.
Okay.
What I'm saying is the Jets are quarterback desperate, right? 100%.
I honestly don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, I
Rodgers has 2 years.
Bro, I mean, because if you're Salah, right?
Yeah.
You just traded away Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
You know Aaron Rodgers is coming off a fucking Achilles injury. Listen, you might going to get a quarterback
but not in the first round.
You're going to take. I mean, what's the point of getting one if he's not going to be fucking?
Because you just need a serviceable back.
No,
because you're not having them to come in.
Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Travis is going to be like a 5th, 6th round pick.
He's coming off a fucking broken ankle.
He doesn't have to play yet. Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. He might have to play. Aaron Rodgers might go out and tear an Achilles.
That is, I mean, look, I think that you make a fair point.
Free agents.
I think you may make a fair point, but I think that they don't use their first round pick.
And you got to think. I think the Jets are going to think long term. They have a coach they like. They're going to think long term. Yeah. I think a lot of these teams have situations they like, but they need a quarterback to make it work. Even if they do have a quarterback on their roster right now, like the Giants too, that are picking at 6. I don't think they're taking McCarthy. I don't think they want to go down that road again with a quarterback that had 1 year success because they already had one in Daniel Jones. I think they're going to want to go with a guy who at least carry the team.
Brother. Go get Joe Milton. Fuck all that.
I mean, shit.
But either way.
Or Bo Nix. I think it's Penix or Bo Nix for the Giants.
If you're the Jets, I'm saying. If you're the Jets and we're talking about a guy that's probably not going to play. Instead of using this first round pick, then go take Joe Milton, or who did you mention? It's gonna be there late. Oh, Travis Jordan.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Jordan
Travis.
Travis.
Because the problem is you need someone. So when Aaron Rodgers gets hurt,
I think you make a fair point. But either way, that's why we don't think it's going to be this first round pick.
The last 3 years.
But let's move on. Let's move to Paul because you have the Giants pick, right?
Yeah, the Giants.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's see what you got them doing.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back. So it's kind of tough because I do see where they can take McCarthy. Mm-hmm. I'm just going back and forth because, dude, it just doesn't make sense to take a quarterback when you have a quarterback on roster.
Sure.
But it's like, I mean, I just don't see them taking a corner or an edge this high.
People don't even want to play.
By the way, fourth quarter said Jets signed Tyrod. So that's good. That's good information.
Thank you.
Okay,
that's
good.
So that's a good backup. All right, there you go.
Yeah.
So, but just because I'm going to go ahead and go with that. I'm going to go New York Giants. Go JJ McCarthy.
Okay, nice.
Do I think that he's a top 10 pick? No. Do I think that this run on quarterbacks is desperate? Yes. I think that the Giants and Dayball are over. They're absolutely over Daniel Jones, and they're perfectly fine with taking a guy who has championship pedigree, who's going to be a good leader, who does have the athletic ability, who can make some good plays, but will run the system, and just take it and build.
Game manager.
So.
At number 6.
I
need your grades. I forgot that you were grading us.
Again, it's not the sexy pick. It's the pick that I think
they do that. They did that already, and they're going to do it again, and they're going to get the same results.
Do you think they regret that pick later on?
Daniel Jones.
Yeah, you feel kind of like Daniel Jones?
I always want to hate JJ McCarthy. I'm not necessarily a fan of JJ McCarthy, but there has to be something with JJ McCarthy, right? I mean, but
great team.
I do. Do I think he's top 6? No, but I just who
will
else?
Say there were moments.
I don't know who else is going to trade up for him.
I will say with JJ McCarthy, I could see somebody falling in love with his tape from a game manager perspective, even because there were times when they just needed a big play and he did step up and make a big play. I don't think you saw any moments where he came in and the game plan was JJ is going to dominate this game necessarily,
right?
But
there was some against some shit teams,
right?
Okay, fair enough. But so I'm saying in games where he was really tested, it was obvious in my perspective, and I agree with you that his main task, and this is, but me and Paul, we've had this conversation, was to manage the game, and that's an important skill to develop as a quarterback.
It is.
So there's some value there, but
hand the ball off right, hand the ball off left, son. There you go.
Yeah,
looking good, brother. Carry that fake.
And by the way, so fourth quarter just mentioned something, and I think that's really interesting because it does complicate this pick for me because I actually thought that we would see more wide receivers off the board. So he just said, if I'm the Giants, I'm running the card for Neighbors.
That's and that's a really good pick. I mean, it's a fair pick.
Yeah,
it's just on certain drafts and stuff that they have McCarthy going.
Yeah,
and again, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I'm going to go with what.
Although when we came into this, we said, "Hey, if we were the GM, what would be the best pick for the team?" So we kind of lost sight there, brother. A little bit.
That's fair. Because if I was them, I would go Neighbors.
Now, make sure you say that because when we review this draft next year, you want to be able to have a little trap door clause.
Ain't no out, boy, I'm backing you down.
but not fourth quarter. That is interesting because I think that Neighbors is the one wide receiver that I would really, 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 really struggle passing up on, and because. And when I was doing this draft on my own and preparing for it, I really liked Joe Alt at this pick. I was like, hey, if this is another scenario, and this is what I'm always looking for, is there potential? This is the Titans. Is there potential? Is there potential for best player available to also be a need? If those two can meet at any pick, I think as a team you should fall in love with that. But Neighbors is super, super, super tough to pass up on. So
especially if you don't have a receiver.
You don't have
who's a receiving core? They got Hop. They got Calvin Ridley. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
They're not picking a receiver, brother. You better run that card for Joe Alt, baby. What you mean? 7th overall.
I forgot all about
7th overall. They got Calvin Ridley. They just signed that man for $20 million a year. They got D Hop. They signed him for 2-3 years.
I love it. But
Joe Alt,
the
baby.
opportunity to add
Joe Alt, baby.
To that,
they don't have a left tackle.
And then by the time that I understand, but you might go tackle later on in the draft.
Bro, they got their franchise quarterback. They're getting a left tackle. What do you mean? That's crazy.
I know you want to go Joe Alt, brother, and I did too. But when you have this, and also you have to think D Hop. That's not a. That's
they
not,
got Calvin Ridley, brother.
That's not a 5-year plan with. Yeah, no, exactly.
Receivers are plentiful.
So when D Hop is going, but this is an elite level receiver, bro. You have Marvin Harrison Jr.
I don't have him going in front of Rome
Neighbors.
Odunze.
Oh, I do. But he's one of the other receivers that I would consider like you could have an elite level receiver out of that.
This pick is all the way.
But it's Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors getting picked. So
is that you pick?
Yeah, Malik Neighbors. Yeah. So like I said, look in this draft.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, brother. Your grades are just fucked.
No, I didn't expect for Malik Neighbors to be available pick.
You know, I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna give you a B.
I think okay, perfect.
I'm gonna give you a B.
You're gracious, brother. You're very gracious.
Because of the talent level of the player, I'll give you a B.
Exactly. Yeah. So, and that's what I mean. Also, it's when you consider best player available, I think Joel has an argument for that. And like I said, every time who did I have? I think I had the Giants taking Neighbors when I did this draft on my own.
Yeah.
So in that case, yeah, I just don't see a situation where I could leave Neighbors on the board at this point.
I think that does make it interesting if McCarthy goes to the Giants. Yeah, because then Neighbors is there. Then it's like, ooh.
Yeah, I think that makes that tough because if it's Brian Thomas Jr. that I'm considering, I'm not going him over Joe Alt. I'm probably also not going over Joe out there, but with Neighbors, I think it's a conversation. But I could also understand, by the way, if they make the decision to go Joe Alt because they did just sign Calvin Ridley because they have Hop for this year. But I like the idea of pairing a young wide receiver without having to put a ton of pressure on him, and he's going to grow and develop with Levis on the same kind of timetable. If you wait a couple years, to draft this wide receiver, because you're right, wide receiver is one of the most plentiful positions every year.
May not be him.
It may not be him, and exactly. It may not be him that you're in position to draft
because he's special.
And then also, by the way, you're bringing him in, and you're like, hey, BR at least number 2. At this point, you're saying like, hey, BR number 3, but your production actually, if you're who we think you are, is going to be above that. Yeah. Right. So I like this pick. I think it is a little bit of a luxury pick, but I also think there's a few offensive tackles.
It's an easy transition for him to be into the number 1 spot.
Yeah, I think there's a few tackles in this draft that I could end up seeing people be happy with on the back end.
It's about to get tackle happy here soon. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you end up having to go like, we'll see at the end of the first round. But
I'm telling you,
if you end up having to go Latham, I think maybe might be there for you. Come back around.
No, he's a first. I think he's first.
We'll see.
He fell out this year. He should have went out last year. He had a higher grade.
Yeah.
This year he didn't do too well.
Here, I want to go ahead and I'm gonna pass it to you.
Did play tackle this year though too.
Deuce, you got the Atlanta Falcons, so they're on the clock.
Yeah, they're going to tackle.
Okay,
they're going to tackle.
Yeah, I don't think tackle was listed as a need for them. For the Falcons.
Who's their left tackle? Right
Edges.
Yeah, edge was what I saw mostly them taking. But I mean, you have a tackle like Joe Alt on the board. I can see building up your offense. Let's pull up their.
They signed Kirk Cousins to 4 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to tackle.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let's see what the offensive line is.
Yeah, pull up their offensive line. I'm curious.
And
I'll read off the grade on Joel, number 4 player in the draft.
Jake Matthews and Matthew Bergeron at tackle. No, my bad. Caleb McGarry.
McGarry's not bad. I think they might go tackle.
All right. So you want me to lock that in? Because once I draft this, I can't undraft it. So
let me see.
All right, brother. Come prepared.
Where you got team needs on the board?
Yeah, I mean, top team need is edge.
What are the other ones?
Wide receiver, safety, quarterback. It says tight end, running back.
So they didn't update this shit. Okay.
Corner, D line.
All right, we're going to tackle Joel.
All right. Like I said, I think that's a pick that a lot of people, especially, if you do lock up that position of quarterback, they have the running back position, wide receiver position, like all those skill positions are, they're pretty nice. So, I mean, I don't know. It would be tough to not want to just like secure your investment that you just made in Kirk Cousins.
And you don't have to pay him shit.
And you don't have to pay him shit. By the way, we can't. Yeah, so
that's an A+.
Yeah, fourth quarter, he agreed with you. He said in this scenario, he sees them.
Finally, me and fourth quarter agree on fucking something.
Yeah, he was really like, "Who the fuck is this Deuce Andretti guy?"
Yeah, and watch when my shit pans out.
Watch when it all pans out.
I see them going with Dallas Turner at edge there, but
Yeah, Dallas Turner.
I see where you want to shirt.
He doesn't even have a first round grade outside of upside. Bro, I'll read it right now. I'll read it right now.
You can read whatever the fuck.
Read that bullshit.
Pro Football Focus, baby.
You can read whatever the fuck you want.
I was actually looking at it because I thought it was interesting. I wanted to see where he was.
By the way, you have the Bears up next, so be prepared for that. Oh, but I want to ask you. So Joe Alt, though, overall, I want you to expand on that.
Fantastic tackle.
Yeah, how do you feel about them going in that direction?
I feel like it's not really a position that they need to hit, but I understand when you have a guy that's that good, you go ahead and pull that trigger. But again, I think that they need an edge. Bud Dupree's their other guy.
I want to ask you a comparison real quick. Like when, so do you remember when Laramie Tunsil fell to us?
Yes.
Doesn't it kind of feel a little bit similar in that way if this happens?
It does.
Yeah. We didn't
does.
need it, but I mean, it was something that it was a position still that needed to be.
You're getting a top 4 player at 8.
No, no. Again, that's what I'm saying. Like I understand, but I just feel like edge is a position that they really need to shore up. And you have a guy who ran a 4.4 40 in Dallas Turner.
I feel it.
I mean, he's not running though.
And this year he fell off. He still won, I believe, won an award or was up for one. And then they had him dropping the coverage as an edge, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Although he can continue to improve as a run defender and a tackler, Turner is a first round type of edge rusher. He has a high ceiling pass rush traits and has the ability to contribute in year 1 and beyond.
Sounds pretty good. Okay. Well, we'll see where he gets drafted here.
So, I mean, he's a first round pick. I just don't think he's a top 10 pick.
I feel that.
I feel like with Joel, he's just a solid.
Again, like I said,
you can't miss. You can't miss with him. You know.
It does remind me of the Tunsil situation where you have like it may not be top need, but it's like, damn, if you can get if the top tackle in the draft does drop to you.
You have to. That's what I'm saying. You have to kind of jump on it.
But that's what makes the draft so interesting. This is where it gets really like teams are put in tough spots where it's like, you're right. We have a need and some of the defensive ends or pass rushers at the end of the draft, maybe you don't feel as confident as Dallas Turner, though, is my point. And you end up passing on that guy because best player available or whatever your strategy might be. But I want to toss it to you, Paul, because I believe you have the Bears.
Yeah, I have the Bears, and I'm kind of just it's kind of in a tough spot because you have Brock Bowers there, but the Bears in the tight end room they have Cole Kmet and they have Robert Tonyan, so you have a pretty solid tight end room there. You're looking at wide receiver, but you have the top 2 gone. So do you go Rome Odunze or Brian Thomas Jr. in this spot?
Sure.
Because they have Darnell Mooney and DJ Moore. Okay. So they have the speed. The size will be nice, and to add that third, they do need a center, but again, it's kind of early. So I don't know if there's anybody that would want to trade up and try to snag a tight end here before the fucking Jets. But I'll go ahead and say Brian Thomas Jr.
Who do you see as a possibility there, by the way, as far as a trade up? I think like maybe the Chargers or maybe even Denver might.
Which that's thing. So like Chargers being there in this scenario at 11, it would be interesting to see them if they would want to jump the Jets one pick to go ahead, because again, I don't know what you're picking for them. I don't know what you have, but
I'm picking for the Jets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I do think that, I mean, with Brock Bowers, he is like one of the best football players I've ever watched in my fucking life. So you add that to an offense that's already stacked with Aaron Rodgers, and it's like, what else is there?
Yeah.
So, Denver, they could trade up in this spot. I don't know if that would be something they would want to do necessarily, but I'll just go ahead as Chicago and go Brian Thomas Jr. I'll go with the 6'4" size. I'll go with the big size to again help their quarterback Caleb Williams.
And how do you feel about this over Odunze?
Again, I just think it's kind of just preference.
Okay.
I don't think Odunze. I mean, how big is he? What, 6'1"?
Yeah, he's not the biggest. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, and he's also not like he's not a burner. He's a good route runner. So no, he is 6'3". Holy shit, he doesn't play like he's 6'3". Yeah, but again, I like Brian Thomas. I think I'll go Brian Thomas.
I mean, but Brian Thomas is like it's quintessential fucking tight end that's playing wide receiver.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of Mike Williams.
Do you have any feelings on this, by the way? What's your grade? What's your disrespectful fucking in the moment grade for Brian Thomas going to?
I felt like this one was just a little too high for Thomas. Okay. I don't really feel like he is a top 10 pick. With the Bears, I feel like they got a lot of holes, especially on defense.
How do you feel like he fits with Caleb Williams? It was taken earlier, which I don't know if you're taking that into account.
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
I don't know. I think Caleb Williams does pretty good with big receivers, so I think it'll work.
Mm-hmm.
But you just have Keenan Allen over there. You got DJ Moore.
True.
You know, a lot of balls.
Shit.
A lot of balls.
You do need 3 now, like we were saying. So
I don't know if they
let go of Darnell Mooney, right?
It's a
that's what Jacob just said. Chicago has Keenan.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a bad pick.
It is a reach. I just
fourth quarter said reach.
It is a reach. I mean, I feel like it's just at this spot. Their positions of needs are kind of all like a reach. I mean, do you go center here? Do you go? No. I mean, they have good corners. Do you go safety at 9?
Yeah.
Do you go middle linebacker at 9? There's not really a top 10 backer on this board.
I think there they go tackle. There they go tackle.
Okay, so who do you think that they take?
I think there's 2 guys.
Muaga.
So there's 2 guys I like. I like the guy from Oregon State, Muaga, and then I also like the other Samoan.
Fashanu.
No, I don't like Fashanu. He's fucking a project. And then I like Fatanu.
Okay, Fatanu. Yeah,
Fatanu from Washington, or I like.
It'd be a reach for Fatanu, but yeah.
No, he's a top 11 player.
Bro, well, I'm telling you, like, you have 2 other tackles that are graded ahead of him.
I mean, not on here, baby.
If you're live, if you're a stream public.
I mean, I like Embarrasses Mims too. 6'8", 340. You can't go wrong there. Big boy.
Okay.
It's a big boy. I like Embarrasses Mims actually. I thought he went out last year.
They have 2 solid tackles. They have Darnell Wright. They have Braxton Jones.
Yeah. You're gonna need some help.
Okay, so you got
D tackle, yeah. I think they go O tackle or D tackle there. They definitely need a defensive tackle. That's 100%.
I'm firing the stream back up on another because Instagram, we reached the limit of Instagram, so we're not on Instagram anymore.
Or they can go. I just think there's a lot of defensive holes. I mean, offense they're pretty solid. You know, D tackle
playmakers, baby.
I think if they do go offense, they're gonna go lineman. But if they go defense, they're gonna go D tackle, edge. They need a safety.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? I think safety's actually.
I see it.
They don't go that high in draft.
And I mean, honestly, with offensive line too, if you have somebody you really love long term, then you can move people around the offensive line and figure it out. Have them play guard for a little bit. So I mean, you can figure it out. But
you got this Lasso kid from UCLA, man. Yeah. I mean, Jared Verse is there.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Byron Murphy's there. I mean,
Brian Thomas was a pick, so that's fine. I mean, I could see them. And even Adunze was there, so I mean, that could even be the pick. Maybe people would feel more comfortable about that pick there and feel like it was less of a reach. So, so all good. But all right, so here I think this is an interesting position to be in. If Adunze is there for the Jets, I think honestly that gets put under consideration a little bit. But like you said, I think Brock Bowers is too special of a prospect to pass up. I think this is I don't even know that he's not even up for consideration sooner than this, to be honest, because he's just so interesting. Good, I can see a coach like McDaniel or just somebody who is an innovative offensive mind.
Go get him!
Yeah, being really just being really intrigued by what they could do with him in an offense. I'm gonna go ahead and take Bowers. I want to play with it anymore.
I would love him in Miami.
I would also work. And he's one of the players that honestly, if we were to trade up, I would be comfortable if we made that trade up for him.
Yeah,
and tight end's been kind of a position that's been difficult for us to begin with. So similar to where I see the Bears at the beginning, where it's like, this is a quarterback situation we've been fucking with for 30 years. Right. Let's just get it taken care of. As a Dolphins fan anyways, I wouldn't be mad if we just said, let's go ahead and figure out tight end and get probably who's going to be the best tight end of this generation.
Yeah. Him and Jonnu Smith together would be some.
That'd be very interesting.
Yeah. I do think that he's that Dallas Clark. He is that tight end. I mean, he is a future Hall of Famer. This is the guy.
Yeah. I mean, it is that's interesting because this is one of those situations where I think you have the opportunity to think about the pick in that way and say that we're taking at 10th overall here. We're taking a player that, as long as everything goes as planned, there's not, God forbid there be any injuries, even though he's a Georgia player, but God forbid there be any injuries. That
he's coming off one.
Well, but you know what I mean, like career-ending type shit. So I'm like, as long as everything goes as planned, is my point. Then you're drafting somebody who is likely to be a Hall of Famer. That's not every draft you're in that position.
I think Brock Bowers, great value pick there. A+.
Nice. Okay.
You can't. I mean, great value pick. No, they had. Not saying they don't have more needs, but I mean, you solidified that position probably for the next 8 years if you can stay healthy.
Sure.
Yeah. No, you can't. I mean, you really can't go wrong with that, man. Yeah. I definitely think they need offensive line help. But other than that, that team is pretty solid.
You know what I think they maybe consider, like why, and I said it already, doomsday. Like if one of those wide receivers do happen to drop, and I think
just said fuck my offensive line.
No. Well, no, I think that's definitely up for consideration. I think you're right. There are several tackles.
I could see that.
Yeah, there's several tackles. I think you're totally right. And they can even get interior offensive line. Although this is a little early historically for that, but still, I think they're in a position, and that another reason why Brock Bowers is a perfect pick, in my opinion, is because they're in a position where they feel like they can win the Super Bowl next year, and that should be their mindset. They have a quarterback that's on a clock.
Gives them another weapon.
This is a guy that next year could have 10 touchdowns, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, and I want to say with Brock Bowers, his comp for me is Aaron Hernandez.
Okay, nice.
Except for
off-field shit.
Yeah,
without the
off-field, not killing people.
Without that, which honestly,
killer on the field.
But by the way, missing that off the field shit might be a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, because he had the motherfuckers hoop.
Oh man, everybody around him was on their fucking P's and Q's. Aaron's coming in the locker room. Everybody covers up.
Everybody takes it serious. No, dude, Brock Bowers is like not many tight ends you can put in the backfield. Just give him the football and say, just go score.
And for you as a Bama fan, and I'm a Gators fan, I'll say, and I'm asking you this, but
I'll torching y'all ass.
That's one of the players that I'll say that we play, and it's not like super often that there's a player that you're literally like, we do not want to fucking see this guy because I know that he's going to kill us at some point. And he was that player this year when we played him. It's like I know he's gonna fuck us.
300 yards, 4 touchdowns.
So I'm curious. That's like I said, that's a question because I mean, for you, the Gators they're much more vulnerable than the fucking Alabama has been over the last 10 years. So I'm curious. That's probably even less so with you because you guys are usually the favorites going in. So you guys probably don't worry about.
Worry. That's the only thing I really care about. I was like, all right, who do we have? And we had Malachi Moore or Caleb Downs this past season. I was like, between Malachi Moore and Caleb Downs, like they just have to do a decent job.
Yeah.
But luckily he was banged up. But no, he is watching him, he pisses you off.
Sure. Yeah.
Because he should not be as good as he is. He just is.
Yeah, facts.
He played Notre Dame. We did a great job guarding him, but
he's probably tired from
cooking
honestly, our ass.
No, he did we did a great job guarding him, but he still went off.
Oh, nice.
You know, like I mean, he was making contested catch after contested catch. I was just like, bro, you can't do shit with that.
Yeah, you just gotta fucking put your hands to your side.
And it's funny when I found out he's only 6'4", I'm like,
Yeah, he's another. He does play bigger than what he is. You know what I mean? It feels like
Aaron Hernandez.
Well, Aaron Hernandez was only like 6'1",
6'2", I think.
Yeah, maybe, but shorter than 6'4" is my point.
Yeah.
So here, let's go ahead. Let's move on.
My pick, niggas.
We got the Chargers here. What was the trade, by the way? I want to keep track of that. We had the trade earlier where Las Vegas traded
a second and 6th.
No, that was New England. So pick 13, that's going to be your pick. It was supposed to be mine. So I want to make sure we don't just forget it. Yep. So because we're getting really into conversation here. So Chargers, this is your pick. Deuce Andretti, go ahead and give it to us, man. Where do they go? Top needs here, by the way, for the audience: a wide receiver, corner, D line, running back, edge, and then they got quarterback here, probably because they need backup. But where do you see them going? Still got a Doomsday on the board. If you want to,
I could definitely see them going receiver here. They probably would have preferred Thomas here, but honestly,
he was a reach at 11. I mean, at 9.
Maybe play style, like what you said, is probably why I assume. But
it's play style. But I'm gonna go ahead and go with another amazing prospect. It's interesting here. It's interesting because it's a deep wide receiver class. I just don't know if they'll go receiver this early. Jim Harbaugh he's a motherfucker. Now I could. No, I don't see running back.
No receivers right now.
Don't see running back there either.
Do you guys see there being any chance that a Doomsday falls this far? I mean, I personally, I could.
Possibly.
I think there's so much. There's just so many options with wide receiver that it's not like we're just seeing a top prospect fall and it's pushing a bunch of people back. There's just like difference of opinion. Like Ryan Thomas goes over him, it gets really interesting.
And then we've had 5 quarterbacks go.
Yes, exactly.
So it's like it's just kind of.
Yeah, and it's interesting too. A lot. I mean, the teams further back in the draft, they love to see stuff like this because those positional players falling that otherwise would be top 10 picks. So,
all right, I'm gonna go ahead and lock in Byron Murphy here from Texas.
Okay, so interior defensive line. And why is that? What's your?
They just need help on their defense, especially in the interior line. They have no presence in there. I couldn't even name you who's playing on the interior defensive line for the Chargers in the last 3 or 4 years. They need a guy in there that's going to be an all-pro.
They took your guy, fucking Jerry Tillery.
No, they let him go, and he's balling.
Well,
he's playing edge. What do you know? They're actually letting him play his natural position. He's doing well.
Fair enough.
I know you got Mack and Bose over there, but hey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean, I think that's an interesting pick. You know, yeah, I mean, I can see them going in that direction. You do have like Dallas Turner still sitting out here, so that's going to be an interesting player if we see him fall. Because also
he's the best pure pass rusher.
Well, you also have Latu from UCLA, like so that's interesting to see. Because I mean, just those that's like a highly valued position. So I think. You know, really, those players are on the clock at any point.
Right.
At this point, I think you
can tackle is premium though too.
Yeah. Oh no. I'm not even necessarily saying that. I think like, hey, if you feel really strongly, these players get up and close and impersonal with these guys, and if you have a player like that, you feel like fills a need and is really a special player. Obviously, some people fall through the cracks in this evaluation process when you have players like. You know, Caleb Williams, Drake May, these names. So I don't doubt that this could be a really great value pick for them. Okay, so this is
Justin.
And did you have an opinion on that, by the way, brother?
No, I think it's a fair pick. I mean, they do need defensive line help. I think that they would be wild to not draft some receiver help because they have none.
Yeah,
there are some out in free agency, but they don't have much cap room, I believe. So, but the Byron Murphy pick, I mean, I think he's the best defensive tackle in this draft. I think that that there's another one that's pretty close to him, but I do think that he plays a lot like Aaron Donald. Not to say he is Aaron Donald or is going to be, but he plays very, very much like him. He's quick on the ball, has very violent hands, very good with his hands. He does play more upright in a sense where he exposes his chest more, but again, his hand fighting is really good. So it doesn't really bother me.
I want to ask you a question on what you just said, actually. So you mentioned wide receiver. I think that's a fair point. Now, is there any possibility that people might value some of the receivers deeper in the draft and maybe, you know, so, and who may that be in your opinion?
Ricky Parasol. Okay. I mean, shit. I mean, a big sleeper, not to be a homer,
Xavier
but
Legette.
I mean, Xavier Legette is one that I want Miami to draft in the second. I don't think he'll be there. You might have to move, but Xavier Legette's a big time player. But Jermaine Burton's one. So Jermaine Burton's one that you're going to find late in the draft that is really our shining point at Alabama. You have Malachi Coley, that's a small school guy, Holy Cross, who honestly he looks a lot like an AB. He's one of those just very violent runner with a lot of speed, great with his hands. Steve Smith has him as like one of his gems.
You got a lot of it's a deep draft, man.
Honestly. Oh man, yeah. Like I said, Ricky Parasol's a stud out of Florida.
You got a Donnie Mitchell,
Ladd McConkey,
Xavier Worthy.
How much do you think that wide receiver might get passed up on if it's not a urgent need, just based off of which in this case I would say it isn't an urgent need, but based off of just that feeling like one of the more consistently developed positions. So you get to where you're like, hey, well, last year's draft class, I think this is actually a special draft class personally for wide receivers. But you look back on last year, the year before, there's always going to be like really elite Pro Bowlers that end up coming out of that position.
Well, I think when it comes to like these top four receivers, and again, you can throw Xavier Worthy kind of throughout depending on the offense, right?
Gotcha.
Or guys who are instant starters who come in and instantly play. They're contributors, and you have a team like Los Angeles, they don't have that starter right now. So I think that their team that yes, I would pick them. If I'm a team like Indianapolis here, if I'm a team like the Saints, Seattle, I don't need to draft a receiver. I kind of have that. Yes, that's where how deep this draft is. You're going to be able to find some real steals and gems for number 2s and number 3s here in round 2, 3, 4, 5, and even into 6.
I think receivers are going to fall just because it's deep. I just don't see receivers going like other than the top freak guys like Thomas, Neighbors, Harrison.
Yeah. I mean, because we're already seeing that's already a crazy run when you consider in the past.
And honestly, I think if you do see a wide receiver taken at 9 with I think Leggett probably gets that 9th pick there over Thomas.
Damn. Okay.
That's a climb
because
that's a super reach.
Because he's a freak.
I feel you. Okay.
He's a freak.
Yeah.
Like the NFL first round picks are about freaks. You go for a freak. Now Thomas, he is a freak, but Leggett is literally like built like DK Metcalf and runs just as fast as Thomas.
Yeah,
does.
but their whole
And
thing is
routes.
his age and like is he a late bloomer? So I think that scares teams off. I don't. Again, I where Miami's at a 21, I want to be upset.
But look at DK. DK was older. He came out as a senior. You know what I mean? You're getting a proven guy. You know, he's 6'1". He's 221 pounds. 4'3", 4'4" guy. I think Leggett is a freak.
Okay, so Denver, I believe this is your pick, right?
Yep.
Okay,
if I'm them, I don't have an edge rusher. I'm running up with Dallas Turner.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm getting that Von Miller-esque type of pass rush.
I will say this doesn't list that as one of its top like 6 needs, but I respect that. And
so Denver's I look at one of their fan page things where like they have quarterback up, which I do think that they would be interested in trading up and getting a quarterback.
Oh yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask that because I just want to make this part open, or can you save that?
JJ McCarthy's the pick.
Well, because that's what I'm interested in as far as like
he's gone.
He's gone. Yeah, he's gone at this point. How do you feel? Because that would be one of the teams that kind of would miss on not moving up, maybe with that Marvin Harrison trade.
Yeah. So to me, I think that Penix doesn't get picked here at 5. I think there is a drop on Penix.
Gotcha.
And that's kind of where I think he will kind of want to trade up and get a Penix.
Bo Nix is still there.
Bo Nix is there, but I don't know if Bo Nix fits what Sean Payton wants to do.
Yeah.
There's a quarterback from Tulane.
No, Bo Nix is the closest thing to Justin Herbert.
There's a quarterback from Tulane named Michael Pratt.
Okay.
Who is a very accurate and smart quarterback, gets the ball out quickly. He's not a first-round pick. Maybe not even a second-round pick. I think that's a guy that Denver kind of circles in that second to third round because he fits exactly what they want to do.
If
I just don't think Sean Payton might be on the hot seat after this year, brother.
No,
in the scenario because they turned it around at the end of
leash.
last year. But so with Dallas Turner, do you think there's a chance that Denver might like at this pick, say Bo Nix, for example? Let's just throw him out as an example.
There's a chance.
No, this is what I want to ask you. If there's a player like Dallas Turner that falls to that point, though, maybe that changes plans.
Yeah, because I don't know if Bo Nix is a certified NFL starter and Pro Bowl caliber player.
Gotcha.
I know that Dallas Turner's ability is that the guy is the fastest off the ball, the position. He is an unbelievable talent there, that position. And again, Alabama kind of due to need used him to drop him in coverage a lot this year. So sack numbers went down a little bit. But this is a guy that when Will Anderson was there, people were already talking about Dallas Turner. But
in my opinion, it's too high there for especially for this team, Denver.
Okay.
Just because they definitely need a quarterback here. They're definitely going quarterback.
And JJ McCarthy, I think, is an interesting fit there. If that's a possibility.
If he were to fall,
or if they were to trade
Bo
up,
Nix is a great pick there too.
Season.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
I think Bo Nix is a great pick there. To me, quarterback is a tremendous need.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see them.
How do you? Okay, but question. So it being, and I think we might have a difference of opinion here, just based off you saying that he was about to get fired. Well, here, let me just finish this thought before I forget it. From Denver's perspective, and like I said, I think we might have a difference of opinion. But if Sean Payton, because of his pedigree or whatever, allows him to not maybe reach on a quarterback early because he has that job security, so instead he can make the pick here that really overall is going to benefit his team and his future quarterback, whoever that may be. I don't know. I think Dallas Turner, I don't think it's too early for him or another pass rusher. I think that is also a very highly valued position.
Right.
If you're going for a pure pass rusher, then the Latu kid's the best in the draft.
And by the way, Sean Payton is somebody he likes going defensive. This is pass rusher, so defensive line, whatever you want to call it. He likes going in that direction in the draft. He traded up for fucking Michael Davenport, I believe.
Who would you rather have, Matthew Judon or Josh Allen?
Okay. Oh, I see your question here. Well, Josh Allen isn't available because Joe Nix isn't Josh Allen. So I would take Josh Allen, though, if that's your question.
Josh Allen or Matthew Judon?
Okay, where are you,
Josh Allen,
saying that
you're comparing fucking Bo Nix to Josh Allen. And I don't
you're so hold on. So you're comparing Bo Nix to a top 5 quarterback.
The edge rushers, dude. I'm talking about edge rushers. What are you
Josh Allen, the edge rusher.
Yeah, what the hell?
Well, because we were talking because that would make more sense because we're talking Bo Nix compared to a pass rusher.
Oh,
so why would you ask a quarterback? I know who's a pass rusher.
I'm comparing
Josh Allen to
okay, all right.
So Matthew Judon is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I'd take Dallas Turner personally. I would.
Matthew Judon or Josh Allen, brother. The comp.
Oh, okay, got you. For Dallas Turner.
Yeah, the comp.
Oh, got you.
No, there are 2 comps between 2 different players. I want to know which one you would rather have. Matthew Judon or
who's comps? Who compared Dallas Turner to Matthew Judon?
I guess I'll take Josh Allen.
Go ahead, Paul. Your turn.
Who? I want to know who gave you that comparison.
Well,
ESPN.
All right, in good faith. Let's hear your opinion.
Yeah, I'd take Josh Allen over Judon.
Okay, perfect.
So what's the comparison?
So it goes with what you said.
Latu and okay.
Sure,
well, I mean, hey, to be honest, I could see a team maybe valuing Latu over fucking Turner and going ahead and doing that. But I don't think that's what would happen here personally. But yeah, I mean, I can definitely see a world where that happens.
Bigger, faster, stronger. But
and by the way,
23.5 sacks, no big deal. 6'5", 259.
So here, let's move to New England. So this is actually your pick again, Paul. This is the pick that you traded for, or traded back. You traded your pick, and that's
so. This is where they might go. I think they should shore up their offensive line at this point. They built some capital, and this is a multi-year plan here. Fuck, man, how do they not go quarterback? Wow. Right, and again, this is where Bo Nix, because again, they're trying to change everything about New England. But man, I'm really sitting here trying to debate. Don't click Bo Nix yet. Let me give me a couple seconds here. Okay? Give me a couple seconds here, because I'm trying to think. Because again, man, their guard play fucking sucked, dude.
I mean, it can't be. I don't want to influence your pick, but I think the Patriots really consider corner here personally. Top corner off the board.
Corner.
Yeah, but that's me.
Because they feel like they might like Brady Zapp.
Man, there's no what tackles are left here.
I like Big Zappy.
Well, I mean, and I kind of feel like from Bo Nix and the rest of the quarterbacks who you will have a chance to grab later,
it's not a big. That's what I'm saying. It's not a big difference. It's not a big difference.
If I'm a team, I have a real hard time using like
a first round pick on Bo Nix.
A top 20 pick on Bo Nix. I mean,
I'm going Kingsley Sumatatia from BYU tackle.
All right. Let's see here.
Shore up the offensive line. I like Tyler Guyton more, but did you click yet?
I didn't click anything. No.
Just let me know when.
Yeah. Give me Kingsley. Kingsley.
Okay. All right. Nice. So, what's the grade on that, brother?
I'm gonna go ahead and give that
offensive line, baby.
Yeah, offensive line is not a bad way to go, especially when you are changing.
Give it a C plus.
I do think that. I mean, the pick itself. Do you feel like he's the second best tackle in the draft?
Well, he's the third one off the board, right? Joe Alt was already gone.
Joe Alt was gone. Who else got taken?
No one.
I thought that Fashanu was gone.
No, he's there.
Fashanu was there.
Fuck, brother. I thought he was gone, brother.
No, he's there. Fuago's there. Fraga.
Fatanu.
Latham.
Mims.
Well, no, I don't know. Yeah, it's
you didn't end up taking Washington's tackle.
It's kind of tough.
Yeah, but either way, I mean, I think it is who you fucking like. Who you like? Who's the offensive lineman?
Because he's a very flexible lineman. Who same thing with Tuat. What's the other one? The fucking Fuaga. Yeah. He's also one that's they can move around. I thought that what's his name was gone. Yeah, that's my bad.
Fair enough. All right. Well, and then how do you feel about tackle though in general?
I mean, I don't mind the tackle pick. I mean, preference on player, but other than that, I mean, the tackle pick, I think C plus.
Okay.
Give him a C plus because if New England trades out and takes a tackle, I mean, fuck.
That's kind of what you do, though, right? You trade back so people can get obsessed over the.
What is that? I mean, at that point, at 13, you might as well just pick best available.
I feel that. Well, I mean, that's fair. So here, let me get your. Let's go ahead. Unless you have anything to say, I want you to be able to respond. If you do want to respond, Paul.
No, I mean, it's fair. Again, I just think that you got to shore up that offense line before you can put a quarterback in there. I think that it's been proven that you need team first. They can go ahead and shore up an offense, start building that offensive line. Again, you're building that you trade back to kind of build for the future.
Yeah, that's fair. Saints. So, what do you see the Saints doing? I do want to throw it back up on the table here because I think this could be a potential possibility. There's still a trade option.
Oh, it's me?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know how you feel about trading or if there's if you would like to do that, but yeah, just wanted to remind you because it seemed like a decent spot for that. You have a Dunze that's still available. He's dropping.
My God.
If somebody
Jesus.
wanted to draft a wide receiver, then this might be a point where they might really start to consider that.
Right.
But if you feel strongly about taking this pick, then I want to let you go. But I just want to throw it out there because I could also see him taking the tackle.
What's their need? What's
edge, tackle, tight end, interior offensive line, running back, linebacker.
A team.
They need everything.
All right. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
if they need an edge, then no, not gonna.
Still got Latu.
Yeah, he's there. They need corner too, right?
It doesn't list that as one of their top needs, but that is on like the downside of their needs.
Then we're gonna go edge here.
Okay.
Latu.
Latu, I think makes a lot of sense there.
Yeah, Latu. I watched that kid play. Dude, he gets past. He got pressure on like every snap. I was like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Are they gonna block this kid?
And I think that you had with him. Well, I mean,
He fits their scheme.
Exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say with Dennis Allen. I think.
That's not good for my boy that just came out of Notre Dame last year. You know what I'm saying? But Foskey. But
Yeah.
Like,
But it might be good for him a little bit. Who knows?
put some pressure on that boy.
Yeah. Hey, who knows? Pressure makes diamonds. But yeah, no, I like that pick personally. I think that pick, if he's still available, I think that's a player. Like I was saying earlier, I think it's possible you do have people that value him over Dallas Turner based off production.
Possible trade back spot there.
Yeah,
I think there's a possible trade that happens.
well, that's what I said too.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Yeah, for sure. Because like you said, teams could fall in love with somebody.
Well, and a Dunze or one of those guys still being available, or just anybody they value. And I think as the Saints, with all the high-end players going, at the top of the draft, and you needing so much to fill out your actual roster,
getting a couple extra picks in the second, third,
and play just with the value that's still on the board, you're like, well, damn, I feel great about two of those tackles
or the receivers.
I feel great. Yeah. So it's like, I think that's
the positions they need is deep this year, so they're kind of set up pretty.
And
nice.
Being overlooked to this point,
right?
You're having wide receiver go crazy off the board. They got a nice wide receiver class. I think, like I said, any of those. If Brian Thomas is still available at this point, if it flips, we're like right now we have a Dunze. I think there's several teams that I think really, really like Jacksonville might really consider that.
I mean, Washington could even trade back up and come in and get him. I think that's very possible. If he slips, Washington might be like,
I like that.
I'll give you next year's first because we don't plan on being at the bottom.
How do you feel about the potential for Cincinnati to make that move, losing T. Higgins?
Did he leave?
No, but that's possibility. So like if you have a player like a Dunze still sitting on the board, do you really like?
He just has to wait for the cap to go up next year.
I feel you. Either way, well, I mean, I just think
but I know what you're saying. It's a great
conversation.
Tyler Boyd's actually a free agent, so I could see them putting him in the slot.
Yeah. So we were just that pick has already been made. He picked Latu.
Yeah.
But we were just kind of discussing the potential for a trade there. I think is really interesting.
Yeah, which I like Latu. He plays a lot like Jalen Phillips did.
Mm-hmm.
Similar school, right? Similar
sure.
build. I like him a lot. Well, I think that him and Dallas are the two top edges in this draft.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, Paul, you're right after. No, you're not right after me. This is me right here because you did the double pick. You
I traded with you.
Traded with me. Oh, this is you.
Yeah, this is me. Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and that had them going to Dunze. I think that's
the Colts.
Yep.
You don't think they trade out of here?
No. I think you go ahead and you give Richardson another weapon here. You go Dunze. Now, especially with him sitting on the board.
I just want to throw this out there because you said you didn't want to do the trade, but I think if the Colts are picking at that point, I think the phone is ringing.
Oh, the phone's ringing.
Yeah, I think it's definitely ringing. So
but again, you want to get one of these top four receivers. I think if you're there, so it's like, why would you trade out? Yes, you can build more capital, but you might as well get the guy that's going to be a guy.
Sure.
And again, him with Michael Pittman. That's
what their team needs.
Two towers.
They just got Josh Downs too last year. But
I don't think it'll show me here. You'll have to pull it up on your anxiety. Did the tip of the pick? It just
receivers. I mean, isn't the biggest team need, but again, you're sitting there. You're talking about best player at this point.
Here, I can change it actually. So corner. It says corners top need, tight end, safety,
Mitchell's right
tackle.
There. I know.
Yeah, no, you definitely have options.
Mitchell's there.
And I mean, I think that's why they may be a candidate for trading back if you have like a player like a Dunze. But also, if you take him, you can't be mad at it. That's a fucking crazy value pick at that point. And yeah, so I mean, I like that. And also the fact that you have that young wide receiver, young quarterback, I think definitely plays into it. So, all right, so we're at the Seahawks pick. Let's get back on track then. This is me. I bugging on that? Okay, me. All right. So for the Seattle Seahawks, let's go. I think you definitely consider a corner here a little bit, but I think if things shape out how they shaped out, I think they go for Shanu. I think they take tackle. And I think even if Paul would have taken Fashanu, I think they really consider Fuaga at this pick. So either way, I think tackle's the pick here. And I think they feel great about taking it. So yeah, not really much else to say there. I think you're setting it up for quarterbacks of the future, offenses of the future. This is a team that's going under a rebuild with a new identity, new head coach. So yeah, I think this is a pick that you feel great about at this point in the draft, a starter for the next 10, 15 years at tackle. Yeah, Fashanu. Possibly. But I'm saying like you feel pretty confident about that compared to if you're taking a guy third round potentially. So I feel good about this. So now we have Jacksonville on the clock. Did you guys have anything you wanted to add to the Fashanu, or if you had any other alternative?
I think that they go there, or they can go defensive line. But I think I think offensive tackle.
That was Seahawks, but yeah, this is Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, it's either D tackle or receiver.
Corner.
Actually, no, they have receivers though.
Corner.
Right? Yeah.
So they tackle.
Corner.
Do they need? No, they have a
corner. They do. They need corner.
They need a corner. I thought they have two corners.
Yeah.
They have the Bryant kid, and then they have the big boy.
Paul, do you have the
long legs?
He has the fucking roster breakdowns.
What's his name? The 6'4" kid. They got the 6'4" dude. They got no.
Chark is a free agent
corner,
now.
The corner.
Yeah.
Oh, corner. Yeah. What the fuck am I thinking?
Damn, I can't think of his name. He's a monster.
H-I-J.
Yeah, I know they have is fucking Bouye still there.
This
Aaron
is so
Ross.
outdated. Like this
this says Aaron Ross,
Tyson Campbell,
Alan Ball, William Middleton, Dwayne Grates. Well,
which team are you talking about?
This is Jaguars, but like I said, this might not be for this year. That's why I was looking at it. I'm like,
so the Jaguars picked the tackle.
No. Jaguars are right now, motherfucker. This is who you're picking for.
Okay,
brother.
No, I was talking about I was talking about the other team. Yeah. That's what I was talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, gotcha. Seahawks.
The Seahawks. The Seahawks.
Okay, no, Seahawks are done. The Seahawks are done. We're at the offensive tackle.
Okay, so offensive tackle.
So we're on Jaguars. This is your pick. Their needs, according to this, is corner, edge, offensive tackle.
This one's easy. This is
safety.
Mitchell.
Okay, Quinyon Mitchell. Nice.
Quinyon Mitchell.
Okay, so you feel like he's best corner on the board, best corner in the draft,
best player on the board for me, and it matches perfect with what they need. So best player, they need help. Okay,
Paul, how do you feel about that? Do you have him rated as the best corner in your opinion?
I don't, but I other people do as well. So I can't hate on the pick.
Yeah,
he's a good corner.
Okay, well, who do you have fire?
I honestly think overall player corner. Kool-Aid is the best corner in the draft. I think that he got dropped down because the typical he doesn't get targeted nonsense. So stats. Oh well, look at his stats. He wasn't targeted for a reason. Okay, so it's
how do you feel about that, Deuce? Because that's your pick. So you're taking Quinyon Mitchell. We got Paul says Kool-Aid. He would take over him. I actually agree with you, and I have kind of a fondness specifically for smaller school corners. So and he's got the no touchdown scored on him all 2023. So there's a lot of reasons to like him. A lot of reasons to like him.
Yeah. He's a special player. Yeah. I think he's a special player.
What about Kool-Aid in comparison, or if there's anybody else? You said you already think it's your top.
I mean, this corner draft I think is actually not too great in my opinion.
Okay.
If we're we take a look here.
Yeah, keep it real.
We gotta just kind of be real. I'm not really a big fan of Cooper DeJean. Probably be moved around like Swiss Army knife. He'll be a Swiss Army knife. Dude. I'm not saying he's gonna play.
There's a lot of talk of him going to safety.
Of course,
and if he moves, to safety, how do you feel about that?
Only reason why is I watched this film. He gets beat deep a lot. That's the only reason. That's the only thing I have on Cooper DeJean. So I think he'll move around. They'll use him more like a Troy Polamalu. He'll probably go to Pittsburgh. Honestly, Nate Wiggins.
Just in case you make the pick later, let's call him DeJean.
DeJean, yeah. Nate Wiggins. He's decent. Not really first round caliber. I mean, Kool-Aid.
What about Terrion Arnold?
Terrion Arnold, I like Terrion Arnold actually. I think he's going to be a good player.
Yeah.
He's got I think that's really the pick. That could be the pick there.
So you might like him better than Quinyon Mitchell.
I think those are my two guys.
Terrion reminds me a lot of Slay. Darius Slay. And then and then when watching Kool-Aid, he reminds me a lot of like a Marlon Humphrey, Surtain type.
Yeah.
Where he's just big, physical, is really in your face. The only thing I will give Kool-Aid, I think, is first year he's going to have a little bit more pass interference penalties.
Sure.
Just because
they're the same size.
He plays more physical in the college level. So.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, and I love that pick, brother, to be honest with you. Quinion Mitchell, I think if he falls to this point, because we haven't had any corners go yet, I think if you have the opportunity to take, if you believe that's the best corner on the board, I think that's an awesome pick at that point at 17.
Corner position this year, other than Mitchell and Arnold, you have a lot of scheme guys.
Yeah.
Late.
Okay, so here, let's go ahead and let's get to the Bengals, which I believe that's your pick, right, Paul?
Yes, it is.
All right, perfect.
So I had Byron Murphy. He's gone.
Nice. Okay.
It's tough because they kind of need tackle. They need defensive tackle. They need offensive line, which again they don't need offensive line. They go with shirt up, but the player isn't here.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, Fuaga still on the board.
Fuaga, yeah, okay.
Yep.
I like Fuaga. Corner, corner's not a bad option for them.
Tom is still on the board as well.
Yeah,
so
Fuaga and Mims, my second and third tackles in the draft.
Nice.
Then for Thomas Short.
Let me kind of looking
right
around
here. It's saying that top needs are offensive tackle, wide receiver, corner, interior offensive line, and linebacker.
Yeah, man.
Okay, let's
on tackle here.
Let's go.
Damn, Kingsley's.
You said Fuaga still there?
Fuaga is still left on the board.
Yes, all right, yeah, go.
And Marius Mims is there too. 6'8", 340.
Fuaga, I think. I
that's a big boy.
I feel good about Fuaga personally. There, I think. Yeah, once again, if you have a quarterback that you feel like can take your team to the Super Bowl, protect him.
I hope that boy Marius Mims falls all the way to Washington in a second, baby. Keep falling.
Yeah, hey, he might be. So we have the Rams on the board here. This is me. I do think the Rams are kind of in an interesting position as far as like where their franchise currently is. I could see them trying to move back and then try to just get as much capital as possible. I personally would see them if either of those edge rushers were available at this point. I think that's the direction they would go. As far as
Verse, you don't like Verse?
I do like Verse, and I think he's in consideration here. But I think that, for example, if you have Turner, you had Latu still available at this point. I think they run to the fucking stand and hand in that card. Mm-hmm. Here, I think I like Verse, but I think that you feel less about him being a difference maker than those other two guys. So you might move back just so you can get just variety of pick is the reason I say that more than anything. So. But if they were staying here and taking this pick, I don't know. I like Jared Verse, but I almost feel like Terrion Arnold might be a little bit more of a difference maker for him at this point. So I think I'd actually go in that direction. Good pick. Corner. I think that just for them, whatever pick they're going to make, it's a team building pick, best player available kind of pick. Yeah. And because they're just not in a position to win now, in my opinion.
Matthew Stafford's looking down.
Yeah, Matthew Stafford has been kind of on a little bit, but my bigger issue is Aaron Donald stepping away. That's fucking rough, and that's why I think that one of those pass rushers there. But yeah,
well, I was gonna say they have a whole defensive tackle with that. Dude, you have Johnny Newton on the board.
True, yeah.
Who Johnny Newton is a fucking monster out of Illinois.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's one of my favorite players in the draft, and it's like constantly I wanted to draft him for teams, but it's like
I still have a chance here, brother. Well, I mean, I think that here is a possibility, but I mean, I think you look at him, and then you might even look at like Braden Fisk, you might get a shot at him later. That's why I think really, I mean, in the perfect world, I think they trade out of this pick personally, and they have an opportunity to go get like a Braden Fisk, or maybe even if Newton falls a little bit more to him, and then you still have an opportunity to double back for corner, and maybe you go Cooper DeJean, maybe you go Kool-Aid McKinstry, but yeah, here I think you do feel good about Terrion Arnold, and I think he makes your defense better. So the Steelers are on the clock, and Deuce Andretti, I believe this is your pick, brother. So give it to us.
What are the needs?
Offensive tackle, top need, wide receiver, defensive line, safety, quarterback.
Jacob, if you're in the comments, baby, tell me what you want.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what any of you guys think that these teams are taking. Oh, she was already in the comments. Fucking 3 minutes ago.
We're gonna go.
But this is for the Bengals. Yeah, give us your pick for the Steelers, brother. Bengals have Trent Brown and Orlando Brown Jr.
See, that's what I thought, that they had two good tackles.
They did just sign Orlando Brown Jr. But this says that they need to tackle. And then also, like we said before, I think it's a situation where if Waga's actually
Waga can play anywhere. He can be besides center, but he can play guard.
Yeah. I like that pick.
And I think Brown's agent.
I think if you're dealing with exactly. I think if you're dealing with that level, if you're dealing with that kind of quarterback, and you see, I'm not trying to say just like with Tua, I'm not trying to say that necessarily he's not durable, but
he's been injured.
He's been injured.
So Burrow's been injured.
We won in last year. That completely derailed. You just marked out a season because he wasn't there for you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think coming off of that, you have PTSD a little bit. I can imagine them going off the line for sure. And I mean, honestly, under the right circumstance, we mentioned wide receiver is an interesting position there, depending on what happens with T. Higgins. Deuce Andretti, brother. So Steelers, Jacob, I'm gonna check the comments for you. Oh, yep, he's in the comments. He says JPJ or Mims. So he's saying go offensive line, Steelers. For the love of Christ.
Fucking block.
I said Mims.
Oh,
yeah, it's a great pick.
Right. Yeah, did you say that?
No, he wrote it down, but
okay.
I said Mims.
All right. Well,
sorry, we were over talking.
Just fucking talk a little bit louder is what I'm saying.
Yeah, bro, what are you doing?
All right, Amarius Mims.
Y'all get it out, man.
Amarius Mims from Georgia. You want to go ahead and elaborate on that? Why do you think they go in that direction? And
I think they already got Braxton Jones a couple of years back. I think they like those Georgia tackles.
They got the biggest tackles ever. This one,
big as shit. They love them.
6'8", 6'7".
You know, they like to run the ball, get downhill, play aggressive, be physical. He just kind of fits the mold.
Yeah.
6'8", 345.
It's a big boy.
Very violent player. Long, athletic.
Yeah, I mean, I like that.
Pause.
I think offensive tackle, it's just a value pick. I think that makes sense to make that pick. So yeah, I'm with it. We got the Miami Dolphins. So Miami Dolphins.
Fins up, baby. Okay, so here's where I'm at with this.
How are they gonna shit?
We have nothing after pick 55 for a while. Okay. Nice. I like Graham Barton at this. I like
Twitter's gonna come for you.
I like Jackson Powers Johnson at this. I like Johnny Newton at this. I mean, fuck it. I would take Kool-Aid at this just so we can have one of the best secondaries in football with Fuller and Ramsey. You can put Kool-Aid there, move Fuller inside. You have Kohu. But I like to maybe try to trade back here. Just a few picks. Yeah. Because again, there's so much on the board that I like. We need to shore up something in the middle of the draft. Sure. So I would rather just try to move back a few picks and see what's available.
Okay. Do you have anybody that you think would be a clear, and if there's any of your teams that you think would be interested in moving forward, this would be an opportunity.
What pick is this?
21.
21. Yep.
I mean, Buffalo could move up, get a receiver in front of some teams.
They ain't trading.
No,
I don't think they weren't going to trade with us.
I think Tampa.
San Fran.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, because Bonet, no, they could have won a quarterback there.
Well, I mean, I even think you're talking about
receiver
Jerzon Newton. Personally,
I think tackle.
Yeah, I think especially if they don't have to give up too much. If it was a first and a third or first and a second, something
Vikings.
like that, maybe. Vikings.
2 seconds.
What about what does Baltimore have? Does Baltimore have middle? Would they want to move up and try to get a corner?
Where's Baltimore at? I'm trying to see
because they lost Marlon
30th pick. Yeah, I mean, I think corner's definitely up for consideration here.
I don't know if I want to move all the way back to 30 though. That would be a lot.
That would be a lot, and I think definitely what you're looking at that point would be much different. But
shit picks.
Well, you know, you just got to hit on them. So I mean, I think like you said, Jerzon Newton. You have to think. So
the Ravens can move up.
What positions do you think has a diamond in the rough or whatever?
Newton,
but then it falls off after this point.
Yeah, Newton.
I think Newton is definitely somebody that people would consider moving up for.
Mm-hmm. You have one more tackle, right?
We do have Latham is left, but then also
no. I mean, you got at least 3. You got Fisk, Jenkins, and Tavondre Sweat at tackle. You could take him.
But Brendan Fisk, to me, he's almost someone who takes himself out of the play and stuff. And
he's Christian Wilkins. You don't like those type of players.
He goes
you don't like those gap shooters.
But he is a gap shooter for sure.
Yeah.
He's good at it though.
No, he is good at
it.
He's
fast. Runs a 4.7.
He is fast.
Maybe at this point somebody needs an edge rush.
6'4".
Jared Verse is still available. Yeah, because after that you have Robinson out of Penn State. You got Robinson out of Missouri.
Yeah, it falls off after that.
Yeah, so I mean, I can see somebody making a move there.
But does anybody want to make an offer here?
Yeah, I mean,
if not, then
it's tough. It's tough because I think a lot of people probably look at it right now and they see that there's it would have to have somebody that has a need for one of those positions.
Do you have someone that might want to trade back up into the first? No, because I don't have a first round pick, so fuck them. I ain't going.
The
2
Texans
seconds.
would do it. The Texans would do it for sure.
Well,
If they
Okay, all right. Well, you're Houston, so you got some mid round picks you want to offer me to move up to?
I got 2 seconds for you, man.
Yeah, 2 seconds. No, I want to move. I want.
You got a late round 21st pick.
I want first round pick. I want first round pick.
Yeah, he wants to be able to make the pick.
Yeah, I want to be able to make a fucking first round pick. A first and a third.
Brother, I mean, you need to trade with someone else. You got to trade with someone that has
cool.
a.
All right. So anyone else?
I'm trying to think all my players.
I mean, the Panthers got the 33rd and the 39th. That's like a first round pick.
Oh man, I want to.
It's a 33rd pick. I mean, that's a first round pick, man.
I think I got Green Bay that might move up here.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at
the Ravens. You could do the Ravens.
I'm looking at 25. They may want to get the first center guard.
Well, I'm trying to make sure because I don't want to take anybody's pick and fuck up here.
Dallas.
No, you are. I haven't marked J. You're
okay. Nice. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, Green Bay. We could see about a trade here. Let's go ahead and pull it up.
Yeah, you got capital.
What's up, Coots?
Let's see.
Coots.
I don't think they move up 4 spots though. They don't got nothing they need.
I mean,
man. There's that center, man. They want a center.
Yeah.
There's a guard there.
He's still gonna be there in a second.
1-to-1 trade not allowed. Okay, cool. All right. So let's see here. And I got 2 second round picks. How do you feel about picking at 58? First 58, and then also I can give you maybe say a 4th rounder, second and a 4th. All right.
So first, second, 4th.
First, second, 4th. It's saying you're not giving up enough. So what do you want to throw in there? You got a second, fifth, 6th.
I'll give you a 5th.
5th. Let's see. That doesn't put it there.
Okay. What about next year's 3rd?
What if I take out this? Okay, we could try that. Next year's 3rd. Okay, that'll work. Perfect. I'll take that. It's fine.
Boom.
All right. So Green Bay at this point, they are up. Top need being corner, interior offensive line, safety, edge. I actually think that at this point, my favorite interior offensive line in this draft is Jackson Powers Johnson. So I would go ahead and take him. And I would just lock that up. It is trading ahead for an interior offensive lineman, but I do think you risk him not being there at this point. And if you don't have to give any excess, like first round picks or anything with the slate of a pick, I think you just don't overthink it. Offensive line, you're really trying to finish figuring out your team in this case, because I think Green Bay showed last year they're actually a team that might be a little bit ahead of schedule on their rebuild. And I like the opportunity to fill out the offensive line at that point. So
I've said this before. I've told you. I think he's a gold jacket guy. I think Jackson Powers Johnson is the best offensive lineman in the draft. I think that center and guard somewhat gets overlooked, which is wild.
Best offensive lineman in the draft, brother. I mean,
but he's again, it's a position that gets overlooked. I think center is the most important position in football outside of quarterback. I think that then middle pressure coming for a quarterback.
Sure, yeah,
sucks, especially for a young quarterback. Yeah. So I think that them grabbing JPJ there is huge. Yeah. That would break my heart as a Dolphins fan, knowing that we could have drafted him there.
I want him there actually.
Yeah. So as Miami, I would want to draft him there, but I understand we have nothing in the middle of the draft.
Yeah.
So there are three good center guard combo type of players there. So I'm kind of looking where it's it's worth the risk.
One thing with him that really impresses me too, and I think this is one of the reasons Green Bay, I think they really, really, really would love to get him going into this draft. I think he fits their system, and then also his ability to get to the second level in blocking as a center is really, really impressive. As somebody that played the position, being able to get past the first line of blockers and be able to get up the field, that's something that can break runs something that doesn't even get focused on, that can end up breaking a run into the end zone for the running back. So I think that's the way that they want to control the game, is in the middle of the field if they can. And it just makes sense for the team. So I'll go ahead. We can move on. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say one more thing. He played for a quarterback. And again, this is someone who played guard and moved to center. He played for a quarterback that kind of resembles a Jordan Love.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. And it's, his ability to move downfield, but I just want to hit on that. Yeah. Is fucking insane. He grades people for 40 yards. Yeah, it is unbelievable. So great pick.
Yeah, thank you for that. So now we have the Philadelphia Eagles. That's you, Deuce Andretti. So let's go ahead and hear where they go. Their top need, as far as this goes, anyways, is corner, edge, interior offensive line, safety, running back, quarterback. So
I'm going Jared Verse.
Jared Verse, nice. Get him off the board. That makes sense. I think they feel great about that pick personally if they're making that.
That's definitely a Philly pick.
That's a Philly pick for sure.
Philly pick.
And by the way, how do you feel about that, picking that at this point? Is there any players that you feel like they just missed out on, or is there any other possibilities that you think they consider?
For them, man, I mean, they could go Graham Barton from Duke, the center.
Mm-hmm.
They could go they're not going to go. They could go corner, but at this point, you're reaching.
I do think there's, as far as like Jared Verse, it's a really good value here in the 20s.
I personally, I think Jared Verse is kind of one of those players who his athleticism and size outweighs his football ability necessarily.
Okay.
We'll see how he goes. I think at this point here, I think it's a good pick. I think that it's again, his ability puts him, his athleticism and size puts him in the first round.
Sure.
And we'll see how it goes. Like
By the way,
he's not that much bigger than Dallas Turner though. He's 6'4", 254. I mean, Turner's 6'3", 247.
Yeah, but these are D1 fucking athletes. That's what.
I mean, Latu's 6'5", 259. He's the biggest out of all of them.
Yeah, but we wasn't Verse another 4'4" guy, right?
Oh, they don't really have it. So his comp is actually Trey Hendrickson.
Well, and I see Jared Verse as being able to be 8 sack a year guy possibly. So it's like when they had their best year when they went to the Super Bowl, that's the kind of defense that they actually built, where they had the most sacks of all time, but everybody contributed. So when you have somebody that could be a little bit flexible in that way, but what do you want to add?
No, I don't know. I was gonna say kind of like a Clowney, but I won't say that.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. So here we got Chargers on the clock. That's Paul. So here's the chart.
Yeah, that's him.
Didn't you just make the Philly pick?
Yeah, brother.
Oh yeah, no.
Trade. I traded for the
and I'm 24. I'm the 24th pick.
Yeah, bro, that's my pick, brother. I'm trying to roll my pick, brother. All right.
Are we sure you have it written down there? You have it written down there?
Yeah, I have it written down on me.
Yeah, I've known that I've been because I was Miami.
Okay. I got a trade
I'm 24
for the 11th and 23rd to the Chargers.
But Miami's at 25. That makes sense. Just trying to make sure it makes sense.
Miami, yeah.
Okay.
So I was 21.
And you're
24.
Picking my pick at 25.
Yeah, and I'm taking yours at 25. So I'm 24.
All right, just want to make sure so we don't fucking.
You guys got it cleared out,
brother. Do you have it cleared out?
I got it cleared out, brother. I got it cleared out. All right.
Yeah, because you were Philly.
Team need.
Nah, he was Philly.
I was Philly, brother. I was Philly. Come on.
It should have been you at Philly.
Oh, okay. So that's how we fucked it up.
Yep.
Well, no, because I picked the. Oh, because I traded. I should have done 2 picks back to back.
Yep.
Okay, it's all good. Can I do your pick then? We switch picks. You pick my pick.
Fuck it.
Unless you, let's hear what you have to say. I'm curious.
What's the team needs, brother?
Wide receiver, corner.
This is the Chargers. I was definitely going receiver. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what they got. What we have left here is Mitchell from Texas, McConkey from Georgia, Worthy. Yeah, this is just the order they have it in, by the way. Franklin from Oregon, Coleman from Florida State.
Right here, because you got a couple dudes who could be solid number ones here. So I like Mitchell, I like Worthy, or I like Leggett. Okay. Now I could see them holding off to draft like in the second to draft Coleman, Franklin, or Pearsall. Mm-hmm. Even Jalen Polk. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of value. Receiver in this draft. Holy shit. But I think I'm gonna go with Adonai Mitchell.
Okay, nice.
Proven winner.
Winner. All right, very nice.
I do like Adonai Mitchell.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know if I go in that direction at this pick personally. I do think they go wide receiver, but I think you have a few other options still there that they might.
I mean, I could see Worthy too.
I can see Worthy, and then also Leggett. I mean, if somebody really falls in love with his athleticism, I could see somebody just going ahead and taking him and thinking that he's going to project better as a pro.
Right. He was on my mind too.
Yeah. So I mean, but I think that's a fair pick. I like it. So we're going.
Let's see the comps real quick.
Yeah, please. And Dallas is going to be on you, Paul. I believe.
So yeah, I like this. One person's comp is George Pickens.
For who?
Mitchell's George Pickens. Oh, this is not a good comp for this dude. Leggett is Mingo.
Okay, yeah, interesting. Yeah, that's tough.
Worthy is Deshaun Jackson.
Oof.
Now let's see McConkey. Jordan Addison. Now off those, I'm gonna be on. If off the comps, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah. Worthy. Yeah, Deshaun Jackson to that fucking offense. If they're that player.
Who's this? Kansas City?
I don't know.
I'm at Chargers. Yeah,
Chargers. Who's Mitchell's comp?
Mitchell's is Pickens.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I don't know if you're, man, with Herbert, he's such a big body receivers. I would like to see him get a route runner.
Yeah, that's interesting context to add, though, for sure.
He's only had those big body receivers. I mean,
I
would like to see him with Worthy, a speed guy, or like a McConkey type of player. But I wouldn't be mad if they picked Mitchell. Honestly.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. What if they were to get that theoretically get that pick, trade back a little bit?
Sure, yeah,
they could trade back again. Yeah,
trade back and take a lad because again, like he does fit what they kind of need with Herbert.
Yeah.
So, but I think Donnie Mitchell's a good pick there. I mean, he's going to be
and I think we are in agreement. Like after they sure up the defensive interior, if they go in that direction early, then it's probably those two picks at the beginning of the draft for them. You know, whichever way they decide to go. If they go wide receiver early and come back defensive line later. By the way, here let me ask you.
Was Neighbors gone by that point or no?
I don't remember, but let me go ahead. I'm gonna go back and check.
No, he wasn't actually. He wasn't gone by that point. He was still there.
No, he wasn't there.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, Marvin Harrison went 4th. Michael Penix went 5th. JJ McCarthy went 6th.
Neighbors went 7th.
7th to Tennessee.
He was there.
He was not there. Goddamn, listen.
When did they pick?
You traded to 11th.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. They could have picked him at.
Yeah.
Oh, early.
Okay. Okay.
Well, but even at the 11th pick, you could have went and taken a Doomsday. You passed up on him.
Fuck a Doomsday.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so the Cowboys.
So Cowboys need interior.
The horns.
So they kind of need interior offensive line, need center, and
it says tackle actually as their top need, and then
tackle, center, and then
wide receiver,
line,
linebacker.
Didn't you receiver that who? CD, Brandon Cooks.
Yeah,
so I'm not going to go. Defense. They don't have any defensive tackles.
Receiver. Cooks was damn near fucking non-existent all year. God,
they need a linebacker as well.
Linebackers are super need.
Yeah,
it's
they just can't get that shit right.
I don't know if there's a first round linebacker really.
Fair enough.
No, Peyton Wilson.
Yeah,
Peyton Wilson's a fucking.
I'll be honest.
Monster.
I love Jeremiah Trotter. I love Jeremiah.
Edrin Cooper is
the Peyton Wilson.
Edrin Cooper's really good.
Cooper is good, but so it's either for me, it's either Cooper or it's Peyton Wilson.
But I think
depending on scheme.
Looking at the roster, they lost all their depth at defense line. Their best defensive lineman only had interior guy only had 3 sacks. It's not really. I think that this is a typical Jerry Jones type pick. And I think at this point he's fallen enough. You got to take Johnny. For space on his name.
He already took tackle.
Oh, you're talking about defensive line.
They just drafted a tackle the last
Newton.
Mozzie Smith.
Before I hit this, I want to make sure you. Is that where you
confident? They drafted Mozzie Smith out of Michigan last year.
Let me see here.
It doesn't have D line rated as one of their top 10 needs. That maybe it is within the top 10.
Probably say linebackers they're desperate.
5, 6, 7.
Yeah, Mozzie Smith struggled to get outside of Mozzie Smith. The best guy was Odigizwawa. I can't even say his name right.
I think he's another rookie too.
But he's all right.
You don't think they consider tackle here? Fatnu still on the board. I think that's
they desperately need a tackle.
Fatnu from Washington.
Because what's his name? He's only playing like half the games and shit.
Yeah,
I think they heavily consider that.
I was trying to go best available, but that's fair because again, when we're down to like the 6th, 7th tackle,
they're desperate. They need a linebacker or a tackle. Brother.
Technically, they have Latham actually ranked ahead of Fatnu, but they're both ranked top 20 players.
Yeah, no, we can go because damn, they kind of need a center too. We can go JC. Let's go JC Latham.
Okay, nice. All right, so they're going tackle here. JC Latham.
They'll kick in the guard.
And yeah, definitely that makes sense. So we got and did you have any opinion on that, or do you like that pick there?
Don't like that pick, but it's all good. I mean, I understand it. I don't like it, but
yeah, I liked what I saw of Fatnu. I'll be honest, I watched like 4 of their games this year. I didn't watch all of it, but even going back and like watching some tackle tape and
he's
stuff.
Small, but he moves well.
I liked him honestly. So I don't get twisted. I actually liked all of the tackles that we've seen taken except Latham a little bit more than him. But I actually I think that's a pretty good tackle class that we're going to have for the first round, to be honest. Yeah.
That's
why Latham should have came out last year.
Where they can play in a lot of different spots.
But he wasn't a tackle last year, too.
No,
this is
Lason's
first year. And that's fair, but I'm just saying they're listed at tackle. Yeah. Regardless, offensive line, I think these offensive line picks that are getting taken are actually like quality starters that I feel
interchangeable.
Yeah. So, all right. So the next pick is Miami. So this is Paul's pick where he traded back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Graham Barton here.
Okay.
He's played tackle, guard, center. I do think that
Newton. You're passing up on Newton here.
Yeah, Man,
I'm gonna say go. I would say go new.
That
here,
sucks,
dude. Because I'm gonna be real with Graham.
Because he's so
mad
good
at the options. He's like, oh god, I have too many options.
Yeah, trade back again. Someone draft one of them.
With Graham Barton, bro, he's not. Like Graham Barton, he's a good player, but he's not.
But here's the thing: our offense is the key. Okay, our defense again. We have a lot of depth there. That position
D-line is not top need. It says.
I get that, but we have Sealer. We have good rotations. We just took what's his name from Dallas again as a just rotation guy. There's enough rotation on the team to where it's a linebacker.
What was Wilkinson's stats? Because what you have to think about is
Wilkinson had 9.5 sacks.
Okay, so you have to just think about this. You're saying you're replacing his production with a bunch of rotation,
and linebacker play. We're not just
linebacker's been upgraded.
Linebacker play has been upgraded for sure. Which that's kind of where we're having the trade.
Let's let that play out because that's yet to be seen.
Again, we're looking at that, or we're looking at our offensive line going into the season with Brewer at center. We have Robert Jones who brought back Wynn.
Rodney Hood's a free agent.
I just wanted because I didn't get to these comments, so we're a little behind on this. So my bad for the people in the comments. I'm going to go ahead and read a couple of these real quick.
Go ahead.
So fourth quarter, he said Arizona move back to 27th pick up a third, and then we got. I like that because Kelsey just retired for Philly. So I'm not sure what we were referring to. So Kelsey just retired from Philly. Maybe the Jared verse because that was what Philly took. And I'm sorry, guys, because I didn't see it because some of the stuff I'm working the draft, so I'm on a separate screen, so I'm not always seeing the comments. But I do appreciate you guys getting in here and getting involved in the conversation. I'll try to be better on that. So fourth quarter said good trade. That was about 14 minutes ago. So I don't remember what our trade was.
It probably was.
It was the Dolphins trade. Your trade with the Packers. Yeah. Okay, so yes, we're back in the game. I'm sorry to stop your guys' conversation. I wanted to make sure. We do need the defense tackle.
Yeah. But right now our offensive line, if I can remember, is Armstead, right? Robert Jones. Then we have Brewer. Then we have right now. Robert Jones would be right. Isaiah Wynn would be left guard. And then Austin Jackson, right tackle. So it's like we have two rotational backups right now, guard with Liam Eichenberg as the next lineman. And he had a horrible he looked bad. Yeah. So
played out of position, but that's all right.
He played center and guard. Like I don't know what position.
Well, this is what I just want to hop just because I think that I agree with what you're saying. But I think that with the second round pick that you would have picked up by moving
55,
back,
58.
I think you still have an opportunity to fill in with some quality offensive line. Whereas with defensive line,
it's done
after Newton. I mean, I think you still, like I said, I like Braden Fisk.
Sweat up there.
Yeah, but
again
the freaks though, where you got to pick freaks in the first round.
I understand, but so what I'm saying is we got Rook. We got what was his name from Clemson. He's pretty good defense tackle. We'll see how he pans out, but. I do like Zach Frazier from West Virginia at center. I don't know if he's going to be there at 55 and 58, but I'm just really worried about us not having the protection up front or even depth. Where it's like again, that's been our biggest issue. On offense. So it's like
to me personally, if you don't get Powers, then there's no other first round center.
Dude, Graham Barton is fantastic.
He's a good center. I watched him play Notre Dame. He did pretty well.
And the thing is, he's a center. That guy moved out to left tackle this year and was one of the top offensive linemen in the country, way out of position.
We killed him. Yeah. We killed him this year. But what I'm saying is he's a good center. I just don't think he has a first round grade. I think with Newton, he helps you fill a void that you desperately need, and he allows you to keep that position very cheap because you're spending a lot of money other places.
And I like Byron Murphy, but you might steal the best defensive lineman in the draft.
He's huge. I mean, he's 6'4".
I forgot we still have Christian Haynes from UConn there.
This is why we dragged it out, brother. I don't want you to make the wrong choice for a spot.
This is tough, man.
It is tough, but I'm glad you made that move
because I really want to sit here. Let me just double check defense tackles real quick.
Please, yeah. Please.
I
think also.
I'm sorry, people watching.
I think if they feel strongly about a corner's in play, and this is just
again,
me talking.
Man, Kool-Aid's here, Cooper DeJean's there.
I want you to do what you're doing, but this is me talking to the audience and Deuce here because I want you to be able to have time to look over your stuff here. But yeah, I think corner is up for play here if they like
great value at this pick here.
Yeah, definitely. And the move back, I think you feel great because then it gives you the opportunity to take best player available here.
I don't necessarily like the move back. I feel like you guys should should have picked the center from Oregon.
I mean, and that's why I took in that place, and I love that pick because I think that he's, like Paul was saying, borderline Hall of Famer, similar to I don't remember who we said that about earlier. Oh, Brock Bowers. Where it's like, hey, if all things work out, and there's not some terrible injury.
I really like Edrin Cooper.
You know, I'm gonna go
Edrin Cooper.
Fuck it. I'm gonna go Johnny Newton.
I love that, brother. I think you made the right choice, honestly.
Yeah, that's a linebacker or center. Johnny Newton. That's a great pick. That's an A.
Yeah, I like that pick. And I think that you do get the chance to come back later on in the draft to make that right. So
fuck, man, I love Graham Barton's a fantastic.
But you also have to think. Well, think about it like this, because even what you were saying when you're like, hey,
Nat Lee's good for Miami too. I like him a lot. He's my 4th rated center. So.
Yeah, I think that's great because think about it like this. You were initially just making the decision. You're like, which is valid, but you're like, we need depth. It's like it doesn't feel great making that first round decision, saying like, hey, I need guys to come in if guys get hurt because we do have an offensive line that could work. But go ahead, yes.
So no. I think Graham Barton comes in and pushes. What I think happens is this: if we were to grab JPJ or Graham Barton, they go to center. We move Brewer, who was a guard for his first 2 years at Tennessee, got moved to center and played extremely well, back to his original position guard. Yeah, and I feel like that gives us some nice athletic guard play there, strong center play, and then you have Robert Jones, who's now your rotational guard.
Sure,
where right now he's your starting guard. And I don't know how we feel as far as the Dolphins with Robert Jones as our starting right guard right now.
Sure. Yeah.
So I feel less happy with that than I do with our 3 rotations with Deshaun Hand, Gillimore, and I forgot the dude that we got from Detroit. I'm sorry about that, but we they're opposite side of Sealer. But again, I do see where Johnny Newton is might be the best defensive tackle in this draft. Yeah. And it's like if he's there at 25,
I'm with you. I think this right here, this next pick, because I don't want to fuck this up how we did before.
It's Denzel Tampa.
Denzel's Tampa. Okay, Denzel, that's on you, brother.
What's team needs?
So edge, interior offensive line, wide receiver, offensive tackle. You got Fotnu still out here. You have Graham Barton out here if you did want to go in that direction.
They do need to replace their center.
Yeah, and then also, as from the edge perspective, Chop Robinson maybe. If you wanted to,
it's
seal that up.
Center. Yeah, they'll pick the center. They'll go safe. They'll pick the center, sure it up, help Baker out.
Well, so if that's the case, do you think that this is a trade out move?
No, I mean because it's good value there.
Yeah.
For what they need interior. Even if he doesn't play center for them, he can kick the guard.
Okay. Barton. Yeah, fair enough, Barton. Okay, I like that. And honestly, I'm not mad at that. I think there's a chance that that's a trade out, but I do think that you have high value compared to like where it's going to drop off whenever Barton does get selected. So I think that makes sense for that reason. I like the possibility of being able to move your offensive line.
Their defense is pretty solid still. I could see them just. I mean, they could go corner here, I think, because I think they got rid of one of their corners.
Yeah. So they lost Shaquille Barrett. I don't know how much they were really counting on him.
He didn't really wasn't really productive.
Yeah. So
I mean, they got holes.
When we played, as a Miami live in.
Yeah.
They have the flexibility where they have a good player basically at every position, so they can kind of pick. Like the only place they wouldn't really have to pick anybody is probably in their secondary, like safety. But every other position, they pretty much have a good player at least one of the spots, like D tackle, edge, linebacker, they got 2 good ones. They're not drafting anybody there. Even wide receiver, they're pretty solid. Running back, they're solid.
Okay.
Offensive line is the spot where they gotta,
That's fine. I think that makes sense. So we got the Cardinals, and this is actually Paul's pick here. Earlier in the draft, they went and they got Marvin Harrison in this scenario. So where do you think they go now?
They need corner.
Corner's not listed high. It's listed like 8th. So there's edge is their top. Wide receiver is actually their top need. So they have edge, interior offensive line, running back, linebacker, and then it says quarterback, and then kicker, and then it gets into corner. So as far as
value, though,
Cooper DeJohn still on the board.
Cooper,
Nate Wiggins,
Kool-Aid. Ooh, Nate Wiggins is still there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I think with their coach, they go Nate Wiggins here. To be
Nice.
honest, I think, I think he can't pass.
Who's picking this pick?
This is the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Oh yes, so this is the Cardinals.
Do I think he's the best corner in the draft? No, I think that 4-2 just catches a lot of eyes.
Sure.
but he is a good corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, Deuce?
I'm not a big fan of Nate Wiggins personally.
What about corner at for the Cardinals?
Corner for the Cardinals, I'm not opposed to it.
Mm-hmm.
I think you probably for the Cardinals. I think Cooper DeJean makes sense or Kool-Aid.
Mm-hmm.
I think they probably go Cooper just because he's versatile, and they like versatile guys, right? They like guys like Buda Baker. You know the who's the guy they traded? To
Jordan Poyer.
The big boy Simmons.
Simmons.
Yeah, they like those versatile guys. You can move around, play them in multiple spots back there. Kind of have some flexibility. That's the way they like to run that defense. So, I think Cooper would be a nice pick. Kool-Aid would be a nice pick. You can kind of stick them out there on the island like they like to. But yeah, no, I mean Nate Wiggins isn't bad. You know,
I want to ask Paul real quick just because he made the pick. What makes you go Nate Wiggins over Kool-Aid? Because you said Kool-Aid was the best corner.
Yeah. So again, I'm just thinking about Arizona. I'm just thinking about what they would want to do. The coach, the way his personality kind of goes.
Yeah.
Again, I think the Kool-Aid is the best corner in the draft. I just think he's fallen.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. Okay. So it's like,
gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. All right. So then the next pick here, this is the Buffalo Bills. I think they got several options here. I think they definitely make the pick. Oh, actually, I want to ask you guys, well, here and with the Cardinals pick, I was curious about a possible trade back in that scenario. Like you do have Bo Nix still on the table. This is later in the draft. Maybe somebody doesn't have to give as much capital away. And I will say the difference between Grade and Bo Nix and the next quarterback, Spencer Rattler, is pretty significant. They got Bo Nix ranked as the 34th best player on the board. So the next quarterback after him is 76. So that's like 40 picks later.
Who's picking here?
Well, that was the Cardinals. So I was wondering about I wanted to ask you guys how you guys feel about potential trade back. And then here, Bills. I think this is also another great potential trade back position. If there's somebody that wants to move up for a quarterback, obviously none of the teams that are in the first round.
I could see the Bills.
I don't think
trading back.
Yeah. I
to get 2 seconds and taking 2 receivers.
Why wouldn't they just try to take a receiver now, though? Like give Josh Allen Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, I think maybe because it depends on how they feel. You have Legit still on the board. I think that's the only reason I could see is maybe if they feel like they have several guys like what your position with the Dolphins, where you have a few people that you feel like you still like on the board, and just somebody hungry enough to give up.
And then too, the team needs behind you. You're probably thinking nobody really needs too many receivers behind you. I mean,
Kansas City, San Francisco.
I mean, they saw. I mean, Kansas City's got right. I mean, Kansas City could take one. I mean, San Fran, it's possible.
Baltimore at 30 could. I mean, what fucking receiver do they have?
I mean, but I think those
they have 2 speedsters, right?
I think those other teams though, they have bigger team needs that they need to fill. Other than receiver.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
I mean, they may feel they can get one in the second.
With the Bills here, I think they're probably a team that really considers Cooper DeJean because what you were saying about
the versatility. They lost Jordan. They lost half a secondary. They need secondary.
That's if he wants to. I mean, the kid wants to play corner though. So I mean, that's a conversation to be had.
So I don't know. I think we'll keep it here. I think that they probably go ahead and make a move. Wide receiver is tempting, and I think that's the most tempting position for them for sure. But I just don't know if I love taking McConkey right now. Worthy would probably be the one I would take, but my problem is like how I feel about Worthy and Leggett is pretty close. So when do they? Won't show me when they pick again, but
they pick again as far as this book, which fucking is really delayed, outdated.
I got it. 60th pick.
Yeah, 60th.
Yeah. Well, that's tough, man.
What team? Bills.
Bills. Yeah, it's the 60th pick.
I just want to see how many picks they got though in the second.
Oh, they have one.
This one,
and then they don't have a 3rd round pick.
Then you go receiver.
Then
you get that guy.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is like here you could pull a finesse. You trade back, get 2 seconds right from somebody, and now you're picking 2 receivers in the second, and now you gave Josh Allen 2 new weapons.
I think they really need defensive backs as well, though. But that's why I think trade back is definitely a possibility.
Trey White. I mean, but who's? I mean, yeah,
who's going to trade
up? You got DeJean and you got what McKinstry. I mean, it's either one of those 2 guys. Are they in love with one of those 2 guys?
So what? Who are the top players on the board left?
Cooper DeJean would be the top player on the board. Let's see who's Fatnu.
You know what?
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Then
do they need a tackle?
Take it back. But I don't think Baltimore moves up 2 spots.
Yeah. Huh?
Do they need a tackle?
Tackle?
What do they need, man?
Maybe San Fran would move forward, especially if they didn't have to give up another first. They might take that and give them the first and maybe first that they have there, and maybe not a second.
They need 2 seconds. They're only trading back for 2 seconds. Whoever got 2 seconds, that's who would get it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Who has 2 seconds? Who has multiple?
That would be a luxury, but yeah.
And I mean, you'd be calling them at that point. But
I mean,
you
can call Green Bay. You can call Houston. Houston would definitely move up in the first round and get somebody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, they'd probably go up and get a linebacker, Edwin Cooper or something like that. I could see that happening.
Yeah. Well, here, let's just.
What if the Chargers were to move up from 37 to 28 so they can draft Xavier Worthy?
Another receiver?
I mean, again, they have none.
Yeah, I mean, here
you have guy.
Let's go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and go with Worthy here. I think it's tough because they just do have like some glaring needs, and they're another team. Like we've talked about a few teams like this.
Josh got to suffer a little.
They're on the precipice of a championship.
Yes, on that contract.
Yeah, I think that they can't really fuck with it any. They just can't fuck around with it. They need to put the best team available out on the floor. So let's go ahead. Let's go to Detroit. So Detroit, Deuce Andretti, give us your pick.
What do they need, brother?
Let's see here. So
what do they need?
This is saying they need corner, inside line, and inside line on both sides, offensive tackle, tight end, kicker, punter.
They don't need a fucking tight end. They don't need a punter or kicker. Fuck those positions. So they need interior offensive line.
Will Reichard, Alabama.
I mean, honestly, no.
It says tackle. Flatnu's still out there. You could probably move him inside too.
Nah, fuck him. I'm going corner.
Okay, so Dijon.
This is the funny part. They have the best fucking offensive line in football, and you're saying they need fucking offensive line. Yeah. Fuck out of here.
They say tackle.
Big Ten, Detroit. Where are they going, huh?
We're going Kool-Aid McKinstry from the University of Alabama, Saban.
I don't think they would go Cooper.
You think they would?
And then Baltimore would get Kool-Aid.
Okay, I'm sure that's how you would like that to go. At least today.
No. Unfortunately not, brother. Unfortunately.
Yeah. All right. So, and why do you think the Kool-Aid goes over Cooper DeJean, in your opinion, in the scenario?
Who am I picking for again?
You're picking for the Lions.
Yeah, the Lions. That he fits their mold, man. They like press man corners. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? They like face guys who like to get in people's grills and shit. You know, they drafted Okudah for that same reason. He didn't really plan out though. You know. Yeah, I just think McKinstry. It's a position of need. They desperately need it, especially in their division. When they get into the playoffs, I mean, they're seeing the top guys, top receivers. They need to be able to lock some shit down, or at least compete. They already have one guy across the way that's pretty good, that's doing his thing. So, you know, they just need someone else that can hold that second boundary receiver. Yeah, you know, in check. So that's a good pick there. I think that's good value. And I think anything else that they need, they can probably facilitate through free agency. Personally, you know what I mean? Just patch little holes here and there.
Or the rest of the draft. I mean, we still got to see how that plans out.
I mean, yeah.
The Lions have a second and third. They don't have a fourth.
They definitely could get a receiver, in my opinion. But I think they get that in second. They don't have a second or a third?
No, I just said they do have a second and a
third.
They don't have a fourth.
They're good.
So, Paul, let's go ahead and get into the
Baltimore. I'm going Troy Fautanu.
All right, nice. So we're going tackle here.
You said Baltimore?
Yeah, and Baltimore tackle is their top need according to this. Corner being their second need. Interior offensive line.
Why do they need a tackle?
They lost Morgan Moses. They lost.
Did they lose Rodney Stanley?
No, he's still their left tackle, but right tackle they don't have anyone right now. They have
Yeah, I think it's a good pick. I mean, because definitely the 49ers, they're the next pick, and that's who I was going to take for the 49ers. So I think shoring that up, when you get into Tyler Guyton, I like him, but I think this is a little early for him. I think there is there's a slight difference there in quality of prospects. So I'm not mad at the Fautanu pick. And I think he plays bigger than what he is too. Yes. I have heard the criticism of him being a little small, but
also fits what they do.
Sure.
Well, again, they're going to switch a little bit this year, but it's like I don't know, like it's him and Tamia, whoever drafted earlier. It's just like that guy. He's such an athlete. So it's like kind of like the best thing. The tackles right now, it's all preference because again, you have some freakish athletes who knows how they turn out, or you get some guys who are guards playing tackle.
Yeah,
right. It's deep. that defensive line and offensive tackle, you got a little bit of everything there. You can, whatever your scheme is, you can draft a guy to literally fit right into it. It's pretty interesting this year.
No, yeah, and I think also having Lamar locked in now, that not being something you have to worry about, just building that offense around him. Like they tried last year a little bit. They tried to do what they could after they got that all tied up. I think that's one of the great ways you do it. And in continuing to build on offensive line, I mean, the fact you have Ronnie Stanley there, I think is a plus for any tackle you have coming into the building.
Yeah.
So here at the 49ers at the 31st pick, I think they would probably heavily weigh their options at wide receiver, and that's probably where it's like, because I really would like them to take Cooper DeJean because I like that spot for him. I think that's fucking nuts, especially if you get to move around and play with him at safety. What was that?
I think they take him.
I think that he's up for consideration, or a wide receiver like Leggett. I think seeing him in that offense is really interesting.
If you're a team,
he gives them something they don't have,
yeah.
But you could get. I mean, there's other big receivers. You got Troy Franklin.
Well, I mean, but you have Ayuk is supposed to be gone, maybe gone. I don't know how.
That's
that's yeah. So I mean, that's why I think wide receivers really tempting. I think I think that they go best player available. I still think that's DeJean at this point, and I really like the possibility of him.
And they coach the fuck out of corners.
And like I said, being able to move into some kind of like hybrid position would be really interesting. They're actually they have more of a need for safety than they do corner. Corner's not one of their top needs, but like I said, best player available, and then also I think that just. I've heard the shit about DeJean wanting to play corner, like what you mentioned earlier. But I think this type of franchise is the type of franchise that can get a player to buy in.
Yeah, and John Lynch looks at him and goes,
John Lynch is going to draft him.
True.
John Lynch just going to draft him and be like, you're playing safety.
Yeah. No, I mean, but
you want to know 47?
That's my point, though, is I think that kind of franchise, you can actually get the buy-in from him. You can get him to be a team first guy. I'm assuming he probably is either way, but that's why I like this. I like this pick more than I would for a lot of other teams, is because I think that when other teams go to a player that really wants to be able to prove themselves, they might be less, interested in doing it. Like when the Dolphins were asking Minka to do that. I mean, I can understand him looking at us and being like, "You're not putting me in my best position."
But as long as you're open, like the issue there was like you have a guy who's saying, "Hey, listen, this position has to be this way. This position has to be this way. I need to be able to know what the fuck I'm training for." Yeah. Cooper DeJean is just a built guy. So, I mean, he really fits the safety mold.
Yeah.
But I do think that he's talented enough to play corner in the NFL. Mm-hmm. But that's just where it's like with like Detroit, I kind of feel like he kind of fits what like they look for in their defense, as far as like Kool-Aid is just like that boundary guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But again, it's
I like it. I mean, I think we were talking about corners, one of the deeper positions.
Yeah. Well, yeah, especially at the top. Now, let me ask you this. Exactly. If you're a team like Miami, who right here in the scenario has 2 second-round picks, if you're a team like, if you're any of these teams with multiple picks, do you try to move back up and try to get a Cooper? You try to go back up and get, a receiver here or somebody. Again, you have like a Devondre Sweat. Someone can come up and get. Is this a situation, like you said, they're trying to trade out, but with them in Kansas City, is this a situation where maybe you're trying to trade in and get there?
That's possible. I mean, I think Kansas City has some interesting options still right here. Let me see what their picks look like. This is this your pick?
Yeah, this is my pick here.
So I just want to. That's a great question. They have a first, second, third, fourth. So they have all their picks essentially.
Right. Because I'm again like we have a Leggett that's there, so maybe a team really likes him. Well, say a Miami.
I think even Kansas City considers him at this point.
Right. Well, I think Kansas City takes a receiver, or a running back.
Yeah, I think they got a receiver for sure.
I can see running back too, like a bell cow.
Yeah.
So who do you think that is?
So I mean, if we're gonna go running back,
Jonathan Brooke, Trey Benson, Jalen Wright.
I'm gonna be real. I like. Man, listen. I'm gonna be honest with you. I honestly like Brooks, Benson, Wright, and Allen. You know what I'm saying? But if they're gonna take a running back, it's gonna be Brooks or Benson, in my opinion. If they go receiver, honestly, I think it's either gonna be Leggett, Franklin, or Coleman at this pick.
Yeah,
in my opinion. I really, for some reason, I have a feeling that Patrick Mahomes really likes Keon Coleman.
Okay.
I think when he looks at Keon Coleman at 6'3", 213, and runs a 4.3. Actually,
he does feel
4.6.
Yeah, he does feel like the end of the first round guy, where it does seem like there's some random play because you're talking about most likely the Super Bowl team, so they just take some guy that they fucking really love.
Yeah,
I take a Clyde Edwards or some shit.
I would like them to take the pick I would like them to take would actually be Troy Franklin.
Well, I think you should take who you think is the best player that fits their system, so you can look back on this next year and say, "I was right." They were wrong.
I think he fits the best out of all the guys left. I think he fits. I think him and Lad McConkey probably fit the best. Ricky Pearsall too.
Well, why don't you take him? So then, like I said, it's a situation where you should be doing what you think if you were in their position.
I am doing what I think. I'm saying Troy Franklin. I think out of the best of both worlds, 6'2", 176. You know, but there's the guys that fit this. There's the guys that fit the scheme. That's all I'm saying. You know?
Perfect. I love it. I think good pick. Are you sure? Because this will end the draft, so I want to make sure before I draft it that's where you want to go. And you were also considering. I think it was. Were you considering a corner at this? Was it? Considering somebody else?
No, it wasn't.
Running back.
Running back.
Okay, you sure?
Jonathan Brooks at running back. I want to see what his comp is.
Can I ask you how you feel about Estime? By the way, for anybody that thinks that's out of left field, he's a Notre Dame fan. So if you, and I'm not saying to take him here, but if you have like a bell, like I think he could be potentially a bell cow.
I mean, I could if he does go late, I could see him going to Baltimore, Kansas City, or San Fran. He like to run the ball a lot. He's a 6'1.5", 230-pound running back. You know what I mean?
And I kind of feel like you're not getting like crazy. I just don't feel like there's a top of the line running back necessarily in this draft.
But why not? Why not a Jalen Wright for Kansas City? Like he's.
I was just using. I was asking him about Estime because I was curious his grade on Estime, being a Notre Dame fan. But I think that's fine too. Yeah. My point being is I think Kansas City doesn't go in that direction. Though.
I think if they do go running back though, they need like a Trey Benson, like you said. I mean, Andre X-May, same old, an Isaac Guerrero, Braylon Allen. I think they just go a bigger, more physical back because they already have those scat backs on their roster. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
I do think they go running back. They've done it before.
Well, but you talked yourself out. You were saying wide receiver. I
know, but my gut feeling is saying running back here.
Yeah, I think wide receiver makes a lot of sense.
Well, no, they got the dude, Hollywood. Then they got Rashee Rice, right? They still got Travis Kelce. I mean, they could go receiver, but they could get a receiver later.
Rice, is he going to be available?
Well, he's getting like a 2 or 3 game suspension, bro.
Can you? Who are the best players on the board right now?
Best players on the board is edge rush Robinson from Penn State.
Chop Robinson.
No, that's Penn State Robinson. And then we have
Chop. That's his name.
That's Chop. Missouri. It's Chop Robinson, right? Or
Penn State, brother. Chop.
Okay. Tyler Guyton, which is offensive tackle. Lad McConkey, wide receiver. Robinson out of Missouri. Bo Nix. Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle. Ennis Rackstraw from Missouri. And then you got the guy that you're talking to, Troy Franklin, is at that point.
I don't think there's anyone there for anyone to try to like trade up or like
get really aggressive about. I'm not sure.
Yeah, man, you just pick a receiver.
Zach Frazier's still out there.
Yeah, Zach Frazier, which that's what I'm saying. If you're Miami and you have 2 picks there, you're kind of and you're worried about one of those centers leaving. Then it's worth maybe trying to get up there. Again, Kansas City could want to move back and get 2 picks, 55, 58, to get 2 receivers that again like. Or receiver and a running back, and just because they'll give them 3 second round picks. But I don't know, man. It's just there's just no one there that's really.
I'm with you. So where were you going? Wide receiver Troy Franklin, right? That final answer. Because I gave you the opportunity just because you had some things that you were considering.
Man, I'm really liking this running back here, though. Really, really like.
That's what happens, man. That's the danger with running backs.
So right now, who would be your favorite player in the second round?
From what we have here, I would really be interested in Leggett. In fact, he's still there. I think a lot of athleticism with the right coaching. I think that gets interesting. I think Zach Frazier is another one you mentioned that I think after that interior offensive line really starts to kind of just not be as interesting.
I'm going Trey Benson.
Okay, Trey Benson, nice. Yeah, I think that's interesting, and definitely for them, I think that could be a really interesting pick. I think they'll utilize him in an interesting way.
I'm just gonna go with the bigger.
What about you, by the way? That's an interesting question.
They're all the same size.
Second round. Worthy's gone.
So I'd like to hear your opinion on this.
Yeah,
think about it.
I like Frazier. I like Leggett. I like them too as well. I think that they're as a homer, Chris Braswell, someone who's interesting because he somebody who was Honestly, really good edge for Alabama. I do like Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker of A&M. Again, I think that Jeremiah Trotter is somebody who is going to be overlooked, but is going to be a steal if he lasts to the third round.
Deep running back class, by the way.
I'm interested in Tez Walker.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
He didn't play the full season.
Played like shit.
But man, big body with speed. I think that a guy who is an interesting wide receiver pick, late round, probably the mid to late round, that's going to go, which I don't understand why he's so low. Which you matter watch more USC. Why is Brandon Rice such a low pick? Big body, good route runner, good strong
Morrison
hands.
put them clamps on his ass. That's why.
Because again, he's not that great. Because he catches the ball away from his body, big hands.
He's very stiff.
The
thing is he runs routes.
Kind of reminds me of Devontae Parker.
He runs routes like his dad, but he don't float on grass like his dad.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
What's your answer? Well, I want to let you finish with that.
It's deep, man. It's deep.
Good.
I like Jordan Travis. I like Edgerrin Cooper. I really like Peyton Wilson. Listen, I'm telling you right now. I'm gonna mark this down and put it on paper. Peyton Wilson is going to be an All-Pro.
Okay, well, finish some point. What'd you write down? That wasn't Peyton Wilson is going to be an All-Pro.
Wilson, all
fucking wrote pay.
Pro.
Okay,
NC State. He's gonna be all pro.
Okay.
I also another sleeper pick I think that we have here. I do like Chris Braswell. I think he's nice. But I think there's some safeties aren't getting enough love.
There's some good safeties. Yeah.
Javon Bullard I think is a good safety. I also like Kalen Bullock. He's more of a ball hawk though. I'd like to actually see him go to somewhere like the Ravens because they know how to use guys like that. Tyler Nubin is also nice. I think he's a good player. Let's see. And then at corner, I actually think Cam Hart, TJ Tampa, and
TJ Tampa's nice.
Kamar, and then Kyrie Jackson. Those are the three guys I think that are going to make some noise.
Yeah.
Cam Hart, TJ Tampa.
I want to ask you guys as far as this draft goes, and it's okay. Just let me know if you can't recall because this is kind of asking.
And I also like Braden Fisk and T'Vondre Sweat.
Okay. Was there anybody in this draft that you thought really stood out as a player that's going to make a huge difference for a team? There's a lot of them, obviously, but really a steal of the draft. And I'm asking you guys to recall this. It's not something that is in stone. So I'm just curious if there's anybody
as far as what we've done.
Yeah. If there's anybody you heard the pick, and you're like, oh damn, that could probably.
Let's go over this quickly.
Yeah, let's look back really quickly. I think Brock Bowers at 10 is a steal, no matter what, because he's a fucking stud.
Yeah.
Joel at 7.
And honestly, for me, I had one that stood out. It was Johnny Newton going to the Dolphins.
Yeah,
I think trading back was a good move.
Pick.
That was a good move for you, Paul. Trading back and then still being able to solidify that with a potential Pro Bowl defensive lineman at 25. I think if as a Dolphins fan too. And I was invested in your pick in that way. That's why when you were going offensive line, I think it was initially, I was invested in it where I'm like, hey, well, I mean, I think it would fill a need, but it's just, I think this right here is such a game changer defensively. Yeah. And also it immediately takes that pressure off of Zach Sealer to step up and be somebody that, not that he hasn't
we
been,
don't know.
But,
so he has to.
Yeah. So he still is going to come in with that support. And I think he's going to be a great support system for Newton coming in. So I mean, that was a pick that I really, really loved, and I think is a game changer for that team. And if you guys have any others,
so to stay away from what,
who picked 7?
Damn, I did 12 too.
No, I'm saying who picked who was the team?
The Titans. They took Malik Neighbors.
Who'd you pick for Atlanta?
That's gonna that right there. If that happens, that's gonna be crazy. Him and Will Levis.
That'd be nice. With Hop still there.
And then you have Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, Calvin Ridley, yeah.
Bro, listen, I'm gonna tell you that instantly makes them. If Will Levis is what they think he is, if they get Malik Neighbors, that literally takes them to a level that we didn't think they were gonna make for another 3 or 4 years.
Well, and you think about the division they're in. They're in a very scary division, like long term.
Right.
Every team has somebody that at least when they were coming into the NFL, people were like, I'm talking about. You have fucking Trevor Lawrence. Right. I argued with a guy behind your back because I saw you arguing with him who was saying, talking about all the quarterbacks that weren't in their class anymore and saying, and one guy's a future Hall of Famer. Talking about Trevor Lawrence.
That is fucking trash.
Oh my God.
He's a Jaguars fan. So I understood why
he's like, every other quarterback was traded. I'm like, he's up next.
Bro, they traded for his replacement when they traded him.
This guy was supposed to be Peyton Manning.
Yeah, they just drafted. And I watched Mac Jones.
Yeah, they went got Mac Jones. So that way he can take that job.
If Mac Jones gets the opportunity, he might actually take that job.
Well, but here, because I want to get caught up on them, because I also, before I'll give it to you, but I consider CJ Stroud, obviously that's the boogeyman of the division right now, and then we still have to see what Anthony Richardson does,
right?
Who, by the way, when he did play,
he stay healthy?
He looked like a better pro than he did a college player, to be honest. So I think that's a division that you can't play around with. You have an opportunity to give this level of target to Will Levis. That's why I made that pick over Joe Alt, which hurt. Hopefully they'll be able to fill that tackle position with somebody in the second round. But I agree with you. I think the opportunity to get that guy, and then we talked about it during the pick, just having that plan in place for whenever D-Hop does step away, or if his play goes down a little bit. I think you actually extend his career a little bit, to be honest. Like based off that. So,
bro, imagine moving DeAndre to the slot right now.
Oh yeah,
that's fucking the way.
I think
not
the
a permanent spot, but what you can do.
I also like the pick at 8 for Joe Alt.
Oh yeah, me too.
I think that's just for Atlanta. I think that one stands out to me if that happens, because you're putting Joe Alt also with a veteran QB, decent offensive line, so he's not walking into a shit show. And I just think with Kirk Cousins there, I think that if Joe Alt's the Hall of Famer, I think he is, then that is going to be a great foundational piece for them for a very long time. I agree.
And by the way, I think so. Just to double down on that, I think anytime you're going to the hand in the card and you're picking what you feel like, what we were talking about, Brock Bowers, like this guy is a perennial All-Pro player. As long as we support him, like you can't pass on those type of players. Those players are special. I agree with you.
I think that your pick there for the Green Bay at 25 with JPGA
21 because we moved.
21. That's what I meant. Yeah, with Jackson is that's a big one. If Terrion could slip down to the Rams there, I mean that's a good pick.
Yeah,
Tampa getting Barton there.
Yeah,
I'm big on the offense line. I think you get a starting offensive lineman. I mean that's a big impact. Byron Murphy, if the Chargers were to trade out there and be able to get Byron Murphy there, I like it. And then Dallas Turner, because a lot of people have him going to Atlanta.
Yeah,
if he were to actually slip down and Denver could sit there and get a starting edge rusher there at 12, especially in that division, that's big.
Well, by the way, reminds me of one trade I like this trade. Now there's a mix up, so I didn't love the pick when you took Kingsley Swamatala with the Patriots pick. I like him. But you still had Fashanu.
So athletic.
You still had Fashanu on the board, who I like. Fuaga. We were talking about them. Those are two players that I think are really nice.
To be fair, I thought Fashanu was gone.
That's what I said. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Where there's a mix up.
I actually don't mind it though.
But hold up, real quick. Let me just finish this thought. I think that if
I gave it an F, it was Fashanu though. To be real.
I think if you trade out of that third
it wasn't
pick,
a D.
and then if you move back and at least from my perspective, if you got Fashanu with that pick, or if you got Fuaga with that pick, I'd feel a little bit better about it. And I feel like it was a real steal. I think it's a great trade back. But even I think that, by the way, we talked about, but I think Denver's in play to make that trade up, which they didn't make the trade. So who knows if you're making that pick at 12, which ended up being Dallas Turner. So,
I gave it a C+. And it's just because he's not rated to be a first round guy.
Yeah, so that's fair, but I like that move back. I really like that.
I mean, I gave it a C+ because I think I really like the kid. I think he should be graded higher. Personally.
By the way, in this was I think it actually ended up being my pick, but either way, I like the Raiders taking Jaden Daniels, like that being a landing spot.
That is, dude. If they're able to make that trade up and get him, that's big.
Because I think that's a team that is legitimately dangerous right now. How the team gets up and plays for Antonio Pierce, I think is something that just not every team has that kind of coach that can inspire the team. And they have some really, it sucks. I will say it sucks that Josh Jacobs isn't there. That's a bummer. But
Green Bay,
they'll draft the running back.
Dude, Jackson Powers Johnson with fucking Josh Jacobs.
They're gonna draft the running. They'll draft the running back. That's deep.
Yeah, but that's true. Yeah, that'd be great to have him. So I think that fit for Jaden Daniels. I feel really. I actually feel better about him going there than I do the Commanders. No disrespect. So I think that
it's a better fit. It's a better fit for both people. I mean, the Commanders.
And he's stepping in with Devontae Adams right off rip.
Right. Yeah, that's great. I mean, he would have had Terry McLaurin. You know what I mean? He's not a slouch.
Devontae Adams, not a slouch, but I'm just saying Devontae Adams.
I mean, we don't know what he would do. Terry would do with a legit.
Okay. Well, okay. So don't make a stupid ass argument and kill
because Devontae Adams only goes and plays. Devontae Adams only goes and plays with made guys.
All right, fair enough. But yeah, I mean, look, Terry McLaurin.
Terry take what he get.
You already know.
He like D-Hop. Give me. It don't matter
you
who.
Always
go get the janitor
against Terry, and I love Terry.
Go get the janitor.
It's from Indianapolis, same side of town. I fuck with the guy heavy.
Shit, Dan Snyder was picking the janitor off the side of the road. Say, go throw the ball, go throw the passes, man.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna shade Terry McLaurin anymore. But I'm just saying.
We don't tolerate no Terry.
Having Devontae Adams, I think Jaden Daniels obviously feels fucking amazing about that.
Yes,
having that
Michael
receiver
Mayer
there. By the way, Michael Penix, how do you feel about his landing spot with the Vikings? I actually think I like it, but I think that might be the most
far-fetched.
No, not far-fetched, but I think kind of like
they trade the 11th
I think
and the
dangerous spot. Let's see.
Well, the problem is here's where
Byron
I think it's going to really happen. Because here's the thing with the Vegas pick. I don't think the Vegas pick happens at 3. I think the Vikings end up picking at 3, personally.
Okay, I can see that.
Because they have the more capital.
But
they're probably giving up the 11th and the 23rd.
Do you think they land Jane Daniels in that instance?
It makes it interesting at that point.
Yeah.
If
you're Jane Daniels, where do you
he really doesn't fit O'Connell's system all too well.
Who?
Jane Daniels.
I
mean, if you're drafting a quarterback, brother, your system got to change, baby.
Yeah. I want to ask you though,
because that's coming from above your head.
From Jane Daniels' perspective, where do you think is the better fit for him now?
Jane Daniels.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not necessarily saying the offense for the Raiders is really tailor made for him. I like the situation around him.
Yeah,
with the Raiders. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't really know about the offensive situation. I don't know if it's tailor-made for his skills, but what I have no doubt they're going to do is they're going to adjust and pivot, and they're going to go around to what he does best, which is what I would hope the Vikings do, but the Vikings don't have to change much because the system they run is basically already what Penix does well.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So Penix makes the most sense for them.
But this is not that trade. Like I said, if they move up to 3, Penix may not be if you go tell the owner I'm trading the 11th and the 23rd, Penix may not be an option right there. Yeah, that's my whole point.
The only thing
you might sit at 11 and 23 and just wait.
The only thing that worries me with Penix going to Washington, although I think you said it.
Not Penix.
No, I mean I didn't mean Washington. I meant the Minnesota Vikings. Yeah. My bad. So Michael Penix going to the Vikings is, and this is what I was saying as far as like the most dangerous. Because I mean, like this seems like a franchise that is a little bit in flux, specifically with Justin Jefferson. That seems like a situation with a lot of fucking baggage around it. Right. He's openly talking on social media with people.
I
might leave. So it's just like that kind of.
The bag don't matter.
Money doesn't.
I'm like, nigga, they offered you $30 million.
I'm tired of this cold.
That kind of shit worries me with the young quarterback coming in and what his situation might look like next year. It might be vastly different because I love the coach though. I do like Kevin McConnell and I think that situation is going to be good. But I just see some like rough waters and I worry about it for that reason. But,
that's the interesting part though, right? Because Vegas should trade up to 3, but they're not going to have the capital to do it unless they give up a first next year.
But again, why wouldn't you?
And then if you're in New England, do you trade with Vegas or do you trade with Minnesota? Like, who are you more willing to do business with?
Tom Brady, who owns the Browns.
No, but why wouldn't you answer that question that Paul asked? I'm curious.
What do you mean?
He said so. The first round pick for next year. Why wouldn't you trade that if it means getting this player?
I mean, it just depends. That's what I'm saying. Like, but are you okay? But with Penix's grade, you're worried about you can't move up between you're picking at 11. You can't move up between like 8. Like 10 and 8, right? Nobody's moving there. So you're like, all right, I got to move between 6, 7, 5, 4, and 3, right? And then you already know that the New York might take a quarterback. So now you're really like, you're kind of scrambling, So you don't know if we don't know what Arizona's going to do. They could go quarterback and just fucking
or trade out, and then the Chargers, dude. Listen, they're sitting there at 5. I'll be honest. If I'm the Chargers, and I'm there at 5. I might take Bowers there at 5. Like fuck anything else. Like I'm taking the best. Who again? I think Brock Bowers. Okay, if you're like,
what would you give up if you're the Dolphins?
I think
to move up to where?
I'm saying this, but take into consideration all your needs and we're low on picks to begin.
Yeah, I don't know if we could ever move.
But would you give up basically everything in
this entire draft to move up to like top 10 and draft Brock Bowers? I would fucking think about it. Okay. but not
100% confident. Not 100% confident.
And the fucking before it, I thought he was about to say, "I'd fucking do it."
But I think about it for sure and be like, "Fuck." I know, Chris Greer. I don't know if you're that confident in your spot.
Yeah, no, he's on the hot seat.
But again, like if you're sitting there and they're at 21, and the run doesn't go the way you think, right? And then Johnny Newton's gone, and Byron Murphy's gone, and then you're looking at and someone takes you Graham Barton. right? Yeah. Because again, right now it's not JPJ isn't even considered the top center.
Yeah.
They're looking at Grant Barton is actually the top center. Mm-hmm. So what if he goes first? Again, it's because a lot of people are thinking that the JPJ, his he has short arms and he stands up straight, which they think leverage. But again, he's so fucking strong. I don't think it matters.
He's not very big. He's not
but
like
he's 6'2", but he's like 335 pounds. He's fucking
the dude is obviously the best.
But
in the draft. I don't know
if that's the case, and you're sitting here and it's 14-15, right? And you're looking at New Orleans, then I might consider if I'm Miami wanting to trade up and try to get a JPJ. Or some Dolphin fans want us to get I can never say his last name, but the guy from BYU because he could play guard, or a Fuaga because he can play guard. JC Latham because he can play guard.
Injuries, I would definitely get someone who can kick it and play guard.
Yeah, but and the thing is, Dolphin fans want us to draft a tackle guard because Armstead's gone next year, and it's like, well, he might be gone next year. Yeah. Most likely, I say he might most likely after the season be gone, but then you're still going to take that guard, moving the tackle, and have a hole at guard.
Sure.
And again, we have a 6'1" on his best day, 6 foot quarterback. You don't need too much internal pressure. Mm-hmm. Like, and he's really good stepping up in the pocket, but we're having so much inside.
Have you stood next to Tua before? I'm just curious.
I have not stood next to him.
Because you've been to his game, so I was wondering. Yeah. Because last week we were talking, and then I said something about him being like 5'11". You said 6'1".
Yeah, 6'1".
which I know is the measurables, but I don't believe that.
So I don't like okay no hold on, let me tell you that I didn't because he does look shorter, but then you see him standing next to other people and he's the same height or taller. So you're like, okay.
I was curious. I forgot to mention that then because obviously we know that people will like measurables will be bullshit a lot of times for like basketball, football, all of it.
Basketball they get measured with shoes on.
Yeah, exactly. So I was just curious about that, but that's just side.
But no, but again, like and then like for Vegas, because I wanted to say this, they could if they were to trade up and do that pick. Did they trade their second in that?
I honestly don't remember.
You traded the second and the sixth.
But because there's guys, man, like I'm telling you, Malachi Corley out of Western Kentucky is a stud. I mean, that guy is someone who's I said Holy Cross. I don't know what I said Holy Cross. It's Western Kentucky. He is, like I said, that's the AB equivalent in this draft. And that's someone who you have Devontae Adams there. That's something that you get in that offense, and you give someone like Jaden Daniels, who again you're playing in a conference that has puts up points. You have a defense that's going to be able to stop guys, especially with Christian Wilkins, Max Crosby. You have a pass rush.
Yeah.
So getting someone who's a playmaker, giving them another target. Yeah, I think Las Vegas has a chance to really build a team that can somewhat push for that division.
Sure.
So yeah, I mean, Las Vegas. If you're a Las Vegas fan, man, like it's an interesting draft for you because you have a chance. So I don't think New England wants to take a quarterback in this draft because after the first two, I think after Daniels, there is a question in May, and I'm not going to say for everyone, but if you're New England, right, do you want to take May? You had Jimmy Garoppolo, you had Mac Jones, you had Bailey Zappi. Do you want to take the same mold again because you're trying to find Brady?
Yeah. I don't think they're the same mold of player though.
No.
I mean, the thing is with Jaden Daniels, I mean, you're basing it off 1 year of success, but the success, like I said, didn't translate to winning. You know,
he was good at Arizona State, wasn't he?
It was decent. It wasn't the best season. You know, I mean, he wasn't playing with the best players either.
No.
I mean, I watched Jaden Daniels at Arizona State. I liked him as a player. Very athletic kid. He was a gamer. You know what I mean? I wished he could read a defense better. And then it showed when he went to LSU the first year. He got a lot better in Mike Denbrock's system, which is very QB friendly. I think he's a good player. I just don't know. I think with Drake May, that it's just a higher ceiling. And he does more from the pocket, man. That's my thing. I like guys who are athletic and can play outside the pocket, but you see that they're comfortable in there. Like even when you watch Patrick Mahomes at Texas Tech, he was comfortable from the pocket, man. Like he did shit outside, but he was comfortable sitting in there taking hits.
And I agree with that because that's my knock. Just real quick on Caleb Williams. So
that's why Caleb. I told James. Spoiler alert, guys. I don't think Caleb Williams ends up going first. I think Drake May goes first, personally. I think it's been smoked this whole time.
Yeah, it's a big smoke because
even
he's wearing a navy blue suit to the
orange accents and shit.
Well, the reason why I say that is because he did this little fucking the pivot pod where he's trying to like make himself look like in a better light because when the draft first started, he was making himself look like a little prick, saying he didn't want to play for certain teams and act like a little asshole, and having his daddy speak out.
Damn, Denver has
you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that. You want to control your draft stock, where you go, whatever, cool.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it just seems to me like he's trying to clean up the image a little bit and trying to like save grace.
But I didn't watch it, but when I was talking to Paul about it, and you elaborated on it a little bit earlier, but Paul, somebody that was has been very critical of Caleb Williams, did say that he came away from it and it worked in the sense where he came away and he felt like but the thing is, that doesn't mean, but that doesn't mean that it's not genuine. That doesn't mean that that's not.
It could be genuine, but he needs that little extra umph to make sure he's solidified at that number one spot. Because you look at Drake May, right? If you're the Bears, right? You're the Bears. You got all this bullshit going on in the media. All you heard from Chicago media was talking about the quarterback situation. What's going on with this? What's going on with that, right? Then you see Caleb Williams at USC. Only thing you're hearing about him ain't about football this year. Always about what he's painting on his nails.
Right,
but he's telling to fuck off. All this other shit, right? So now you turn around, you come to the draft, you go through the draft process. You know what I'm saying? At first, you're hearing you got this man dropping out in the news that he don't even want to play for your franchise. So with Drake May, is what I'm saying is you have none of that baggage.
Yeah, that's fair.
And you have all of that upside. So you know what I'm saying? And he's bigger.
Not everybody would agree you have all that upside, but I hear
in Chicago, I think with the Chicago media, the nails shit is gonna be dead. I don't think they're gonna give a fuck. They literally have we saw that they literally have an entire village in Chicago designated to men who paint their nails.
Oh, really?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But so
but good property there.
But what I think is this: Caleb Williams, as much as like I said, what I took away from the interview is this: he's a kid that went to he said Gonzaga something high school in Washington D.C., where it was like an hour drive. Without over an hour drive with traffic, and his dad is a real estate agent, like development, whatever in DC. So they sent him to that college, that high school, had him live in an apartment as a high school kid. Okay, he graduated from a prestigious private high school while living on his own as a teenager. Then goes to Oklahoma, has his little thing, and he transfers out. Goes to California again, lives in a fucking penthouse apartment. We haven't heard anything come out of Caleb Williams being a partier, Caleb Williams having any of these issues. So what I thought maybe was him being too celebrity, you see him and it's like, okay, he's actually not. He likes his money. He likes his nice things. And he grew up spoiled like that. He grew up with everything that you could want. But he seems to handle it all extremely well. So I can't hate on that. Do I think that he is secretly more pompous than he puts off? Yeah, I think he's more arrogant than he wants to.
Every single fucking player in the NFL.
Exactly. And especially quarterback. Yeah. And like he said, he has to have the confidence. He has to have all this.
It's media training, right? We don't see that because there's media training. But they're all fucking.
They're all. I'm not and again, like this is the guy.
Listen, brother.
Again, this is the guy who went to Oklahoma after Spencer Rattler was already established, was projected to become a first-round pick. He went in there expecting to start. Mm-hmm. Now, again, like who I think is the most humble guy, Tua. Jalen Hurts was established, went in expecting to start, right? So, yeah, you can be this nice guy, soft-spoken guy, and also still feel like, hey, I'm the best fucking guy there is. I'm going to come take your job. Yeah. So, my only issue with Caleb Williams is I haven't seen him play the quarterback position because, again, he had wideouts. His team was not bad at USC. They weren't bad. They were good receivers. Not any of them are top end guys.
Receivers weren't the problem.
No, the offensive line was not great. They were not great.
They were fucking terrible.
But there was enough there to where you could catch a snap, make a quick read, and go.
That's not his offense.
But again,
therein lies the problem.
But I'm trying to. But again, when I'm going down, I'm saying Michael Penix can do that. When I'm saying Jaden Daniels can do that in stretches, and then he adds a little bit more of the running game. Which again, Caleb Williams is a great athlete. But Caleb Williams always bails from the back. There's a few things that I think he needs to clean up in this game where I'm agreeing with you. I can see where Chicago's sitting there saying, hey, listen, we have a team that's built now. Maybe Michael Penix is sitting there. He fits more. Maybe a guy like a Drake May, who we want more. But again, you're looking at a fan base and a fucking organization who did the same exact thing with Mitch Trubisky out of North Carolina,
Yeah.
big prototypical quarterback. Next Andrew Luck. Turns out he sucks. And then you have Patrick Mahomes. Or no, Deshaun Watson was that draft, right? Deshaun Watson.
That one was, yeah.
Yeah.
But also Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. And then just go off, and it's like, okay, well, maybe. So that's where I think that they are doing the no-brainer. Caleb Williams is going to be their pick, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think we got a pretty good draft here, to be honest. I think there's I'm excited to see how accurate it'll be to how the draft pans out and how different it'll be, to be honest.
So can I ask you one question, quick, Miami? Before second round, what do you want us to do as far as 58? Let's say we don't have 58, 55. We're sitting here. We just drafted a Johnny Newton.
Yeah.
Would you want us,
that goes?
Yeah. Would you want us to go best available offensive lineman, or are you wanting us to get a third receiver?
Yeah, I like the idea of getting a wide receiver, but to be honest, I think we need to play the long-term game, make sure the roster is built out.
Get a safety.
So I think best player available personally. Safety at that point might be interesting. Corner definitely would be interesting if there's any value there. I don't remember who we had left over at corner.
From Michigan. He's that Michigan corner. He's good. Again, he's a guy who can move to safety. Corner, though. Yeah, he's a slot, but he's a slot corner who can move safety.
We need bodies, brother.
Small guy though, small boy.
Yeah, I don't mind if that safety out of Minnesota drops. If that guy from Minnesota drops, Newman or whatever.
Oh, he's nice. He's not very fast though. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
We have Javon Holland. We need a strong.
Yeah, I think that you hit it though. I think it's going to be corner or wide receiver
I like
in that
Holland
next
better.
round.
Holland's versatile though. I like him in the box though.
I think that's where we go in the next round, unless there happens to be some kind of offensive lineman that they really love. But I think that in that second round, the value around wide receiver will probably be the best, at least if it goes how we think. I mean, because we're still leaving this round with Leggett still out there. There were several. Did Worthy get drafted? I think
Worthy did.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
I am interested in this because you have a lot of Dolphin fans who feel like we should draft edge in the first round because we have Phillips, who again, let's
that strategy though.
Let's do math here. Not the first at all.
Well, I mean, you ain't getting one that deep.
Well, hold on. So
Chop Robinson's still available.
Chop Robinson, Chris
at the third
Chris
round,
Braswell. If Chris Braswell's there,
you're in the second. You have second round pick.
Yeah, at about 55, if Chris Braswell's there, and again, Jalen Phillips is going to be back week 1.
Yeah,
again, that Achilles injury is a 6 to 8 month injury. Normal rehab.
Is he going to?
It happened in November. We've seen everyone coming off Achilles right now has been the same player. Even in basketball, guys are coming back from Achilles, and that's.
But this isn't the first. This is the first injury that he's. I think it's fair to wonder that. Although I'm with you. I think
Kobe didn't come back, brother. He didn't come back from that. that ended everything. Trust me.
But Achilles have been come back.
Just to respond to your thing, just because I think I agree with you, and I agree that first round would be tough. Just because we have other needs, and there's value here in those needs.
So you wouldn't take Latu?
Huh? No.
Well, I mean,
why? We have two guys.
Latu down.
I'd have to consider.
Hey, brother, 23 and a half sacks.
Here, let me just respond because
23 and a half. That's a lot.
And I think this is where fans are coming from, and I think that if Johnny's here, or if you have either of those, if you have Graham Barton, I might even go for him over any edge. Definitely Powers. I'm going over any of the edges. So that's why I don't think so. But I think that the strategy makes sense only because of this. Bradley Chubb. I think a lot of people are looking. First round. I'm talking first round right here. Why people are talking about it. Paul's saying people are talking about it. Okay. So, which they are. I think because of what you already touched on, the question mark around Jalen Phillips, because we do have to see him come back before we're talking. So
yeah, I get it. Yeah, you can't say matter of fact, but yes.
Yeah. And then,
what's wrong with Chubb?
He blew his knee.
Yeah.
Which he should be back.
And
this is third one.
And with Chubb, I think there's that. I think there's some concern that we might get him back, but are we going to be ready to commit to him long-term past this season? So I think it's a little bit of and I think that's why they're wrong, because I think it's looking past this season.
Exactly. You're looking past.
Yeah, you're looking past the season.
And that's the same thing with Dolphin fans want to draft tackle right now to replace Armstead.
It is.
But again,
those are injuries that you want to. It's like a wait and see. I know, but those are okay. Well, hear me out though. That's a position where those guys are flexing, bending, pushing, pulling, soft tissue injuries to guys like that. You see Joey Bosa, that motherfucker ain't been the same since.
Right,
Jalen's was non-contact.
Yeah, and I get that. Yeah. So here's the thing: you take a lot in the first round. These guys come back fresh, or they come back and they're good. They're up to their potential. So now you have and Barrett, 4 guys for 2 spots rotating, and then you still have the hole at guard or center. You still have no wide receiver 3,
but it gives
you still have no defensive tackle
because you can kick Chubb inside.
But you can find that again in Braswell or the guy from Missouri. Yeah. Or Michigan's got, right? They have an edge. You have 3 edges here in the second round that you can get. There's going to be guys,
but if they both come back,
fall off.
I think if they both look back, you're right. There's a problem there, but it's like if they come back, you're like, okay, we have a problem because everything went absolutely as good as it possibly could have, and I don't know if you plan for that. Right, that's my thing. So you plan for, well, we know how horrible our fucking defense looked in the play, as they should have, because everybody's gone.
No, but okay, I hate that narrative. Your defense fucking held the. Bro,
it was negative fucking 20 degrees.
It doesn't fucking matter though. Brother. It was a 0-0 game at halftime, bro.
Because the whole back half of the season, we lost these guys gradually. We saw the defense fall apart.
You made it to the promised land, brother, and you fucking failed because of the offense. We
were never going to be.
You didn't fail.
We were never going to be competitive.
I'm not going to let them. I'm not.
Yeah, it's true. It's true though.
Dolphins. I'm not going to let these guys do it to you. Right. Xavier Howard, y'all boys, Javon Holland. I ain't gonna let these boys do y'all like that. Y'all niggas held it down in that fucking game in that blizzard.
No, and Tua hold it down and Tyreek had no chance.
Just like Mike McDaniel said, what he said to Tyreek. You gonna let that nigga strap you like that?
McDaniel said it.
You gonna let that nigga strap you like that?
When this guy said it, I was bullshitting, right? I was defending Tua.
You know what I'm saying?
But when he said it, oh man.
But okay, Tyreek's a receiver though.
Tyreek let us down.
You let us down.
No, it wasn't that.
He's your offense.
Listen,
that's your offense.
The weather was so bad.
That's your offense.
The weather was so bad.
I want to hear from y'all.
That's your. The weather was so bad. We didn't even kick the ball off.
Is Tyreek your offense?
Kicking off that game. They were pooching it. They were kicking it fucking 20 yards.
Tyreek the offense now. You heard it here first.
Yeah, Tyreek.
You heard it?
Hey, look.
When Tyreek don't play good, ain't shit going.
You said it was on the offense, though.
It's on the offense.
So then it was on
Where's
Tyreek.
The quarterback? What's the quarterback? The quarterback can't do shit without the receiver?
Let me ask you this. Brian Thomas drops to 21. Latu's at 21. You taking Latu or 6'4" target?
Who?
Brian Thomas, Miami.
Brother,
I'm taking Latu.
If we have a top corner there,
I'm taking Latu.
I got B again. Fuck Latu. Fuck Latu for Miami.
So when you're tempting me with him, it's tough to pass up.
Fuck Latu for Miami.
I'm just saying Latu that dog.
No, I get it. And I do think that, hey, when you have all those players and you're looking at if everything worked out, then you can go ahead, brother. I'm sorry, but I am talking to you. But yeah, if you have all those players and it works out, you're like, fuck. Now Bradley Chubb came back,
right?
And he's at top fucking. He's
trade one.
Then you're just looking at, you're like, well, damn, we made a problem for ourselves, but you're happy about the fucking 23-year-old that you just
might be able to trade somebody and get some good capital back.
Then imagine, by the way, if that happens and you have Phillips, and then you have the possibility to put him with Latu for the next 10 years
and get Chubb the fuck out of town for that bag.
UCL boys in the building, like, what the fuck are we talking about right now?
Well, that's what I'm saying, because I mean, that's reality is you could probably drop Chubb or trade him before the season starts, not have to pay that contract out, save yourself some cap space if you do draft an edge rusher.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily put that off the board.
Yeah, I think that's something to consider.
But I think Johnny Newton is probably the pick there.
Yeah,
or Powers personally. Yeah. I think that's.
I would see Johnny Newton. I would have a hard and I like Latu a lot, but if Johnny Newton's there and Latu's there, then I'm having a harder time taking the Latu pick.
And I'm not even confident in Newton's ability. I'm confident. Okay, so I'm not confident he'll get the most out of it. I am confident in his God-given ability, though. That man is, athleticism at that position. You're not going to find guys like that are going to be more athletic at that size.
And I will say general consensus actually does have him going to the Dolphins.
I think that's the pick. I think especially because he'll give you a little bit what Christian Wilkins did well, but he also, because he's so much bigger, he'll be able to plug gaps too, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think he'll be able to give you the best of both worlds versus Wilkins. Because of his lack of size, he was straight up going to have to shoot gaps and try to, play the leverage game and shit like that. Yeah. He's not really going to just plug up the middle.
That's fair enough.
I don't see Miami as a plug up the middle type of defensive tackle team, because it would be, I think Devondre Sweat from Texas would be
might be an option there. Yeah.
Well,
and to your point, there are definitely options deeper in the draft for them if they did end up going edge or they went for a luxury position. And at 21, I think if Latu's there or if Dallas Turner's there, like you're really, that's hard to pass. It's hard to pass.
I would pass.
Yeah.
Over Newton.
I feel you.
Sweat. I'll say this about Sweat. Watching every snap. Mm-hmm. If you watch highlights, man, unbelievable. But when you watch every snap,
Sweat.
Yeah,
it's about interior defensive line.
Because what I'm saying is, if Johnny Newton or Byron Murphy are there at 21, you jump, because outside of that, like Devontae Sweat takes a lot of plays off.
Oh, he's a
massive
snap
motherfucker,
guy.
right? But
and
that's the thing, not what we really need. So I would either go interior, anything, interior offensive line, interior defensive line.
You have Sealer, who's already that plug kind of guy. So you're not really gonna draft a guy like Newton or Dorfless, because they're really just like hole pluggers. You know what I mean? I could see. I really see edge, D tackle, or linebacker there. I really could see them going Edgerrin Cooper. I think he's that talented.
No.
Edgerrin Cooper or Peyton Wilson. Yeah. Well, those two, I think, are future all-pros.
So, guys, make sure that you tune in.
Remember, I said that.
I'll be locked in on Thursday for the draft. We're going to live stream with it. We're going to critique the picks that get taken and say that we're smarter. And then we'll just enjoy it. We'll have a good conversation and just vibe out. Deuce Andretti, we'll see if you can make it to that. That's Thursday.
Yeah,
so I don't know,
man. Just let me know, man.
Yeah. Thursday, I'm telling you right now.
Drinking beers and shit.
Paul, just let me know how that looks. We can get back together on this tomorrow on Wednesday. But
definitely, because tomorrow's Wednesday.
Yeah, so we'll talk about it. We'll see what Thursday looks like.
But we'll see what Thursday looks like.
Yeah, I'll definitely be in here on Thursday, though, so make sure you tune in regardless. I'll be in here with the draft, and then even if these guys can't make it, maybe we'll do some virtual or something. We'll see. But make sure you subscribe. Sit in Politic everywhere. We do have one more topic to get into, but I want to make sure that we touch all that. Deuce Andretti, flip the E and the U. Go find them. Deuce Andretti. Deuce. And then obviously Paul B. Balcom on Twitter. Go find them. These guys are great follows. They're very interactive too. And then obviously Sit in Politic, like I said, Sit in Politic on all platforms. Spotify, Apple. Go
Jump
support.
Mike Tyson that stream.
Exactly. Yeah, that was a great stream. So here is the last topic we want to get into. If you guys haven't been living under a fucking rock, then you know that Drake has been in open warfare with the entire rap game, man.
Some say he's Israel.
Some say he's Israel to the rap game. Somebody say he's the BB Netanyahu to hip hop.
He shot it out, BB.
Yeah.
That's his uncle.
There you go. He got ties. So he did say mob ties. He did say mob ties. But so we're gonna go ahead and get into this. Kanye said some shit that I wanted to highlight. I don't know if you guys heard it or not, so I'm gonna play the video here for you so you get an idea of what they're talking about. This is on a podcast. I think it was Justin the Boys podcast. And yeah, let's go ahead and get it.
Let's get it.
Ability are not connected. They're usually the opposite. Right. Usually the most immoral people are the ones that are the most likable. So if I say I like Drake, it's not because he's a good person, it's because I like him. Right. You understand? I got like for everybody. I'm not gonna say love because
he's not like, it's not golds, they're like the fucking titanium grill. Yeah, it's like a plain grill, but it's like
platinum.
It's not like shiny at all. It's like fucking metal.
You got the love that's gonna weaken you. That compromises you. So I got like for everyone, right? And it's just, I think this is a beautiful time. It's like we saving the world. Like you take Drake and Lucien out, that just alters everything because that's such a control thing they had, the algorithm, the way that they work together to fix the numbers and all that. They have
them two working together.
Absolutely. Like we're gonna name this nigga after a dragon, some demonic shit, like Drake and all this type of shit. Like we're gonna change your name, actor.
Drake is demonic.
Because pretty sure Drake's his actual middle name. That's what he's trying to say.
But it is like a demonic name though.
It's like, in their heart of hearts,
keep your neighbor kids.
Like whether it's like Tubbs and this and that, all the Canada they love, yay and shit. And I'm invincible. Like even if I died, I wouldn't die and shit. I'm like, so
Jesus.
And I'm tired of this nigga fucking with me and all this shit, man. So the fact that these niggas is coming together finally, because it's not just about the elimination of Drake. It's like we're gonna tear the head off whoever they got that they thought was in control of all this shit. Like look at this. It's like they running the numbers, they running on radio, they got the smash, and then it's like now they not playing Lil Wayne no more because he ain't he's not directly connected with Lucy, and then they go and like buy the Cash Money shit out. Then they like pick and choose who they want. Oh, we're gonna have Migos 1 week, and then we're gonna have Future this. Then we have 2 Chainz this, that, and they always pick somebody. Oh, now we're gonna have 21 Savage. You know what I'm saying? It's like they always pick somebody from Atlanta. I'm from Atlanta. I was born in Atlanta.
Right.
Whatever.
How did that even happen though? Like, I mean, before we even get into what happened, who is Lucian Grange? Like, who is he? Because people don't know who he is, and I feel like you have to be higher up to know exactly who he is, and you got to that level.
He's still higher. He's still a hired gun. He's just like a nigga handler. Like he just control like Universal. He run it for him, but he ain't like he ain't no overboss or nothing like that.
He not no billionaire nigga like
yeah. I mean, like, yeah.
Yo, put a highlight, put a fucking star over this guy. Fucking Sims fucking diamond. Make sure we know who's talking. This motherfucker's trying to get people canceled.
It's these other guys. It's the other guys.
It's
these other guys.
Not my mouth.
Imagine.
I'm abused and beaten.
Yeah, you're over here turning your face.
I have the glasses on for a reason.
In my mouth, so you know it's not me.
I have the glasses on for a reason. I got a chain on my leg.
Well, here before we start this stuff back up, how do you feel about what he's saying so far about trying to take down Drake and what he represents?
Lost a couple brain cells here.
Listening to him,
brother. Jesus Christ.
No, listen, I've learned just to let him ride.
Yeah, I will say he seems much more relaxed.
He's talking his truth,
but he did last week.
I don't know if I care. I can't touch these illuminated ones. I can't stop them from illuminating. So, you know what, brother? Why don't you just keep that to your fucking self? Are you going to stop them? Jesus?
Yeah. Well, I think it's interesting what he's saying, because he even said, he's like, it's not necessarily about Drake. It's about kind of like taking out who the music industry puts forward as who runs it, is what I'm taking from this. Like Drake is he's a figurehead for these people that are behind the scenes, that are kind of tastemakers, and they're pushing him forward because of whatever reason he's suggesting. Because he's demonic, I guess.
Can I ask a question? Who shut the door on Kanye?
No one. You can't shut the door on that man.
Yeah. Okay. Who shut the? Well, explain to me what you mean by shut the door.
Because again, like it's all these talks are always about like who the industry pushes, and it's like, okay, but like you're
Kanye,
you've been pushed too. So like it's the same people. Like
Kanye though had to, and I'm not against Drake in this.
Interview.
Well, I'm not against Drake in this. So I'm not saying this about Drake necessarily, but as it pertains to Kanye, his what would you call this? I guess resentfulness towards the music industry. Yeah. I would say that he did have to fight for every bit that he got initially, because he was a producer. I don't know how much you remember about this story, but nobody wanted to listen to him. Nobody wanted to listen to him rap. He was like, hey, I can rap too. And people are like, shut the fuck up, make beats. Like, we don't want to hear you rap. He had to make his own beats and all that. So I get Kanye, that. Yeah. There's a way, but
once he broke through,
that's fair.
He was pushed. Just like everybody else who breaks through and then is pushed. So like, what I'm saying is, I understand his resentfulness, just like anybody who like feels slighted would feel. But it's always as if like anybody who makes, it's always painted out that anybody who's making it or anybody who's hot right now is only there because they're the industry plant or because the industry wants it. And it's like, okay, so
there's something to that though, and let me explain why. Because the thing is, there's a lot of artists that sign deals and stuff like that, right? And they don't get the same backing and push, excuse me.
Yeah.
That a lot of artists get. So for instance, like right now you're seeing a big wave of like female artists getting pushed right now. There are other male artists dropping shit. There's other male artists putting out music, but they just don't have the push from the labels. That's not what's selling right now. So they're not getting it, And then if you're not pushing certain messaging, you don't get pushed either. So it's just interesting. So yes, Kanye is right in a sense, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do I necessarily think it's Drake's fault he's being pushed the way he is and the way he was? No. Drake was just making the right people the money, so he got the push. You know what I mean? Well, but and Drake, I mean, look at his evolution over the years. He went from the pretty boy, off the grassy, rapping, harmonizing the women, to then now the guy that's, you know what I'm saying?
So
throwing up mob ties.
By the time that, so this is
singing gang songs.
This is pushback I want to have on this. I agree with your initial point that as but you said making the right money, and that is true at this point. But I want to say he is kind of like making the right music that's palatable, and that was a choice, as from what I can tell, that Drake made, because that took place, that kind of change in his sound from Room for Improvement, the fucking one where he's like standing in front of the Autumn set You guys, I'm sure, have seen this album. And then so from that album to So Far Gone, you see a huge tonal kind of change in his music,
right?
Where he starts incorporating more singing and more of the R&B shit, more of the ethereal kind of sound, by the way, like Clam's Casino kind of sound that ends up being ahead of its time. We're still hearing that kind of music get played today.
Like I'm saying, okay,
so I'm saying the best music.
You're
best
a hip hop
music.
fan, so this is
Love hip hop. Yeah, please.
Right? Yeah. So I'm gonna break this down, right? You have a lot of guys that you listen to.
10.
You put me onto a lot of hip hop rappers, right? Yeah. Okay, so I think because I forgot who was talking about this, but someone was talking about this specifically. It's about controlling what the ears are listening to, and at this point, they were basically saying that it's been controlled so much. Like this is the normal sound or the normal wave people are kind of looking out for, right? So if you're the opposite, or you don't fit into that, if you're not saying or falling into those lines, then you're not really the most. You don't get the notoriety, right? So then you're not getting the push. You know what I mean? Okay. Like it's on some like deeper shit. Like music hits the soul. You know what I'm saying? It influences the way people think, the way they act, and stuff like that. If you can control that, right, like in manipulation, then you can control the way that the music that people are interested in. You know what I mean? So say like, for instance, your dad, he doesn't like the new, country music. Sure. You know what I'm saying he's been very strongly opinionated about that. Sure. Love you, Smooth.
I don't like that rap stuff. But
no,
it's not the rap shit, definitely. But there was some other shit he didn't like either.
Yeah. These things are pussies.
He has a special day for those guys. Special day for that.
One that we're not supposed to say anything.
Yeah, we're not allowed to speak on that. But you know what I'm saying? So it's just like when you can control it, though. Now that old school style of music gets pushed out, and that new music comes in, and then now you have it to where only certain artists now can get the backing and the pushing. Like a hip hop artist may not get the $1 million fucking advance that the fucking drill artist is getting. Okay, because they know pushing that drill artist.
Okay, so I push back to that though. So but we're talking about Drake. So we're saying Drake is actually
his build up. He's to a point now.
Even but his build up is even further away from the sound. So when you're talking about So Far Gone, there's no I don't know if you remember Headlines. That's the one where Drake came out and he's like, "Don't make me catch a body." That's one of the first ones that we heard him like kind of like rapping from like a gangster persona. Right. So that was later in his career. I think that was Take Care. So when he first came in, and I would say that he was being pushed pretty much from the jump, at least once he signed with Cash Money in Young Money. At that point, he was, if you're going to call him an industry plan or whatever, at that point, he was under their wing, I'll say. Yeah. So that would include like Thank Me Later. Like, and that fucking album.
Are you saying that's later on, or is
this is early? This is early. So I'm saying he's already being pushed as the face of the next generation.
But you see how the music changed though, to more aggressive shit.
I do see that. I do see that later on. But I'm saying at that point when he's being pushed, I don't see it as they're pushing him because of that. They're taking advantage of the fact that he has that So Far Gone sound.
Where would you say that?
Probably the biggest mixtape of all time.
He became. Yeah. We'll call it AI Drake just because it's a cool name.
And that's why I say Headlines was when you first start seeing that. But I think
I'm saying like AI Drake is in like when he became like on Bad Bunny type of level of like notoriety and stuff like that. Because that would be the interesting part to see where he kind of blew up to that national stage and level. Drake's a well balanced artist. Yeah. I just felt like his messaging turned a little more.
I think Take Care.
This is how grimy. But this is how it's always been though, as far as like you had in the ATL scene, you had Jermaine Dupri. He's a respected person in the music industry. He has his people. Sure. You have Jimmy Iovine with what? Jimmy Iovine. With what? Telescope?
Interscope.
Interscope. My bad. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Interscope.
We've been talking a lot about football, guys. If you're just tuning in, make sure you go check out our mock draft.
Check out our mock draft.
With Interscope, and then you had the Dre, and then 50 Eminem, and anybody that they co-signed. And then before that, you had, anyone that Dre and Cube and all them co-signed. You had Bad Boy and anyone they co-signed. You have DJ Khaled. So you always had these groups where it's like, yes, the person who is the producer, the person who's the face, they have their people. So like, I agree with like you said, like there is some truth to it, but I don't think it's as far as like it's Illuminati all based. It's you can't succeed without doing X, Y, and Z. I think that there are. It's all true and false. I think what he's speaking on though is more of like the ownership base. I don't think he's talking about like
like Shades for Diddy, he owns Bad Boy, right? But Bad Boy's just a label underneath another bigger one. He's owned by somebody else. You know what I mean? So Diddy doesn't.
I want to get back to
have, like,
that video
say,
itself.
But if Kanye were to put out an album right now, no one's going to block it. It's going to come out. And then it will be played on the radio. It can't be blocked. 93.3 FLZ will play whatever he puts out.
6ix9ine, actually, his shit was actually taken off streaming platforms. just like Apple Music didn't put his shit on there.
So here, because you mentioned something, so I think it's kind of interesting. So with albums, you mentioned like basically when did he become the biggest hip hop artist, basically, or become it in like a bad kind of yeah. So his first album after So Far Gone was Thank Me Later. That was his first official like album. So Far Gone was originally a mixtape. And that was #1. So he released that came out as #1 in the United States when it was released, and #1 rap. So I'm talking about just in general, #1. Music. Yeah, and it was 4 times platinum. Now I will say though, and I mean he did decent internationally, but you see a huge jump though into the international market on his next album, Take Care, and that's when you're looking at him being like, you know, top 5 in the United Kingdom as well. And then also
that's still with some street shit.
Also went #1 in there was some street shit in Take Care, but it really wasn't that. I guess maybe like lead single type shit with Nothing Was the Same. You had Worse Behavior off that. That was still more singing, but it was more of like a, you know, I'm doing bad shit type song. At that point, by the way, I would say this is where there's a clear distinction with Drake, where you look at him internationally and his albums are top 5 in every country, basically, aside from France.
Which seems like natural growth. It just,
well, I mean, but he was asking
because he was a singing dude before that. Because I remember I had him on MySpace as a singer. Back at Degrassi days.
Sure. Well, I mean, but like I said, he was asking when he kind of like separated himself to that level of stardom, and I would say Nothing Was the Same is where you see him become more of an international star, because before that he's still like charting like 30th in Ireland, 19th in New Zealand. This was his peak. 32nd in France, and then when you get to Nothing Was the Same, 11th in France, 20 spots. Was 4th in Ireland.
Was his first one? Who was he signed with?
This is all Young Money.
Oh, so he was immediately signed with Young Money.
Young Money. And then when you get to Nothing Was the Same, you start to see OVO be incorporated as a subsidiary.
That gangster shit.
Well, in OVO, I'm just saying, like, as far as like, which is interesting. So this is actually, I didn't know this. So according to this, Nothing Was the Same was under OVO, but his next album, Views from the Six, was not under OVO. And then neither was Scorpion, wasn't under OVO. And then
Cash Money. And then Money need that bread.
Well, I think something must, like, I wonder how Nothing Was the Same was released. Probably had something to do with that, I wonder. But after Scorpion, then you have it go back, and that's Certified Lover Boy.
Oh, Nothing Was the Same. I think he dropped that in response to like the Lil Wayne, like Lil Wayne Birdman beef thing, whatever that was going on.
I think that was if you're reading this, it's too late, which was technically an EP or a mixtape.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
that one was fire, and that one was
crack.
That's crack. That's more unwrapping. But yeah, let's go ahead and get back to listen to this real quick, because he does get into a few more.
Yeah, but he got a billion. You know what I'm saying? His money is like infinite. Yeah. It's just it's a form of energy. It's a tool. And
Deuce, by the way, how do you feel about his energy in this?
It's very nice. It's pleasant. He's very pleasant right now. I mean, I don't like what he's saying, but his demeanor's pleasant.
It's just on mushrooms.
It's probably not. It's probably not like classy to ask this, but do you think he's medicated?
Sedated.
I mean, if he's high, I mean, yeah, it's fucking great.
Shit, you know, it's like, but he is someone who.
It's not just like his slur, like because the gold or whatever is in his mouth. The gold. Yeah. It's the slow cadence that reminds me a lot of, like I said, like Tyson, and that's what's making me kind of think like maybe he is on shrooms and like medicated pretty well. And
this is definitely one of the more pleasant conversations I've seen.
In the constructs of where niggas have been played.
He's talking to people in the room, not talking to people who are dead.
I think the funny thing with him is people with Kanye. I feel like people he wasn't really in social light like that.
Yeah.
And then when he did all that shit, and he was going crazy on the Jews and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like that was just all a ploy to like get all his contracts and stuff. Like, cause he's thriving now.
We're waiting for that Ryan Garcia moment where he says, "Just kidding, guys. I'm actually good. Don't worry about me."
No, he did do that already.
For a fight.
I mean, he basically did it already. He's like, "I'm free now." You know, he's like,
but then he continued to act fucking crazy.
Well, that's his. I mean, that's yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Here, well, let's get back
to he's got to sell shit. He's got to sell shoes.
You know, Native Americans, all the combination. Because my grandmother's Indian. Like, you know what I'm saying? They don't put that in the schools. They indoctrinate us into, because you know you chief, then you know you chief. They ain't gonna teach you that you chief. They're gonna like give you a contract, rap contract, basketball contract, say you king, but you only king to a certain limit. As long as you don't get out of line, you king type shit. So.
No, for sure. I mean, obviously, Kendrick dropped the Like That verse. Drake dropped the push-ups just a minute ago. He put it on all DSP, so he's really standing on his diss.
Yeah.
Have you heard both of them?
Yes, I heard it.
What do you think Kendrick's gonna do now? Do you think he got some shit for Drake? Who do you think wins that?
I win. I got some shit for Drake, and don't nobody want it with me.
Hold up, what you mean you got some shit for Drake?
That's
you got
of
some
course.
Shit for Drake?
It's all
like right now. Like you got some shit ready for Drake. Can we listen to the shit you got? For Drake?
Shit on him. Fuck him. Like I told you, I put the shit in. I said, "Fuck this nigga." Fuck this nigga, and I like him. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, it's always like, fuck this nigga, the little slick shit he be doing. Fuck all that. And that's what it is. But I did do this Like That remix though. I think that's what you was wanting to lead into and shit. Let me see.
You got the Like That remix. I don't believe Ye jumped on the Like That remix.
You know we had to get the hooligans up here. We're gonna take this pussy nigga out. Yo, Dot, I got you.
He was once a thug from around
Oh my God! You hearing it first on the download. Just a boy respectfully Ye, nigga. Oh my God! It's up.
Run that shit back.
Hold up. Run that shit back.
You know we had to get the hooligans up here. We're gonna take this pussy.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You heard it here first on the download.
And that nigga. You was
my God.
That nigga.
How did this even come about?
That fucking track was doo-doo.
I need the story behind it. This shit is crazy.
Make Kanye feel like he had something. He shouldn't have dropped that shit.
Pluto called me. I went to the studio, laid that, and then we went through the creative process, adding the chords, and called the hooligans, called them out in London to get on a joint. And, you know, everybody was very, very excited about the elimination of Drake.
Yo.
How do you feel about that statement? That's really what I want to get.
I like how the production happened. I think that's cool and all. I wish I knew who the hooligans were.
Okay, well, I'm talking about the elimination of Drake. That's what he said. He said they all came together for the elimination of Drake. How does that make you view the people that are coming at Drake?
It's so gay.
Okay.
Like. So
great analysis.
Why are they bringing? Why would he bring some no-name London rappers all the way over here to jump on a diss track to Drake when they have nothing to do with?
Because he fucks with that one dude. What's that one London rapper? The fucking.
I think it was Gigs. He did music with.
No, the one the Stormzy.
No. Oh, Central C.
Central C.
Yeah.
Probably that dude probably got beef with that dude.
Like what?
He said, "I'm gonna get the other nigga you beef with."
Bringing Drake into this. Is this Canadian English beef?
Like,
what is
no,
this?
it's British beef.
Yeah,
Drake's
the Scoutchers.
And when I listened to it, I don't remember anybody else being on it, but I could be wrong on that. So I don't know if he's saying hooligans literally as in if it's referring to a specific, or like what you were saying, if it's referring to like basically
the group.
Rowdy soccer fans are called hooligans, so he might be using it in that kind of way. Like he had
he's trying to be clever.
Yeah, like
that shit
basically
ain't cute.
it's the equivalent of like gangsters or something like that. He might be referring to when he says that in the song. He's like, the hooligans had to come out. I don't know.
The Top Boys.
When I listened to it, I don't remember there being anybody else in the song.
No, it sounds like if anything, it's like fucking some type of
EDM
or fucking DJ on there or something. Hooligan, maybe an EDM DJ. You never know.
So, and Paul, how do you feel about this? So the elimination of Drake, he's saying they kind of all came together, and this has been Drake alluded to. So all the people that's district so far. So you got Kendrick Lamar, you got Future,
but it hasn't been an elimination. So that's what I'm curious about. Is like Rick Ross is bad, Futures was trash.
Yeah,
I haven't heard Kanye's
Futures
yet.
Was straight. Yeah, the best is
no.
Well, I mean, his was not very coherent or like concise.
Yeah, there was
like
he's diss track.
Yeah, it's not like really nobody but Rick Ross has released a diss track in this with Kanye, which I don't know if it's officially released, but.
Where Drake came out with straight just no shield, just guns out blazing. Yeah. Like I want to just tell you exactly what I'm saying.
And he rapped
Ghostwriter,
and he rapped Tupac's verse, and he rapped Snoop Dogg's verse.
He did that. That was crazy.
I thought it was clever.
It was clever as fuck.
Also thought it was a little lame, but I thought it was clever.
But it was clever as fuck. It was good. Like
because the thing is you're not using.
And you can tell it was
because the thing is you're using their like you're using their aura,
but his flow.
Yeah, but that's also
but the thing is like, listen,
he's using it because they're related to Kendrick though.
It was even deeper.
It's not like
deeper with this.
But the thing is as like you're gonna have like people that are Pac fans, right?
Yeah.
That hear that and they're just gonna fuck with it because like damn, like that's.
But the opposite is gonna happen.
Or opposite, like fuck him, disrespect.
I've seen plenty of that. This is disrespectful and so on and so forth.
Nah, them niggas, them niggas low key are like that's just fine.
And say anything? Has Snoop like addressed this? Like hey, how dare you use my fucking voice?
Snoop did, but indirectly, he was just like, no, he made a video and was just like, wow, no way. I'm about to go to bed. This is crazy, like that kind of shit. No. So now
he had an album.
I mean, it's weird, man.
He did flex his like death row chain, so he used it as like a promotion opportunity.
Yeah, he needs to bring that.
So that album coming out, boy.
He's trying to bring that shit baby. No, he's trying.
He's
still from the dead, brother. He's still down there.
They got the defibrillators.
Grave. Yeah, clear. Nah, but I mean, you know what? Drake, man, he's doing his thing on these disses. You know.
Yeah. And I'm asking you about the formation of a fucking super squad against them.
Pretty lame, brother. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, Future's one of your favorite rappers of all time. So how do you feel about him? He's kind of the catalyst.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Future called that man to come in there and get on a feature.
And he start dissing people.
Kanye had a whole nother plan. Kanye came in with his own shit.
It was Kendrick though initially. That's what initially kicked it off. So this having Kanye after the fact is different. Kendrick, that was the first kickoff. Kendrick dissed
I'm saying
Drake did nothing. Like
Drake was doing some bitch ass shit. Is what
there
he was
doing. But it's like, but this was like the first. This was the shot.
He was like playing with dudes' buttholes and shit like that.
This was the shot because you were taking an unveiled shot. Kendrick has also done shit where he's taking shots at Drake and shit. So which is fine.
I don't mind the shots and stuff. I think the whole
but I'm asking you about Future. How you feel about that? Then you said he was like caught off guard.
Well, I'm saying it's like a little powwow type shit. You know, you having a little powwow in London. I mean, that's lame, bro. I mean, you gonna get on track and do some damage.
Call some bitches over, bro. Yeah, what the fuck you guys doing talking about Drake?
Yeah, go sip some mud, brother. What the fuck you over here in your feelings for rapping about Drake?
Yeah, right now
calling Kanye too. That's crazy. That's Kanye crazy, nigga. And then the thing is with Ye, the track with Boo Boo, it was trash. It wasn't. I mean, bro, listen, I'm a connoisseur of diss tracks, right? I love a good diss track. I love the classic. I love it. I fucking love it. Ooh, I smoke. I fucking love it. No Vaseline. I love it. You know what I'm saying? I live for these diss tracks. That's why, honestly, the diss tracks have been disappointing. And to be real, if I'm holding Drake to his standard, you know, like he's supposed to get better. I don't feel like he got better with his diss tracks. I feel like they're on par of what he did back to back and then charged up.
Demolishing somebody, you mean?
I mean, back to back, I thought charged up was way better.
Matter.
I thought it was way better.
Bodied him. Yeah, so it's like.
But I expect you to get better.
He bodied a person last time, so it's like, how do you get better than winning?
Well, I don't feel like he bodied this nigga here.
I Kendrick hasn't agree to disagree. Agree to disagree.
Hasn't responded,
bro. He
okay, hold on.
Instagram and said, "Hey, you need to respond, bro."
Hear what you said.
We're waiting on you to respond.
Hear what you said, though.
I heard it. I stand on it. What the fuck?
You said he ain't responding.
Tell me why it's wrong.
You didn't say so. I said he ain't body him. You said, but Kendrick ain't respond. So just because he ain't respond, you're saying he bodied him? No, I'm judging the music.
I never said he bodied him, though. I wouldn't say that.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, that's what I'm saying. He didn't body him. So what are you arguing with me about? You're agreeing with me, brother. Agree with me to disagree with me and you.
No. I agree with myself because I think I think Drake is still dropping fire diss tracks. You're saying he hasn't gotten better.
Well, I'm saying you said he bodied him.
The last time he destroyed a battle rapper. What the fuck are we talking about?
And I'm saying
the only reason he did demolish Rick Ross. Rick Ross's shit was honestly kind of fucking boo-boo.
And then this time, what I'm saying is, did he body that?
He killed Future.
So you said, I just asked you, did he body him? You said no.
I said Kendrick Lamar. I'm saying Kendrick Lamar, and the only reason is because Kendrick Lamar, he gets the fucking pass from me.
You're not
like he doesn't look online. Motherfuckers coping. Motherfuckers
I'm not giving you a pass for bodying the fucking hell.
If Kendrick,
you're not getting a pass for bodying the hell.
Say something. They wanted to say something.
Metro wanted to say something?
Oh, yeah, bro. Look on Twitter.
What? He's the one
on fucking Twitter. He can't get on no fucking track. He can't on no track. Nigga, you want to go after the help, nigga? You want to go after the help?
Hey, Future, great job.
Time out. So you're telling me that you didn't hear at the end of like that after fucking Kendrick Lamar's verse this shit?
So because he clicked a button? Because my dog clicked a button?
Bro, he remixes the fucking beat at the end. That's all he could do to talk. He was talking.
Yeah, that's all he does. And that's why Drake said,
he's being creative.
Yeah,
that's what he said. Just go make drums. What are you doing?
You're hitting for be creative? That's what it is. He's creative. He's a fucking DJ.
I'm not mad at all.
He's
I'm happy they did that. But the reality is, Drake responded, and I don't know, maybe they
my nigga got paid for that track, bro. He doing what he paid to do.
He did body them.
No, he didn't
now,
body
the only reason Kendrick Lamar doesn't get bodied yet is because we respect his fucking.
So you're saying he bodied Ross?
100%.
Oh yeah. Rick Ross actually look crazy.
Is Ross on this level?
Actually look crazy.
Is where we putting Ross up there with them boys?
Bro,
is he up there with Drake, Kendrick, and Cole?
No, he caught a bullet. That's all that matters.
The nigga caught a stray don't mean he deserved to be in. Just because he was on the block. Just because the nigga was on the block don't mean he was putting no work.
Oh,
don't mean he was putting no work.
No, I believe
he was a bystander.
Done.
He's a bystander that decided to stick up for his homeboy and got his fucking head crashed.
It's 5-on-1 right now, okay? And you're looking at Kendrick doesn't respond. This is
not really 5-on-1,
bad.
Bro.
This is fucking. This is Ja Rule bad.
The thing is, you got to understand. Is Kendrick? No, it's not. It's not 5-on-1 because you have to think about it. The only person on Drake's level in this whole situation is fucking Kendrick and Cole.
Why do they have to be on his level? I don't even
Bro, if you're coming at me, you're coming at me. I don't care if you're on my level. You're coming at me.
Because the thing is you're not dissing someone. The thing is, dissing someone who's below you is fucking. It's peasantry. It's who? Who's doing that?
Bro, Rick Ross.
What are you talking about?
It's peasantry, brother.
50 Cent got where he was off of daring people to say it. Ja Rule did say something.
Yep, and
Ja Rule was
career
ended.
But 50 Cent was the man coming up in New York, brother. He was the hottest thing in New York. Ja Rule was out here harmonizing the bitches and shit.
Ja Rule harmonizing the bitches.
Dude, Ja Rule was running New York apparently, right?
He's like, Ashani, let me say that sweet nothing in your ear, girl.
I mean, 50 Cent.
Yo,
hey, shout out to y'all though on the baby.
50 clowned him for making that music. And they came out and made how much money off the same style music? Bro, 50 killed that shit. He killed him. He killed the whole murder.
Came out of New York with everybody knowing who he was and the shit he did.
And 50.
You listen to his music.
And Proof.
And you do the shit that
Yeah,
go ahead.
What I was gonna say is this kind of reminds me of these situations. But no, like we have 50 Cent and like you got them go against Murder Inc. Okay, and then you sit here and you have I'm not going to name all the beefs, but there's beefs, and this is it. You got 5-on-1. Okay, you have Drake right here because J. Cole said, "Fuck this, I'm out." Okay, so you just have Drake all alone now. Okay, with Rick Ross, boom, Metro, boom, Future, boom, Kendrick, boom, now Kanye, boom. That's fine.
Why is it?
Just because your point, I just want to touch on it. I promise I'll pass it to you right now, but. When you say Drake is alone, the only reason I disagree with that sort of is because he obviously has like industry powers that will support him. But where I disagree with you is it's like to act like there's all these other people that aren't on Drake's level, therefore their voice doesn't matter. They don't have fan bases for some reason.
I'm trying to think.
Huge
are they the fucking Avengers or something? Or are they 5 individuals? It's not fucking 5-on-1.
Can I ask you about these tiers?
It's 1-on-1 or 1-on-1 or 1-on-1 or 1-on-1.
Okay, so he has 5 1-on-1s.
It's not.
Oh my God.
They're not on the same label.
Who the fuck is he? John Wick?
The same game.
John Wick is supposed to take this out.
They're not dropping GD.
So listen. Can I ask you about these tiers real quick?
Bro,
where is Drake on your tiers?
Bro, Drake is in the top tier. Cole is in the top tier. Kendrick is in the top tier.
I don't think that's any question.
Okay, about Future.
I mean, no, Future, he can't be up there.
Okay.
Future don't travel into the other lane. Unfortunately, if I go ask some of my family from up north, hey, what's up with that new Future? They're gonna look at me like I'm fucking crazy.
Okay, Rick Ross.
But then when you play the shit,
they fucking love it.
They love it. I disagree at this point.
It resonates.
I think Future is in that tier. That's
right.
why.
Exactly.
That's why I don't give him a pass. He's involved.
My thing is
his song actually kicked this shit off.
Listen, I'm just saying because
he's dissing him.
It wasn't his song that kicked it off. It was Kendrick's verse that kicked it off. Don't do that.
On what? On what?
Don't do that.
On what?
Don't do that, brother. Don't do that. I don't even know the song. I know Kendrick's verse.
Like that off of Future's album, motherfucker.
Brother, I couldn't even tell you that.
Okay, I could though. That's the thing.
I mean, it takes something. I mean, it takes something.
But you're diving deep. I'm the average person. Ain't nobody diving deep.
Listen to me, motherfucker does not know what he's talking about.
What I'm saying is, but to my point, I knew the Kendrick verse. I ain't know the name of the fucking track.
Okay, well that's you, brother.
I'm just saying.
I want to walk something back. That said,
that's what popped it off.
I said something earlier, and I walked back because it was my stupidity. I confused something. Okay. When I said it was ass, how about Futures?
Yeah,
his was not great, but it wasn't ass. It was a decent. I meant Quavo's.
Oh yeah.
His was ass to Chris Brown.
Gotcha.
Well,
this is my problem.
Different conversation.
We're having people that are not rappers. Like they're not. When you call about hip hop,
no. This is a different beef. This has nothing to do with
different beef.
This
Different beef.
has nothing to do with
Drake and Chris Brown.
No,
no,
it's not Drake.
Quavo, Chris Brown. I know.
Different.
You have a non-rap. I don't want to hear Kanye, dude. I don't want to hear Drake. I care about. Drake can do that.
Fucking rap artist
I do not want to hear this harmonizing ass nigga come on here and try to diss somebody, trying to serenade.
You're talking about
Kanye.
You're talking about Drake dissing somebody?
Kanye.
Okay, when you're talking about serenade, that makes way more sense for Drake than it is Kanye.
Kanye, bro, what you mean? What that was?
I use some Drake songs to fuck too. I don't do Kanye.
Kanye's rapping on that. I don't know if you might not have heard the whole thing.
I don't know what the fuck that was.
He raps.
I listened to the whole thing. It's trash.
Fuck J. Cole on it. He says fuck Drake. He's on some this shit. Now because he doesn't make one that's to the quality of Drake's, that's not. You don't don't then disqualify and say we're not even going to consider it. It's a part of the conversation. That's just trash.
It was words that Drake had to hear.
It was the beat that started the fucking rivalry, bro, right here. What are you talking about?
Not the way he fucking remixed it and tried to do all that sing-song shit is not the same beat.
He raps on it. You said you heard it.
He's a sing-songy ass nigga on there. What you mean? He's not rapping.
I didn't even really hear him sing on that. I heard the beat changed.
He's harmonizing, bro.
With the beat, I
don't know if we can play
Kanye's just not. This is not. No. It's not his flow.
Dissed him over the fucking beat that Kendrick used. You said it's not a fucking.
But what does it matter if Drake has?
Because it's not a diss track. It's trash. It's not a diss track. It's trash.
If the track hits Drake's eardrums, and then the
I can
words
guarantee
go
it
through
didn't
his
make it that far, brother. It didn't make it that far.
It counts, and he heard it.
He ain't heard it. And his fucking producer heard it. He said, "Hey, don't listen to this shit."
This shit was disrespectful as fuck.
Yeah, I don't care if you can hit hard or not. If you and 4 other people come, if 5 people are swinging at me and just 2 can't swing hard, there's still 5 people swinging at me.
They're not coming at you fucking just as a team. They got individual beats. It's like if I got 5 dudes,
you had 3 on one track.
I can walk out of this house
and as a team.
Metro, Future, and Kendrick are together, right?
At the beginning of Kanye's fucking song, he literally says, "Don't worry about it, K-Dot. I got this." What the fuck do you mean?
Just because he's fucking dick riding don't mean it's fucking Kendrick's fault.
Rick Ross in the night that Like That dropped goes and hops in his fucking Rolls Royce Culligan. And what's he do? He hops on Instagram
and dick rides
and shows himself listening to it. They're not working together?
Bro, they're dick riding.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Niggas is dick riding. Niggas is dick riding. Niggas is dick riding.
Was Travis Scott?
When motherfuckers promote Drake's fucking diss track, are they working with Drake? No, bro. They're just fucking they're dick riding.
I did catch the first part.
I'm saying when people do that for Drake, are they doing the same thing? No, they're just dick riding, bro. That's what you do.
If they do that and then they release a fucking if they do that, then they release a song dissing the motherfucker. They're not doing that.
So that means they're working together. No, that means he had his own personal beef. His bitch got fucked.
Bro, Rick Ross.
That's fucking crazy. That makes no sense.
Of course they are. Of course they are. You're ridiculous.
They're not.
You're an idiot.
Was it Travis Scott or one of them like also like unfollowed Drake on every social media thing?
They got beef.
They're all
I
friends.
could walk out of this house right now and have 5 people I beef with fucking beat me for individual reasons. Doesn't mean they're fucking on a team, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, you know what comments tell us.
You gotta think, bro.
We're split here.
Yeah, we're split.
66 to 33.
This fucking guy.
Hey, man, I'm just saying.
Tell us what it is.
I guess
7-1-1.
I guess if you go out and you pick 5 individual fights and those 5 individual people fuck you up,
he picked the fights.
They're on a team.
I don't know.
Even though you went out and picked those 5 individual fights. What's funny is
J. Cole.
That motherfuckers probably didn't even fucking know each other before that.
I guess there was the previous songs where they kind of took little like shots, but like J. Cole said one thing about a big 3, and then that's where this all sprung.
Bro,
it's not where it all sprung, but that's where like it. That was a boiling point. That's when the waters.
For Kendrick, for sure, it seems because that's what he. That's what he responds to in the song.
Fuck that.
Now, how do we feel about Kendrick not responding?
He did it for fun, bro. That's the thing. Like, dog.
Well, why has he responded?
It's for bro. Like this is the thing. I think people read into it too much. Like this is the whole point of why I like this shit. It's for sport, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
Sharpen your tools.
So let's talk about it.
You know what I'm saying?
Why hasn't he fucking?
Why hasn't he?
He set the first shot.
Why hasn't he given us any music?
He set the first shot, which was like an 8-bar verse. Drake responded in an entire track, and then responded in another entire track
because it was light work.
You started it.
It was light work. It was light work. Why I gotta respond?
No, this has not been light work.
That's what I'm saying. I gave you light work because it's light work.
Is my favorite artist. I like him more than I like Drake, but his shit was light.
He said that nigga. He said that nigga Drake got to pay me for this diss.
Oh my god, he needs to come. He needs to come in.
Pay me back.
Drake's getting paid right now.
He should have been ready. And there's even
no Drake ain't getting paid for those disses. He couldn't drop them on nothing.
No,
because on Apple Music.
No, Push Ups is on Apple Music now.
Oh
yeah, so he's getting paid off that. But I don't think the other one is, and I don't think that will be because of the voices that were used. But
he didn't.
That dropping 50, give me 50 shit. That shit was fucking whack.
Okay,
I personally disagree. But I want to hear your opinion on Kendrick.
So yeah, again, I thought that was like, okay, Kendrick needs to respond after Drake comes out and drops the whole Tupac's telling you to respond, Snoop Dogg's telling you to respond, and I'm saying respond. We're waiting for you. You need to respond again, whatever it is for sport, for rap. Real beef, I don't care. Fucking come out and give us something again. I don't think that Kendrick has any issue with dropping a diss track. I don't think he has any issue with orchestrating it and engineering it. It just needs to fucking happen.
Yeah,
it needs to happen.
Do you think there's any chance of him having a J. Cole like moment where J. Cole responded and then he regretted responding? Do you think there's a point where what do you get?
You can hear it. The echo.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it's from that. So yeah, with J. Cole responded and then he kind of regretted it. Do you think there's any chance that Kendrick maybe is seeing how this is boiling over and then seeing all the people that are trying to hurry up and take advantage of it, and maybe he's not as interested in participating in that?
Make a phone call.
Yeah.
Say, hey Jersey, listen, man, I'm sorry. This kind of went over what I wanted.
Yeah.
But we can keep this going for the sake of rap. And then give us what the fuck we want.
I agree he should either way, but I could see Kendrick maybe not feeling great about now seeing like just people smearing him based off personal things. You have Rick Ross randomly jumping in, and even if it's not like morally, like you feel bad, like, oh man, people, I don't even think it's that. It could be like Kendrick seeing this as a moment in hip hop and seeing it kind of be tainted by all these other personalities that are jumping in,
trying to jump in and take from it. Yeah.
Make it like, oh, I'm also with
Piranha the situation. Yeah.
That's definitely how I took Rick Ross's shit when I didn't appreciate it, and where he rapped fine on it. The whole thing was just whack. Everything around the song. 50. Yeah, the whole song was just whack because of everything surrounding it for me. I want to get your opinion also though. So Kendrick not responding. I know you kind of gave us a little bit of that, but do you feel like he does need to respond on any timeline, or it's just whenever he wants to, or doesn't even have to respond? It kind of sounds like.
I just don't. Kendrick, man, why respond? So he could just come and kill everybody? That's what
yes, please.
Y'all want a massacre?
Please do it.
Y'all want a bloodbath?
Please.
Yeah, that's what the people want. All right,
John Wick on the mic.
He gonna give it to you. Just remember what y'all asked for.
Thank you.
When he comes out here and slandering people, talking about their mamas, daughters, sisters, grandmas.
I might listen to it 4 times in a row.
Literally, I'll be on Twitter saying this is why he's the best rapper of all time.
He gonna come out.
Like, is he a better diss rapper than Eminem? Question mark. Maybe so,
bro.
But he needs to do it.
Yeah, I'll be on that.
Be disrespectful, man. Y'all gonna be upset.
I need it for me.
But do I think he needs to? No, I really don't. Honestly, I mean, honestly, you said it's a light 8 bars, but within that light 8 bars, like, I mean, it's better than anything.
Kendrick has never had a actual like beef or like diss kind of scenario. So do you think in order for him to kind of like create his legacy in a way even bigger, do you think he needs that? Like when we think back at a lot of
Nas and Cassidy,
a lot of the biggest artists of all time, Jay-Z, they all had this kind of like rivalry.
Biggie and Tupac,
that kind of, and a lot of that does go hand in hand with the art form that we're talking about and the competitive nature of it. So is he kind of missing that on his resume? He has a ton of classic albums, in my opinion, classic songs, hits. The sales are there. It's just like we haven't really seen him put.
Because right now it's Eminem versus Vanilla Ice. Okay, and I need Tupac Biggie. Because right now it's a murder.
Well, and I'll say
it's a lead the career.
Well, could you answer my question for me? Do you remember?
So I think he doesn't need to respond. I think Kendrick is in a position where he solidified himself as one of the greatest artists of all time, hip hop or rap. And anytime he gives anyone attention like this, it's basically adding to their legacy and not his.
Now think about so I agree with that actually, but I don't agree with the not have to respond part. But if you could just answer this question for me,
like even Drake,
there's nobody else.
Think about it. This does everything for Drake's career, right?
It doesn't.
Because you said your biggest complaint about Drake was what?
He doesn't rap enough, I guess. Okay, so
if he kills, if you say he kills the greatest hip hop artist of our generation, right?
Then that's great. Of course, that would be amazing for Drake.
I mean, then how can you turn around and say he don't rap?
Hold on. The same is true for Kendrick. Like his whole thing is about the art of hip hop, all this. So if he comes in and he kills, the biggest hip hop pop artist of all time.
It's pop though.
No, he's still a fucking rapper. Stop. So listen,
but
if he comes through, but it's because of how everybody views him. You see how people view people that are old heads in hip hop view Drake as a little bit of like a bastardization of hip hop with all the singing and shit. So it's like if Kendrick comes through and he kills that. It's not like we don't respect Drake. It's not like Drake, he's coming and he's killing fucking who's another fucking person we wouldn't respect. Future, for example. I'm not saying I don't respect Future Spin. I'm saying you're right, where people wouldn't consider him on that level of lyricism. So if Kendrick came and killed somebody like that, we'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? But we've seen Drake with his 8 a.m. and fucking Charlotte, 12 p.m. Like we know his lyricism is actually crazy, whether people help him write or not. We know he can get to that bag. So if he, and he's shown us with diss tracks. So if he comes and he kills Drake, the fucking the giant head on the serpent of hip hop. No, that does something for that. And just because this is what I was trying to respond to at first, that does something for Kendrick. And I agree with your point that a lot of people he just sheds light on, but Drake already has the biggest light shined on him. So it's the only person that Kendrick, and this is the truth for Drake, the only person that these two people can diss with, and they're not punching down, is each other. Or J. Cole, I guess, but that's over with.
This is going to be my point. Yeah. I don't necessarily think. I just don't think he was punching at Drake. I think he was punching at Cole. You know, I don't think Drake was the target. I think Drake was just the bystander there. I don't think he gets up.
I disagree with that, but
because like you said, he's the biggest pop artist of all time. I just think for Kendrick, when he views it, he's like, all right, I'm gonna kill the biggest pop artist of all time.
He literally mentions Michael Jackson though.
Mm-hmm. He says Prince outlived Mike Jack.
Okay, I mean,
a shot at Drake.
Yeah, I mean, but then who's the greatest? Huh? Who's considered the greatest of all time, though?
No, but that's
Michael Jackson. So he's saying I could die tomorrow. You could go on and do your thing and be the biggest pop artist of all time, but I'm still gonna be better than you no matter what happens.
I think that's flipped.
He's saying Michael Jackson died.
Yeah, Michael Jackson.
No, that's what I'm saying. And he died, but he's still a bigger artist than Prince was, and Prince was still living. You know what I'm saying? So Prince is the pop guy. Prince is the pop guy.
What the fuck? No.
That's what
okay. This has already been said. No, he was saying it, and it's Kendrick, because the comparison has already been made that Kendrick is Prince and Drake is Michael Jackson.
I would disagree with
that. So he took that comparison. The reason it is because Michael Jackson, you have the biggest pop kind of crossover star.
Numbers.
And you have Prince, who's like the biggest,
talent,
maybe the biggest self-made like artist like played all of his instruments on the first several albums. So it's like if you look at somebody that really appreciates the art form of rock and has that mystique too around him, he has the same kind of mystique as Kendrick, where it's like, I love this music shit, I don't fuck with y'all really, you know what I mean? I'm gonna disappear. Prince lived in Minnesota his entire life. He didn't
very
live,
famous.
Now he probably had mad houses, to be honest, but he always lived in Minnesota. His main house, his Purple Rain fucking mansion, is in fucking Minnesota. So it's like he has that kind of like reclusive, tortured artist, but I happen to just be also like a big as fuck. So, you know, I disagree with you. And even in Drake's song, when he said, he actually references the Like That song, and he says, this didn't start this shit. This shit's been boiling over in a pot. Now it's heating up, and then he goes on to whatever the fuck he's saying. So, which is true.
I mean,
because you see Kendrick famously dissed him on BET on TDE's Freestyle, where he's talking about sensitive rappers and the whole diss.
I mean, but if the shoe fits, wear it, my dog. If you're sensitive,
but you're saying that he doesn't want anything with Drake, which is silly.
I don't think so, because the thing is like you're saying, okay, you're saying like Drake responded, whatever. Of course, Drake's gonna respond. It's better for him to have this situation going on. You get what I'm saying? Because Kendrick can go away for 5 fucking years and drop an album tomorrow and still be number one. You get what I'm saying? For Drake is the type of person, he likes to be consistently dropping, consistently out and have some music going on. You know what I'm saying? Consistently on the radio. Kendrick's the type of person, he don't need all that shit.
If Kendrick doesn't respond. So
my thing is, it's better for Drake to lean into this. Right,
but how
keep his name flowing, keep his name on top, keep his name in the streets. You know what I'm saying? And then come out with another album in 6 months to keep his sales going. Kendrick don't give a fuck about shit like that.
Fine.
Kendrick's gonna do it for the music.
Well, Kendrick, I will say this.
He said some shit to Cole, and fucking Drake got a little upset.
We just highlighted how it wasn't just a Cole, but
it was just a Cole.
If Kendrick doesn't respond, then it's gonna be taken as him running. It's gonna be and there are gonna be people who are going to have that tarnished because it's him running away. He has to respond.
And that's a great point, because the thing is, Kendrick actually has the burden of him building his name within, I love hip hop. Like I'm all about that.
So why would he not?
Tupac is my hero. All this shit. Like his whole thing is that his whole brand has continued to be I make hip hop music. If you let a pop artist say something crazy to you, and then you don't get into the hip hop bag with him, and he's standing doing the hip hop shit on his own, you look crazy, because you're supposed to be like the person that protects the savior of hip hop. That's what he's even talking about in his second disc.
And Drake says that shit. Yes,
yeah, because Drake didn't start that shit. It started out.
See how Drake manipulated the thinking of how this whole shit goes. He controlled the narrative.
If you're a hip hop fan, then you know this.
He controlled the narrative.
Fuck. Okay, maybe he is controlling the narrative. Why wouldn't he do that if he has the ability to do so?
He's on the LeBron way.
It's been a smart man.
He literally is referencing the fucking House of Blues show from like 10 years ago, where motherfuckers, every West Coast hip hop artist from, like, you're talking about The Game, you're talking about Snoop Dogg, you're talking about like all these people had the motherfucking Kendrick Lamar come on the stage and like praised him and said, this is the new king of the West Coast. Like, this person has been put in the position. It is time now. And I agree with you that Kendrick Lamar and Drake, they're the type of artists, if they diss you, just like back in the day, this was the same case with 50 Cent, where he's trying to get this attention from bigger artists.
Yeah,
he only can. These two can only diss each other and get equitable return. These are the only people they could talk to. Right. That's why it doesn't make sense with Rick Ross and shit like that. I'm like, I'm right. Why the fuck are you even in this shit? If you had a problem with Drake, why'd you have to wait for another motherfucker to say some shit? That disgusts me. It makes my fucking stomach.
A lot of people do that, though.
Pussy shit. A lot of people are pussies.
A lot of people may think, like, you know, like you said, he's got industry control, man. You know, you say something when it's not popular. You can't say shit
until Kendrick says something.
It's a lot harder to. It's a lot easier. It's a lot harder to isolate 5 people, like you said, than the one motherfucker that said something crazy, right? You can make that one motherfucker disappear a lot easier than 5 bodies. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that's Rick Ross thinking. I'm not saying I agree with it. It's bitch ass shit. Yeah. But that's probably what he was thinking there. Okay. And someone like Ross, who's got all the money, I doubt, you know what I'm saying, he's worried about the industry, but who knows?
Or he was trying to get an extra 10,000 plays.
He was probably trying to get some fucking clicks.
I think
pay for that goddamn farm.
Someone heard that song and goes back on his old music.
Cattle.
It's like, oh yeah, man.
He wants to get some wagyu beef.
What I wanted to add real quick is that Drake even paid homage to Kendrick in the second song, where he says, like, hey, we're waiting, like, come on out, like edging him and saying, like, hey, listen, I want you to come out, like I know you're gonna come out with not even a double entendre, some like quadruple entendre shit. I don't know, I'm not even going to understand
read that
it.
Wrong, brother. I feel like he was kind of talking a little shit, like, you better come out with a double, triple.
No, I think actually, so I do kind of disagree with you that it's him paying homage. I kind of see it as he's poisoning the water a little bit, because he knows that Kendrick's going to come out and lyrically, whatever that's going to be is going to be incredible. So he's kind of poisoning the water, where he's probably going to come out and point at it and be like, oh, okay, you did some, you know, hippity hop shit. You know what I mean? But we're really talking about real shit kind of thing. I've heard this with people before, where people are like, you're saying a lot, but you're really not really saying shit. Yeah. So I think he's kind of laying the ground for that. Like, oh, I know you're going to say some crazy hip hop shit. You're going to rap me to death. Miracle, miracle me. But
see, I just took it differently. That could be true. I thought it was more like he's trying to edge him on, like, hey, Kendrick, come out and play.
I think he's more petty than that. I think he's more petty than to, like, genuinely be encouraging somebody and saying genuinely you're extremely talented, and I know you're going to do something crazy.
Or he's doing it for music, because again, if Kendrick responds, because again, I'll let you spit just real quick. Just real quick. Mm-hmm. If Kendrick doesn't respond, it's dead. Because Drake can't come back with a third.
No, he look crazy.
So if Kendrick responds, then to his point, like, Drake gets to respond, and then it's more. So yeah, I don't see why Drake wouldn't edge him on, try to get his response. But again, I could be, I am being more positive. I'm doing positive spin.
That was a positive spin to a beat spin. And then, Deuce, do you have a last thought on here?
Yeah, no, I think Kendrick. I honestly, if he doesn't respond, bro, I think it's even more disrespectful.
Okay.
I think,
and you think that's acceptable for him?
That would be like, you drop true disses, and, you know, like, you're coming out at the end saying, I'm gonna drop triple and quadruple entendres, and Kendrick could be listening to that shit and like, nigga, you saying all that, but nigga, you didn't even drop fucking one in the whole goddamn verse. You know what I'm saying? You just come in and laid some basic shit down over some fucking basic beat that you were gonna fucking drop anyway for a hit single. You know what I mean? And, you know, like, to me, like, that's the difference too. Like, I do like the Snoop Dogg one, because I said it was clever. Like, I think diss tracks need to be clever, so I do like that one. But then again, like he also used someone else's likeness to get the point to hit home. I get the cleverness of it, so I'm kind of like I like it, but I'm kind of indifferent about it still. As far as the drop and give me 50, I felt like that one was just, I guess the whole contract. I thought it was corny. You know, I would just like to see if Drake was to come out with something. As far as a diss, it would be something more along the lines of where Kendrick is going to be at, you know, because it's like it's almost like they're going to be fighting on two different battlefields. Like you're going to have all this, you're going to have a pop diss track over here, you know what I'm saying? That's a
lot of crossover,
and then you got Kendrick, who's going to come on some straight hip hop shit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the thing is,
like
Drake
jazz.
just has the crossover. He also has the hip hop fans. We listen to Drake shit. It's not like hip hop fans don't listen to Drake shit.
It's more like rap shit.
So, by the way, I want to say you said likeness. Voice doesn't count as likeness. So that's interesting.
Interesting. That is interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So these voices are not copyrightable.
So hear that NCAA steal the kids' voices.
So let me ask this just to put a differentiation on it. Okay, yeah. However, butcher that word.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't respond as disrespectful, but like again, not to compare the level. Eminem and MGK, right? MGK never responded. After the final bury, he never responded. Fucking left the genre, went to rock. Is that considered disrespect, or
is it both dropped 2 diss tracks?
No, they both dropped one.
One, yeah.
I thought MG dropped 2.
I don't think so.
No,
maybe I'm wrong.
I thought he dropped 2.
I mean, let me look it up just in case, but
maybe. Regardless, like Eminem, I completely destroyed him on the last one, and then
you gotta think MGK. I'm pretty sure. I think he dissed them, and then
he can't with the beard's weird.
And
you're old. The beard's weird.
And then I don't think Eminem responded.
You're my favorite rapper ever.
You're mean to me. He responded again, and then he did it again, and then that's when he finally. I think he might have hit him twice.
Oh, maybe I don't remember, but I remember that last one was like, oh.
I mean, I didn't think MGK's songs were actually bad. That was the funny part. I just didn't think
it was a good song. It was a horrible diss. It was honestly, the production was nice, and that was the thing. Eminem's production was worse, but the disses were
keep my
real.
Expectations very, realistic for certain people, brother. I'd
rather hear disses than production.
Like a Kendrick diss or a Drake diss. Yeah, I'm expecting.
Yeah,
top class work. Like Cole diss, top class work.
Yeah.
I mean, from MGK, I'm not
with MGK.
much.
So just for clarity, we don't got to spend too much time on it, I guess. But he did have some other like songs that he threw shots on. But he dissed him on a Tech 9 song called the Mosh Pit song. It says, "I pop cherries and pop stars. You popsicles is not hard. Popped in on the top charts out the cop car to remind y'all just to rap. You're not God, and I don't care who got bars." So this is supposed to be in reference to Rap God.
Yeah, which he came back. I think he even said something about like you and Tech 9 on the track.
Yeah, right here. But next time you don't got to use Tech 9 if you want to come at me with a submachine gun, and I'm talking to you, but you already know who the fuck you are, Kelly.
And I think that was on Rap God, wasn't it?
I don't use sublims, and sure as fuck don't sneak this. No, this is on Not Alike.
Oh, Not Alike, yeah.
This is on the Kamikaze album.
Yeah, that's what it is, Kamikaze.
Not Alike.
Yeah. So
that was a weird album.
We are not
weird album.
It was weird, but again, the lyrics are
call
good.
it what it was, brother.
I like the lyrics.
Yeah,
that shit was weird.
So then after that, you have
Your
Rap
beard
Devil.
is weird.
You have Rap Devil, which is the diss to Eminem from MGK, which is the full diss, and
the Rap God comes out.
And then you have Kill Shot.
Oh, Kill Shot, yeah,
that comes out, and this is MGK back. I'm trying to see if there's anything after that. No, it looks like just like basically like public, like getting
discourse,
on, they're getting on Twitter, talking about each other or whatever.
But yeah, so rap beefs are fun though.
With each other, that's fun.
Rap beefs are fun.
I did see something again, a headline. I didn't click it. I meant to go back and like try to find it on Google. There was something that around where Kendrick brought J. Cole out on stage. Did that actually happen?
Kendrick brought J. Cole out on stage.
Yeah, like I swear, I was on Twitter.
Like recent?
Yeah. Twitter scrolling down and I see it and I was just like I was doing something so I couldn't click and watch the whole video, so I was like I
haven't seen that, but I mean I wouldn't really change anything for me, to be honest. I think J. Cole's taking himself out of it, and I think I think that's fine.
Drake brought Kendrick out one time.
Plus they had a relationship.
No, but I'm saying like this was after like the disses.
They had a relationship before too. Yeah. So I mean, with the apology on it, I don't really expect
but that kind of turned into why Kendrick hasn't responded. If he's back, like if it's true, he brought J. Cole out on stage.
Yeah, but that shit's still fucking. It's still problems with Drake. Drake has openly said he won't apologize.
Yeah, he did.
And that, yeah,
I mean, as he shouldn't be a fucking man.
Yeah. So
you let the fucking Canadian let his nuts hang. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no, we really took a hell there.
Yeah, just fucking shitting on America. My goodness.
But here, either way, this is a great conversation. That was fun. I want to let you guys get out of here because it is getting late.
Let's end on the fucking Canadian shitting on America.
Yeah.
That's fucking great.
Sit in Politic. Make sure you go follow us everywhere. Spotify, Apple Music. That's where you can catch more of these, and you can catch video over there now. So go support just in case anything happens to the YouTube. You already know. But then YouTube's where most of the content is. If you want to see more of this content over the years that we've been doing it, then go follow YouTube. There's a shit ton of videos and content on there. I want to make sure to shout my guys here. Paul B. Balcom on Twitter. Go follow him. It's gonna be interesting to see your opinion on the draft when it does happen. If you're not here, I'm sure people will be checking you out on Twitter.
Go Dogs.
Deuce Andretti, go find Deuce Andretti, flip the E and the U. Don't spell it right. You just got to know, and then don't expect anything to be logical when you follow him on Twitter. That name
Horns
is your
down,
first warning.
baby. Horns down.
That fucking name is your first warning that you're dealing with a interesting person.
Get that shit right.
Sid Politic, like I said, all platforms. I should mention also Instagram and stuff like that. Go follow us there. If TikTok's still a thing, go follow us there. And that's it. Thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed it. Let us know if you like these mock drafts. Next year, we hope to do more of them leading up. But we're definitely going to do
the WNBA draft too. Don't forget
for
that
sure, of course. And then we're definitely going to
big program there.
We're definitely going to also, by the way, react to this. I want to make sure to set that up with you guys.
Yes.
So we'll do this reaction, I think, right after. If we don't do it on next Tuesday, honestly.
Yeah, we're going to do it next Tuesday because I'm going to see how right I was.
Yeah, and hopefully you'll catch. Jason said he wanted to be on that pod, so maybe we'll have Jason on that pod. He'll be able to give us some insight.
We need to go over that one that Jason was involved in too.
Oh yeah, definitely. We do need.
You can't run from that, brother. We're reviewing that one too.
It's just a little late, so I don't know how our viewers will care about that. But I know we'll have a good conversation.
We'll get to see 2 years. We'll get to see 2 years of Well, we won't see 2 years. Yeah, but we'll get to see a whole year.
Definitely.
See where they fall in.
Yeah, it kind of sets us up for a redraft there at the top of it, maybe. But either way, we'll talk about
big redraft shit. You know what I'm saying?
But Sit in Politic, go find us Sit in Politic everywhere, all platforms. Just type in Sit in Politic, nice and easy.
Fuck Mike Mayock.
And find us.